Chapter 1084, The Might of the God-Devil Domain. Zhong frowned at the sight of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King being knocked back a few kilometers. A Type 8 mutant beast is truly terrifying. Even after taking this strongest hit of mine, it is actually not injured. Truly a monster. The level 6 Yin-Yang Palm was considered the strongest technique of Zhong's. If it was utilized against the Type 8 mech, it would definitely be able to crush their bodies. However, against the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, it only sent it flying. Strong. Human, I've underestimated you. Your strength is something to behold. However, regardless of your strength, you're just a human at the end of the day. If you were a Type 8 powerhouse, I would have turned and fled. However, since you're just a Type 7 powerhouse, today will be the day you die. No one can save you. Now I shall show you the true terror of a Type 8 expert. There was a fierce glint in its eyes, as it eyed Zhong with a gaze filled with killing intent. This human was just a Type 7 expert, and yet he could clash against it with his own physique, causing it to be wary and taken aback. The Type 8 mutant beast then sucked in a deep breath, as the atmospheric energy converged and entered its body. In that instant, within an area of over 10 li, the clouds rolled and winds blew strong. It seemed as though there was a devil present, as the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King emitted a powerful aura, becoming even more terrifying. Zhong frowned and stepped forward, flying towards the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King. Not good, I can't let him gather his strength. In a breath, he had appeared in front of the mutant beast. Go to hell. The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King opened its eyes, filled with a vicious glint as it began to harness a powerful wind energy that seemed capable of tearing the world apart. With it at the center, it then shot it all out at Zhong. At that split second, countless wind blades sliced into Zhong's body. In the midst of those wind blades, Zhong continued to slam out his fists against the incoming blades, and under his assault, the wind blades continued to be broken apart. Even so, the wind blades continued to slice at him, and his second-order god-devil body that was impervious to most physical attacks still suffered some wounds, some so deep that blood flowed freely and his bones could be seen. If it continued, it was likely that he could be sliced up into many pieces. The seemingly infinite number of wind blades was an innate ability of the Wyrm Crocodile King, using his ability and comprehension of wind laws to execute. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would be injured under those wind blades. A Type 8 mutant beast is truly outstanding, not something that can be easily dealt with. Thankfully it has not comprehended any domain, otherwise I can only choose to flee. Amidst the flurry of wind blades, Zhong's gaze turned resolute, and with a thought, he immediately activated the strongest trump card which he had recently comprehended, the God-Devil Domain. In that instant, a vast and powerful golden energy swarmed out, filled with mightiness, sacredness, along with a evil, insidious and dark black energy. One was on the right and the other on the left as they radiated out of Zhong, forming two distinct domains. Within the golden domain, it was filled with light, holiness and beauty, as though there was angels and life abundant in there. In contrast, the dark domain was filled with endless horrors and ugly demons, releasing hatred, devilish curses and evil. The moment the God-Devil Domain appeared, the wind blades within a certain region were all dissolved, no longer dealing any damage. The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King saw its wind blades being consumed and was not able to move in its shock. Domain! What domain is this? Why is it so tyrannical? The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King had come across a Type 8 powerhouse with a domain before, and it had relied on its powerful innate ability to best the opponent. However, this Zhong and his domain had been able to break apart the wind blades without a shred of injury, thus, it was filled shock and disbelief. Zhong glanced at the tornado of wind blades, his eyes flashing coldly, and he began to traverse through it freely, with the God-Devil Domain protecting him, absorbing any wind blade that got too close. In an instant, Zhong had appeared in front of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, his God-Devil Domain expanding out and enveloping the mutant beast as well. When it was pulled in, the evil and violent domain began to invade its body. The numerous devils, monsters, freaks and evil entities pounced onto the body of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King and began to bite into it. One particular devil with a row of sharp teeth and a black horn bit viciously on the body of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile, tearing apart the scale, and immediately injecting some evil energy into the wound, preventing the wound from healing. Within a breath of time, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile was riddled with injuries, and it was not for its scales being tough, it might have truly been bitten to death. Break for me. The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King began to roar out frantically, channeling its innate ability, as the wind blades appeared once more, slicing into the various devils and evil beings within the domain, tearing them apart. However, the dark entities just reformed and continued to pounce onto it. Damn it! The eyes of the Wyrm Crocodile King flashed violently, as it flapped its wings and conjured countless wind blades that surrounded it as it slammed into the border of the domain as violently as it could. Zhong was just a peak Type 7 powerhouse, and his God Devil domain only enveloped a region of 3 kilometers. Once the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King could charge right through, then it was possible to escape. At that moment, the mutant beast slammed violently into the edge of the devil side of the domain. Hong. Under its attack, the devil side of the domain trembled violently, as though it were on the verge of collapse. Since it did not succeed on the first try, it continued to slam into the domain violently, shaking it up as it threatened to collapse. The God Devil domain was incredibly powerful and profound. If it were any other powerhouse of the same realm, they would be trapped and rendered helpless. However, while the Wyrm Crocodile King might not have any domain, it was still one of the most savage and fiercest of the entire mutant beast horde. Its combat strength was on another level, enabling it to defeat other Type 8 powerhouses who had comprehended domain. Therefore it was not so easy to defeat it. Had Zhong not evolved and comprehended the God Devil domain, it was impossible for him to be a match for the Wyrm Crocodile King. What a terrifying fellow! Zhong gazed at the struggling Wyrm Crocodile King, and his eyes flashed as he stepped into the god side of the domain. Instantly, the angels, holy servants, saint women and men as well, all began to sing out in beautiful hymns. Zhong was enveloped by that powerful, godly energy, as it entered him and rose his strength to the initial stage of the Type 8 realm. The Devil domain could envelop and invade to wear down an enemy's strength, while the God domain could erase all afflictions and strengthen the user, imbue him or her with all sorts of power. The difference between the initial Type 8 realm and peak Type 7 realm was more than just 20 times, and only a precious treasure could enable a Type 7 powerhouse to possess the strength of a Type 8. With a flip of Zhong's hand, the powerful heaven-piercing bow appeared in his hands. He pulled once with all his strength, congealing the surrounding Type 8 energy into the ancient and archaic bow. A dense energy appeared at the tip, seemingly capable of destroying anything. The moment the dark arrow was formed, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King felt a sense of crisis, as though its death was imminent. It turned around only to see the devastating arrow blasting towards it. No! It let out a roar of despair. At the same time, the arrow blasted onto its head. At the next moment, a 15 large hole appeared on its head as blood flowed out profusely. The various evil entities pounced onto the body and continued to bite on its body ferociously. It was especially so at the huge, bloody wound, where many of the devils tried to burrow in. The Type 8 mutant beast's life form was extremely resilient. Even with such a grievous injury, it was not yet dead. Instead, it continued to struggle violently, channeling its innate ability to kill those monsters. However, since it was injured, its strength had diminished greatly, and it could not exude a might as powerful as before. Chapter 1085, Invincible. Zhong took a step out and disappeared from the god domain, reappearing on top the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King in the next instant, slamming a fist into its head. Hong. Following a terrifying explosive sound, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King shot down from the sky, slamming into the edge of the domain as its precious blood flowed out. With a thought, Zhong channeled his blood manipulation ability, as the huge amount of Type 8 mutant beast blood was absorbed forcibly, weakening the Wyrm Crocodile King even further. He threw one more punch to injure the Wyrm Crocodile King further, before flying up towards its head. Fool, since you dare get close, you can go to hell. There was a savage glint in the eyes of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, as it opened its huge jaws to fire out its tongue at a speed 20 times faster than that of sound. The gravity of Galistar was 100 times more than Earth. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would only be at about 2 or 3 times faster than sound here. It seemed impossible for anyone to be able to defend against that strike from the Wyrm Crocodile King. The stupid one is you. In this God Devil domain I am invincible. Zhong laughed coldly as he disappeared, and allowed the tongue to slice through his afterimage. Within the domain, Zhong could teleport as he wished, appearing anywhere he willed. In order to defeat Zhong, it would require absolute strength, for example the domain of a Type 9 powerhouse. Only then could it be possible to deal with him. Within a short time, Zhong reappeared atop the head of the Wyrm Crocodile King, his right fists blasting out like shadows at its head. The mutant beast was pummeled by over 100 fists, its head slamming into the edge of the domain, its precious blood essence being absorbed furiously. Right at this time the rest of the huge aerial mutant beasts arrived. Seeing their king being suppressed by Zhong, they all charged towards the domain with sharp shrieks. Unfortunately, the moment they entered the domain, they were assaulted by the devilish energy, and anything below the Type 5 realm directly lost their consciousness and dropped to the ground. They were either torn apart or plummeted to their deaths. The other mutant beasts of the Type 5 and Type 6 realms were likewise assaulted by the dark energy. Although they could barely resist, their strength was still reduced to barely 20%. At that moment they were then assaulted by the demons. The two leaders of the group were two Type 7 mutant birds, one a Type 7 green-scaled falcon, with an innate ability of wind. The other was a Type 7 red-feathered phoenix, its innate ability fire. The moment these two Type 7 beasts entered Zhong's devil domain, they began to channel their wind blades and flames, destroying many of the evil manifestations. However, the creatures reformed and poured towards the red-feathered phoenix, and the pitiful Type 7 mutant beast barely managed to struggle for 2 seconds, before it was reduced to a pile of bones. Then the Type 7 green-scaled falcon saw this, it drew back in shock, flapping its wings to beat up a hurricane of wind blades, trying to escape from the domain. At this time, there was a huge chain made out of ghastly devil energy, that shot out and wrapped around the Type 7 green-scaled falcon, chaining it up tightly. The beast was flustered and panicked, as it urged its innate ability to try and slice through the chain. Dang, dang, dang. As the wind blade clashed against the devilish chain, it caused numerous clanging sounds, but it was unable to slice through. Under the petrified gaze of the Type 7 green-scaled falcon, numerous devils and monsters then pounced towards it as they tore it apart, and it met with the same fate as its companion. Seeing how the two Type 7 mutant beasts were easily annihilated by Zhong's god-devil domain, the other mutant beasts outside began to feel a sense of fear. Suddenly, there was a loud howl that emitted from within the flock of mutant birds. The mutant birds changed their formation, no longer charging into the domain. Instead, they began to urge their innate abilities to attack the domain. Wind blades, ice shards, flames, lightning, all sorts of innate abilities were thrown at Zhong's god-devil domain. There were over 600,000 mutant birds in the skies, and with their joint attack, even a peak Type 8 powerhouse would be heavily injured. When numbers reached a certain point, it would also be devastating. The 600,000 mutant beasts threw all their attacks. If it were on Earth, it would be enough to sink an entire continent. Their innate abilities entered Zhong's domain, only to be devoured by the demonic manifestations, without harming Zhong at all. However, the combined force was enough to shake the domain a little, as though there was the inkling of damage. The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King roared out madly, "Let me out! Human! If you let me go, I will take my subordinates and leave. Today's matters will be forgotten. Otherwise, when my army destroys your domain, all that shall await you will be death." The life force of this Type 8 mutant beast was truly tenacious. Even after being bitten and devoured for so long, it was still not dead. Zhong eyed the horde before sweeping the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King a look as he laughed coldly. "Wyrm Crocodile King, today you're definitely going to die. Even your subordinates would not be able to save you. Furthermore, they will all become my nourishment." After that, he flickered from his position and brought the entire domain to envelop the horde in the skies. The two sides of the domain began to get agitated, one side holy, the other dark, forming a powerful whirlpool that sucked in all the mutant birds. The moment they came in contact, they were ground away by the opposing forces and manifestations. Zhong soared around unbridled in the midst of the mutant beasts, waving his hands and channeling the blood manipulation ability, forming a long blood river of over 10 kilometers in length, exuding an evil stench. The river coiled and wrapped up the mutant birds within itself, before ringing once, and countless corpses fell out of the skies. As it absorbed such an abundance of blood essence, it continued to evolve and expand. Within the flock, there were a few mutant birds with flame-related abilities. However, their output was too weak. Although they managed to burn a few parts of the blood river, they were still swept up and sucked dry of their blood. Zhong was like a death reaper culling the mutant birds by the droves. A huge amount of life force continued to tunnel into his body, accumulating slowly. Under his frenzied slaughter, the mutant birds were being culled at a visible rate. That is too sick. How is this human so strong? He's just a Type 7 powerhouse. How is it possible? The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King saw its subordinates dying at Zhong's hands and finally felt a sense of fear. It was clear that if Zhong continued like this, all 600,000 of the mutant birds would be slaughtered. As Zhong soared, he did not forget to assault the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, his right fist slamming into the head of the Type 8 mutant beast, the sounds of impact ringing loudly as though thunder was rife. Having suffered over thousands of blows from Zhong, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King could feel its life force ebbing away, and in fear it could not help but plead, "Please stop. Any more and I will die. I'm willing to submit. Don't hit me anymore. I will really die." Currently the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King knew that if it fought on, it would only die. It had undergone numerous tribulations, climbing to its current stage after much difficulty. It had a long life with monstrous strength and had high prestige. It truly did not wish to perish. When Zhong heard this, he frowned and began to ponder, weighing the pros and cons. He was already at the peak of the Type 7 realm, barely half a step into the Type 8 realm. His god-devil body was unparalleled, his combat strength tyrannical, and it could be considered the perfect physique, even more powerful than mutant beasts. It had limitless potential. At the same time, it was truly hard to raise its strength and increase its level. As he weighed his options, if he wanted to reach the Type 8 realm, it would require the killing of a Type 9 powerhouse, or at least 20 Type 8 mutant beasts, otherwise it would be too difficult. Seeing Zhong's hesitation, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King hurried to pipe in, "Don't kill me. I'm the king of the WRM division, and there are over 1.5 million subordinates under me. They are all at the Type 3 stage and above. By subjugating me you will have gained 1.5 million subordinates. Furthermore, the resources I have accumulated in these thousands of years will be yours." Zhong pondered before making his decision. All right. This Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King is also something else. If it truly obeys me, I can use it to guard China, and summon it to work together in killing other Type 8 powerhouses. Killing it might not be a huge boost to my strength anyway. Chapter 1086. Taming the Wyrm Crocodile King. Zhong barked out once, channeling his beast-taming technique, as a single rune entered the head of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King. "Accept this imprint without resistance, otherwise I'll kill you." With the terrifying might of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, as long as it willed it, it could disintegrate the rune. However, in order to survive, it gritted its teeth, watching wide-eyed as the rune branded onto its soul, merging with it. At the moment the rune merged with the soul of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, both sides immediately felt the connection form between them. In that instant, the Wyrm Crocodile King also felt a sense of familiarity, respect, and admiration for Zhong, whom it had hated previously as it wagged its tail. "Master, I've already become your pet, and I will do my best to fight for you in the future." "Very good, go out and subdue the army outside." Zhong laughed out in satisfaction, and retracted the devil domain from around the Wyrm Crocodile King while sending it out of the domain. The devilish energy was extracted fully from the body of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, as it soared in the air and took in a deep breath. The surrounding atmospheric energy within the region of a few li was sucked into its body. It then began to regenerate at an incredible speed with the help of the atmospheric energy. The small wounds quickly closed up and healed, while the huge wound due to the heaven-piercing bow was regenerating at a visible speed. The recovery rate of Type 8 mutant beasts was truly shocking. As long as the assault was not imbued with laws, or its head or heart had not been destroyed, it could recover quickly. Of course, grievous injuries could also weaken their strength greatly. After escaping the devil domain, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King became lively, and its combat strength reached about 70% of its optimal condition. The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King then let out a huge roar in the beast language, "Stop all attacks." After hearing that order, the horde of aerial mutant beasts immediately ceased casting their innate abilities. "Let's return." The Wyrm Crocodile King also did not explain, immediately giving the order and flapping its mighty wings, leading the rest of the aerial mutant beasts towards their base. Since it was the ruler of all the flying beasts, they had to obey its commands. Unless there were other Type 7 mutant beasts of other variants, otherwise only humans would suspect and question its orders. They're finally gone. Seeing the dense horde of mutant beasts flying off, the humans below all heaved a sigh of relief. Zhong swept a glance at the direction where the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King flew off, before turning around and flying towards the command center himself. The female pilot who had been tied up by him was also retrieved and dragged behind him about 10 m away. When he stepped into the command center, the gazes of the people present were filled with respect, idolization, and awe. This man had killed Type 7 mutant beasts like it was nothing and chased away a Type 8 mutant beast as though it was a dog. In the history of the humans on Galistar, there had never been such a perverted existence before. They were naturally blown away. Chuhi came up to Zhong asking respectfully, "Lord, may I ask, who are you?" The rest also looked over in curiosity and awe, awaiting his reply. Zhong surveyed his surroundings as he emitted a powerful pressure, causing them to feel a shortage of breath, and a huge urge to kneel. His gaze was cold as he asked, "I'm Zhong, the new city mayor of City 67. Chuhi Luojida, will your bases submit to me or choose death?" Chuhi and Luojida had plenty of human survivors belonging to their bases, and it was considered a resource of sorts. Zhong would definitely not let them pass by, and if they did not know their place he did not mind slapping them to death. With his current strength just a finger was enough to squash the both of them. Chuhi's mind whirred as he quickly made a decision, getting down on a single knee. "Chuhi is willing to serve you, Lord." Luojida hesitated for barely a moment, as his gaze met Zhong's, which was filled with killing intent, and felt his heart clench with fear. He quickly got down on his knees and swore fealty, "Luojida is willing to serve you, Lord." Zhong then waved his hands as two communication devices shot to the both of their hands. "Very good, go and organize your men immediately. Prepare to move at any moment's notice. The devices are for you, I will contact you with orders when the moment comes." After he had settled matters with them, he waved his hands and brought the pilot in front of him. With a thought, a powerful coil of energy wrapped around the helmet of the pilot. Crack! With a loud, clear sound, the helmet of the pilot was crushed, revealing a beautiful face with a pale expression. Zhong stared at the beautiful pilot and uttered coldly, "Where is the headquarters?" She shook her head and replied, "Sir Zhong, I know your combat strength is unparalleled. However, if you want to obtain the information about the headquarters from me, it is impossible. In my brain, there is a chip implanted. As long as I am about to reveal the location to anybody, it will go off. You will not gain anything." In Galistar, the human resistance could evade annihilation for countless years was because they had many methods to prevent any information leak. After all, the brainwashing technology of the mechs was widely known. Any captured human would become a traitor automatically, regardless whether they were willing or not. If the humans did not have any measures in place, they would have long since been tracked down and obliterated. Of course, another important reason was that the Mech Emperor did not really hold the humans in regard. Thus, he did not specifically target or suppress the humans. The Type 8 Mech Lords naturally did not bother about the humans either. If they were truly serious and expended their forces and resources to slaughter with the humans, then within a year at least 90% of the humans on Galistar would perish. "Really? That chip in your brain, I'll remove it right now." With a smirk, Zhong pointed at the beautiful pilot, and a sharp energy shot through her brain accurately and precisely, revealing a small cut. A small smart chip then shot out from the wound with some blood. With Bai Yi's help, Zhong easily sealed the self-destructibility of the chip. With a finger, he then caused a lump of nanomechanical cells to enter the wound, forming the shape of the chip as it replaced the original chip. All these happened extremely fast. In just a mere second, the beautiful pilot just felt a minor stab of pain, and Zhong had already completed the operation. After the smart chip was removed and replaced with some nanocells, it caused some minor discomfort to the female pilot, but nothing major. Zhong laughed lightly, "I've already taken out the smart chip, you can talk now, right? If you don't, I can only employ some special methods to make you talk. But by then you'd be no different from dead." The pilot stared at the chip in Zhong's hands, covered in her blood, and her eyes were filled with shock. She took a breath before replying quickly, "I'm called Pova, a major of the human headquarters, and I'm a member of the elite hunting leopard assault force. I truly do not know where the headquarters is. The only thing I know is how to enter headquarters. At about 100 kilometers west from here, there is a small mountain. In it there is a small tunnel. By boarding the prepared track we can return to headquarters. Pova saw the chip that Zhong had retrieved and knew that Zhong was unfathomable. She was also clear that if she insisted on not saying, then Zhong would have means to force her to say. In any case, she was not particularly loyal to headquarters anyway. Zhong then frowned. Not right, how did your battleship arrive then? She replied swiftly, we boarded the train out here and followed instructions from headquarters to retrieve the A-grade battleship from some armory. We were told not to board the battleship on our return, instead, we are to board the prepared train. Furthermore, the train will ascertain our identity before going back. If there are outsiders, it will be impossible to go in. Oh, interesting. Let's go, we're heading to headquarters. At the same time he is the most talented mech pilot, possessing a Type 8 combat mech, the Green Drake mech. Zhong frowned and interrupted, wait a minute, based on the intel I obtained previously, wasn't there only 3 Type 6 experts in your base? How come there's suddenly a Type 7 powerhouse? Pova laughed and began to explain, sir. The mech kingdom has never allowed strong human powerhouses to exist. Once it is discovered that we have Type 7 experts, they would deploy their forces to deal with us. In these thousands of years, it is not that there were no Type 7 powerhouses, but they were exterminated by the mech kingdom. In order to prevent further exterminations, once there's anybody who reached the Type 7 realm, they would quickly hide within the deepest corner of our City of Hope, and no longer allowed to walk the surface. In truth, within these thousands of years, there are already 60 Type 6 and 3 Type 7 powerhouses. However, we have let slip that there are only 3 Type 6 powerhouses. This is to prevent attention on us. Zhong finally understood, the humans were truly too weak on planet Galistar. If the mech kingdom were to deploy all their forces, it would be sufficient to wipe out the resistance. In order to prevent such an outcome, those powerhouses that reached the Type 7 realm had no choice but to hide for the rest of their lives. He thought silently, as expected, control cannot fall to other species. A Type 7 powerhouse would be a tyrannical force anywhere in the universe, yet on this Galistar they're forced to live underground like rats. They have no way of moving on the surface and it truly is pitiful. If the humans on Earth were defeated, the best-case scenario would be like rats no longer seeing the light of day. Pova continued to talk about the situation in headquarters, revealing all she knew. In the City of Hope, the human population reached over 1 million. There were 3 rulers in the city, namely the Green Drake Emperor, the Red Tiger Emperor, and the Silver Fox Emperor. The strongest was the Green Drake Emperor who possessed a Type 8 mech. This was also the only Type 8 mech in the possessions of humans. The Red Tiger Emperor and Silver Fox Emperor possessed 2 peak Type 7 mechs, equipped with some Type 8 parts. If they went all out, they were able to injure Type 8 powerhouses. Other than these 3 peak experts, the other Type 6 powerhouses made up the cabinet and possessed some form of authority. The City of Hope was different from the other human underground cities, their technology advanced, not losing to any cities of the mech kingdom. At the same time they had plenty of talented pilots and numerous powerhouses. Just the number of Type 5 experts numbered over 600. The City of Hope was constructed with the countless accumulated wealth throughout the age, just to be on par with an ordinary mech kingdom city. If it were a frontal clash, the mech kingdom could easily annihilate this City of Hope. Pova then hesitated before asking carefully, sir, this time, what is your motive for going to the headquarters? Zhong laughed lightly, filled with confidence, of course, it is to bring it all under my control. If it were in the past he might be helpless towards this secretive human headquarters. However, he was already at the peak of the Type 7 realm and had comprehended the God-Devil domain. He could even summon a Type 8 mutant beast to fight alongside him. His current strength was more than enough to deal with this human headquarters. There was nothing to fear. Pova's face changed and did not say anything in the end. The moment she thought of the God-Devil domain that had subdued even the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, she knew that no one in headquarters was a match for him. The train traversed for a long time, finally coming to a stop after a few hours as the sweet voice sounded, "We have arrived at headquarters. We have arrived at headquarters. Please get off." Yu Zhong and Pova walked out the train in big strides. Near the train station there was a squadron of mech pilots, and when they saw Yu Zhong and Pova, they quickly surrounded them. The leader, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a helmet and a ray gun, stared at Yu Zhong warily, pointing his gun at him as he barked out, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" With his lead, the rest of the soldiers also adjusted their aim, pointing at Yu Zhong with cautious and wary expressions. There were many sentient mechs of the mech kingdom, and since they were electronic bodies, many sensors and scans were useless to them. Hence, within the City of Hope, many key locations were protected by human experts. Yu Zhong swept them a look and barked out coldly, "Kneel." At that instant, a powerful will radiated out, enveloping the human troops. The soldiers felt their bodies sinking, and there was an incomparable fear that arose in them as they quickly got on the ground, afraid. At that moment, all of their faces were filled with shock and fear. They had never come across such a terrifying person before. Just a single sentence was able to subjugate all of them, dispersing their intent to fight, leaving only fear. This was a technique that Yu Zhong learned from the attack from the Type 99-headed Dragonhawk. Chapter 1088, Green Drake Emperor Og. There's no point in bullying these ordinary folk, let's go. Yu Zhong shot those kneeling soldiers a look and stepped out, bringing Pova with him as he soared out of the train station. Quick! Raise the alarm. The leader wiped his cold sweat as he bellowed in rage and pressed the alarm. At that moment, the entire train station began blaring with an ear-piercing sound. As the alarms rang, a number of soldiers began rushing out of secret doors, converging on the location with dozens of mechs. Numerous alloy doorways also began closing, impeding Yu Zhong's advance. Hong! His fist slammed out into the alloy door as a powerful strength burst out, destroying the alloy door. As he continued charging forward, his fists met the doors in his way, reducing them to rubble, rendering them useless. After a few breaths of time, Yu Zhong charged out of the train station straight into the City of Hope, and saw the technology of the human race of planet Galistar. The City of Hope was about 300 m tall, and at the ceiling of the cavern was an artificial sun, illuminating the city below, giving the illusion of sunlight. On top of that, there was also various automated weapons, scanners and mini-satellites. Although this city was underground, it encompassed a large area, of about 2 million square kilometers. All along the ground were many routes, forming a huge transport network, allowing a smooth traffic system in the City of Hope. Furthermore, there were also some luxurious-looking flying shuttles in the air, and these were the modes of transport for the rich in the City of Hope, their values sky-high. Within the City of Hope, there were various modern-looking skyscrapers, while the streets were clean and green. Robots were in charge of maintaining cleanliness, while robot enforcers kept the streets safe. Compared to this city, City 6-7 was basically not even comparable to a village. There was simply too vast a difference between both cities. Pova pointed to a 100 m tall building with numerous bold and beautiful engravings and said, "That's the residence of the Green Drake Emperor." "It's there then?" Yu Zhong swept the building a glance and immediately made for that direction. After flying for about half an hour, Yu Zhong arrived in front of the building. He channeled the atmospheric energy to congeal a dragon-catching claw, grabbing at the tower, while barking out in a sonorous voice, "Green Drake Emperor Og, get the hell out." Hong! The dragon-shaped force bit on the tower harshly, causing it to tremble. Even the ground seemed to crack slightly, as though Yu Zhong's move was truly dragging it up from the earth. Who the hell is that to actually seek trouble with the Green Drake Emperor? Heavens, the Green Drake Tower was actually attacked by someone. This guy wants to pull it out? That's too fearsome. The Green Drake Tower is actually moving. Is he still human? Freak, this fellow's definitely a freak. Seeing the Green Drake Tower about to be pulled out, all the nearby humans watched, dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. The tower was over 100 meters, its weight easily over 100 million tons. It was basically impossible for anybody to be able to even shift it in the slightest. Yet, with Yu Zhong's appearance, he had smashed through that perception, causing them to doubt their own eyes. Audacious! Someone dares assault our City of Hope, you shall die. Right at this time, following an enraged roar, a squadron of 30 Type 6 mechs and one single Type 7 mech flew out from the Green Drake Tower. When they flew out, they adjusted their weapons and began firing wildly at Yu Zhong. "Come over here." With a flicker of his body, Zhong easily dodged the incoming attacks and grabbed out while channeling the atmospheric energy, aiming at the various mechs. Zhong's technique was profound as he quickly grabbed onto a dozen of them within a short time, pulling them towards himself. Crash! With a thought, the cockpits of the dozen captured mechs burst open, and the pilots within were dragged out and chained by his energy. Vanquish. The pilot of the Type 7 mech was a middle-aged pilot at the Type 6 realm. At the moment his cockpit was destroyed, he quickly tore himself free from the chain. With a savage glint in his eyes, he burst forth with a green-toothed blade made from the tooth of a Type 7 mutant beast. With an icy light, Zhong pointed at the forehead of the pilot. Stubborn, you can turn into a puppet then. Damn it. How do I dodge? How do I dodge? Facing that simple finger, the Type 6 powerhouse felt like an entire mountain was crushing down on him. Cold sweat broke out and he tried his best to evade, but it seemed like the finger was still focused on his forehead. A powerful strike containing Zhong's will then slammed into the head of the Type 6 powerhouse, knocking him out as a Type 6 puppet rune entered his soul. When he had swept through the treasury of the Mech Kingdom, he had obtained a huge amount of resources, becoming more than 1,000 times richer than he previously was, and the number of Type 6 nuclei was in the millions. Galistar was larger than Earth after all. At the same time, while the mutant beasts could not evolve as fast as those on Earth, it was still a decent environment. Every dangerous region harbored at least over 10 million mutant beasts, with a large number of Type 6 ones. Of the entire Galistar, it was likely that the number of Type 6 mutant beasts were over 10 million as well. The Mech Kingdom had ruled over Galistar for thousands of years. Every few years they would launch an assault on the dangerous regions, gobbling up the nuclei in order to manufacture even more mech beasts and raise the new generation of experts. Over the ages, the total haul had been impressive, and if it was not for most of them being used in the manufacture of mech beasts and other weapons, the amount that Zhong had gained would have been more. Sleep. With a loud bark, a powerful will pressed down on the rest of the mech pilots, knocking them out. At the same time he sent out a number of puppet runes into their heads. The Type 6 human expert stirred awake, immediately saluting Zhong. Guluo greets Master. The rest of the pilots also woke up and greeted Zhong. Greetings, Master. Go back. He waved his hands and sent the pilots back into their mechs with a simple wave of his hands. The mechs then soared into the sky, guarding Zhong. After raising such a commotion, the City of Hope would definitely not be in the dark. Within seconds the automated weapons on the ceilings began to emerge and aimed for Zhong. Zhong swept them a cold look as he ordered, "Attack." At that moment the automated weapons began firing, but their target had suddenly switched to the Green Drake Tower. Honk, honk, honk. Amidst the flurry of attacks, the tower, which had been constructed out of super alloys, began to break apart, as pieces shattered and fell out of the sky. I'm the Green Drake Emperor Og. Dare I ask which mech lord from the Mech Kingdom has come to attack my City of Hope? There was a loud voice, filled with arrogance and pride, as a 10 long mech that looked like a green drake emerged, equipped with C-grade weapons and defense systems. It exuded a terrifying aura of a Type 8 expert, as its eyes shone and stared fixedly at Zhong. The Mech Kingdom dominated the entire Galistar and was considered invincible. Even without the Type 9 Mech Emperor, their strength combined was still sufficient to deal with a Type 9 powerhouse. With the masses of mech beasts, even a Type 9 powerhouse would have some fear. The Mech Kingdom could easily conquer a few planets and wipe out thousands of civilizations, not just because of the Type 9 Mech Emperor, but also their seemingly unlimited army. Although the Green Drake Emperor was able to reach the Type 8 realm with the mech he was controlling, he was still filled with fear towards the Mech Kingdom. Zhong could control the automated defense of the City of Hope. Such a strength was likely that of a Type 8 mech lord. Zhong swept him a cold look and gave him a tyrannical order. I'm Zhong, a human. Today I've come to the City of Hope, and I want you 3 emperors to submit to me. I will gather all of the humans on Galistar to face off against the Mech Kingdom. Og, submit to me, fight for me, and you will gain prestige and honor. Your name and deeds would be left in the annals of history. If you do not submit, then today will be the day you die. Since Zhong was capable of such might, he no longer needed to rely on various methods to negotiate or discuss. He could rely on his own strength to dominate and crush any resistance. Chapter 1089, Suppressing the 3 Emperors. Right at this moment, a bright red beam shot out from the side. A sharp claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed towards Yu Zhong. What an arrogant fellow. You're just a mere Type 7 powerhouse and you actually want to threaten us? Truly ignorant. Become my slave. The person behind the sudden attack was the Type 7 Red Tiger Emperor, Shaka, and he had been laying in wait. When he saw Yu Zhong exerting his strength, he immediately threw out his attack. With this pounce, it was as though there was a ferocious might surging downwards, reaching the speed of Mach 6, appearing beside Yu Zhong in a flash. Its claw was truly vicious, capable of even tearing a Type 8 powerhouse to pieces. Scram. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a flicker, he became like a specter as he threw out a fist of his own towards the Red Tiger Emperor Shaka. There was a look of shock in the Red Tiger Emperor's eyes. He urged his thoughts as a B-grade energy shield appeared, blocking in front of him. Hong. With an earth-shaking roar, the B-grade shield immediately collapsed under that one strike. Shocked, the Red Tiger Emperor muttered, "How is this possible? He's just a mere Type 7 powerhouse. How the hell did he destroy my shield?" Yu Zhong then appeared in front of the cockpit in the next breath, smashing out with another powerful fist. The face of Shaka fell as another golden shield congealed in front of the cockpit, defending against the imminent strike. Stay your hand. The Green Drake Emperor saw how Yu Zhong had destroyed the shield of the Red Tiger Emperor in one fist and his face fell. He piloted his Green Drake mech and shot towards Yu Zhong in a flash of green light. Within a second he was there and he slashed out viciously. At the same time, a bright alloy chain burst out from the ground, coiling towards Yu Zhong, as a huge 10m long Silver Fox was controlling it. The combined attack of the Green Drake Emperor and Silver Fox Emperor, even if it were a Type 8 powerhouse, it would be a fatal strike. Yu Zhong did not even turn around. With a thought, his God Devil domain was activated and it enveloped the Red Tiger and Green Drake Emperors. The silver chain that had burst out from the ground was wrapped by the God domain, which was instantly torn apart by the numerous angelic beings. As for the Green Drake Emperor who was enveloped in the Devil domain, as his claws swiped past Yu Zhong, the Yu Zhong disintegrated, disappearing together with the Red Tiger Emperor. In shock, the Green Drake Emperor felt his body sink enveloped by a terrifying killing intent, and in his panic and rage, he channeled his C-grade energy shield to protect himself. Warning. Warning. With the current energy consumption, the shield will last for another 345 seconds at most. The moment the shield appeared, the devilish energy was already assaulting the shield, wearing it down. The system was also warning the Green Drake Emperor. He was full of shock. What kind of secret technique is this? How is it so powerful? With his strength, even if he had to battle for an entire day, the C3 grade shield could hold out. However, the moment he was sucked into the Devil domain, it could only withstand for 345 seconds. This showed the terrifying might of the domain. In the domain, the devils continued to swarm over, biting crazily and slamming into the shield, whittling it down. The Green Drake Emperor continued to struggle painfully within, urging the mech to slaughter the demons that came their way while its strength ebbed away to no avail. Damn it! Break for me! The Green Drake Emperor was also a decisive expert. Even in the face of danger he chose to risk it all out. The Green Drake mech opened its huge jaws as a powerful force gathered at its mouth. The next instant, a bright beam of light shot out from its mouth, right at the edge of the domain. This was a strike from the C3 grade particle cannon, and it was able to destroy all the demonic entities. Hong. After slaughtering numerous devils, the particle beam slammed into the side of the domain in a frightening blast, shaking the entire domain, as over 200 monstrous entities immediately dispersed. However, after that shudder, the domain regained its calm, and the devilish energy swarmed once more, congealing countless demons that pounced onto the Green Drake mech once again. Damn it, Yu Zhong. There was a look of despair in the eyes of the Green Drake Emperor right now. The C3 grade particle cannon was his strongest weapon and could kill even a Type 8 powerhouse. And yet, within this domain, it was not even able to scratch the sides of the domain. However, the Green Drake Emperor was not a powerhouse just for show. With an enraged roar, he charged towards the skies, trying his best to break out of this insidious domain. It's useless, stop struggling, you shall become my puppet too. With a furious bark, Yu Zhong appeared at the area where the shield was the weakest, his right fist punching out in countless shadows, blasting the shield with over 100 strikes at one go. Under the flurry of attacks, the C3 grade shield immediately broke apart. He then disappeared and charged right in front of the cockpit, slashing out and tearing apart the armor, before grabbing onto the neck of the Green Drake Emperor, dragging him out. "Become my puppet." Zhong then swept a look at the burly but handsome man in front of him. He emitted a cold gaze as a powerful will enveloped the Green Drake Emperor in front of him, knocking him out. At the same time he sent a Type 7 puppet rune into his head. Right now all Zhong wanted was to hurry back to Earth and convert the resources on hand to combat strength, and bolster the human forces. He did not have so much time as to waste time with the City of Hope. From the direction the upper echelons had been doing, these three emperors were not any decent characters. Thus he did not have any reservations turning them into his puppets. The Green Drake Emperor recovered quickly and expressed his loyalty. "Og greets master." With a thought, Zhong retracted the God Devil domain back into his body. The domain was powerful, but it consumed much of his energy as well. If it was not for the fact that he could manipulate the atmospheric energy around him after reaching the Type 7 realm, he would not have been able to maintain the domain for long. It was rare for any expert to comprehend domain before the Type 8 realm. One of the main reasons was that it consumed too much power. It was only because Zhong possessed the God Devil body that it allowed him to bypass that limitation and comprehended domains to skip ranks and challenge opponents stronger than him. The moment Zhong kept his domain, he stood straight with the Green Drake Emperor and the Red Tiger Emperor both standing beside him. The Green Drake Emperor Og looked downward and barked, "Silver Fox Emperor, both the Red Tiger Emperor and myself have decided to serve Lord Zhong till our deaths. From now on we will give our utmost to his cause. Hurry and kneel." What? The Green Drake Emperor submitted to Zhong? How did it become like this? Two of the emperors actually submitted to someone who had just come in. Witnessing this, the soldiers below were all shocked, and their thoughts were thrown into disarray. Both of them were the highest points of authority within the City of Hope. With their submission, 2/3 of the control had already gone over to Zhong. The soldiers were naturally anxious. Most of the piloted mechs who had flown over also stopped in confusion, not knowing what to do. "Og, are you insane? How can you submit to some guy with an unknown background? From now on, I hereby announce that you are no longer part of." Before his words were finished, Zhong's eyes glinted coldly as he turned into a flash of light and shot down, landing on the ground. The impact caused the ground to split, revealing a silver fox mech hidden beneath. Amidst the shocked gaze of the piloting Silver Fox Emperor, Zhong sent a fist that smashed into the cockpit, revealing a sexy and mature female expert. His strength then surged forth, knocking her out before he sent a Type 7 puppet rune into her soul. When she awakened, she quickly greeted Zhong with respect. "Leia greets master." Zhong sent out a map with a flick of his hands saying, "Good. Go gather with Og and organize everyone. The objective is this point. Kill all those who resist. Pova will be your staff officer." Chapter 1090, Base Camp Fed 4456. "Cohen, the Alliance." Leia replied respectfully, "Yes." Pova, who was watching all these at the side, was filled with disbelief. "Too strong. This guy is unbelievable." In the City of Hope, Pova was considered an elite. However, to even meet Leia was difficult. However, such an important character had been reduced to a pawn of Zhong's, their positions equal. The Green Drake Emperor, Red Tiger Emperor, and the Silver Fox Emperor were all peak experts of the City of Hope. They were defeated and then enslaved into puppets. Inside the city, there was no one else capable of standing against Zhong. There were a number of Type 6 government officials who immediately led their own troops in revolt after the three emperors declared their submission. However, the moment they tried to cause chaos, they were put down by the three emperors. In just a day after some chaos and minor troubles, the entire City of Hope was thoroughly controlled by Zhong. Of course, there were a few underground societies and organizations that were still biding their time. However, on the whole, there was no resistance on the surface. After gaining control, Zhong sent out an order for all the human cities to gather towards the City of Hope. In a desert region there was a huge mech base that was armed to the teeth. This was the base camp Fed 4456 that was in charge of defending one gate of hell. About 30 kilometers away from the camp base, atop a group of clouds, there was a floating mechanical carpet, and atop it, there were the hundreds of powerhouses from the planet Star Luo. The beautiful young Star Lord, Xing Bingyun, was gazing at the Fed 4456 camp, her brows furrowing as she contemplated. This was the strongest military base of the mech kingdom, with countless mech beasts, as well as the Type 8 Murphyte standing guard. Unless a Type 9 expert appeared and tear apart the defenses of this Fed 4456 camp, it was impossible to break through the tight security. Not even a joint attack of a few peak Type 8 powerhouses could do anything. In order to attack this camp, the previous winged Wyrm lord had deployed numerous mutant beasts, causing the camp to be embroiled in a tough fight before finally forced to utilize their tracks and satellites. Had the Type 8 winged Wyrm king been alone, then it might have fallen here. Other than the rescued Xing Bingyun, the Star Luo people only had Miss Green as a Type 6 powerhouse, the rest were mostly at the Type 5 or Type 4 level. In order to break through the encampment and reach the gates of hell to earth, it was wishful thinking. Miss Green stepped forward and asked Xing Bingyun expectantly, "Miss, with our current strength, it is impossible to break through this camp. Let's retreat and find a space shuttle in any city to head back to Star Luo planet." The other people also turned to her, their expressions hopeful. Star Luo planet was their home, and although they were already the captives of the mech kingdom, they wanted to go back badly. Furthermore, the planet was not being guarded as strongly as before there with Bing Xingyun's Type 8 strength. As long as the army of the mech kingdom was not deployed, or the mech emperor himself came, no one could force her to a corner. Yu Ying was stubborn. "No, Master Yu Zhong will come and meet us here and lead us through this base, through the gates of hell and back to earth." Yu Xing and Yu Lian were also showing the same resolute expressions, standing beside Yu Ying. Miss Green's voice lowered as she thought to Yu Zhong being crushed under the claws of the Type 9 nine-headed dragon hawk as she muttered, "I admit, Yu Zhong is exceptional. However, at the end of the day he's dead. No one could have survived that attack. We have already lost contact with him for over 5 days. We have his communication device, and yet he had not contacted us at all. It's proof enough that he's dead. Since that's the case, we should think for those still alive." Yu Ying's eyes were misting over as she replied shrilly, "No. He's still alive. I believe he's still alive. Master would not die so easily." Yu Xing and Yu Lian were both also misty-eyed as they started to sob slightly. They were stubborn, but they also knew how bad the situation was. The might of the Type 9 nine-headed dragon was incredible, and he could easily crush a Type 8 powerhouse with a single hand. The Type 8 track lord was able to hold off the mutant beast because he had the support of the city. If there were no external assistance, the Type 9 nine-headed dragon hawk would be able to destroy the Type 8 track lord with not a single chance of escape. Xing Bingyun replied indifferently, "Enough, he's not dead." Hearing the words of Xing Bingyun, the Yu Ying sisters were overjoyed, although Miss Green was a little unconvinced. "Miss, if he is not dead, then why didn't he contact us?" Xing Bingyun let out a mysterious smile and did not say much. She just looked at the Fed 4456 camp. She was defying in her natural talent, and not only did she cultivate well, she had led her forces against the mech kingdom for a long while. She knew the human heart well. As to why Yu Zhong had not contacted her, she was able to guess a little. Right at this time, the device on her hand radiated slightly, as Yu Zhong's holographic image appeared in mid-air. Yu Zhong spoke, "It's me. I'm near you guys. Later we will begin our assault on the Fed 4456 camp. Xing Bingyun, please make your preparations to attack Track Lord Murphyte together." Xing Bingyun nodded slightly, "Okay." In order to go through the gates of hell, the only way was through the Fed 4456 camp. They had to slaughter their way through. Otherwise, it was impossible for 1,000,000 people to go through the base unless the 1,000,000 people were all as powerful as Yu Zhong. After contacting Xing Bingyun, Yu Zhong, who had been hiding in a corner, began his operation. He had donned on the stealth armor, covering all tracks of his presence, and sneaked towards the camp. Inside the camp, there were sentries and guards everywhere, with numerous sentry mech beasts patrolling. Sensors and surveillance cameras would sweep throughout the location. Without Bai Yi's help, even if Yu Zhong had the stealth armor, he would be unable to infiltrate the camp with tight security. However, with the combination he could easily breeze through the areas where there were gaps in the defense. Along the way, Yu Zhong planted a number of remote-controlled bombs at various key places. What is this? The defense is truly tight. They actually activated 30 Type 7 mechs. As he reached the deepest part of the camp, he discovered that there was a huge armory of about dozens of kilometers square feet. There were actually 30 Type 7 sentient mechs, as well as over 100 Type 7 mech beasts. Seeing this, he could not help but be curious. According to the information from the captives, there were only 8 mech lords, 1 mech emperor and 1,000-odd Type 7 mech nobles. Every Type 7 mech was a precious resource and combatant. A dozen Type 7 mechs were able to go against a Type 8 powerhouse by working together. In front of the armory, there were 30 Type 7 sentient mechs as well as over 100 Type 7 mech beasts. The defense was really tight. It would be impossible even for a Type 8 powerhouse to get rid of them easily. If I had to face this at my initial arrival on Galistar, it would truly be a pinch to deal with these. Zhong eyed the defense and the corners of his lips curled slightly. There was a look of self-confidence as he activated his God Devil domain in a flash, and an entirely dark and devilish region enveloped the entire armory, consuming the mechs as well as the mech beasts. The moment the Devil domain enveloped the sentient mechs, the Devil manifestations began devouring the mechanical cells. Without any mercy they pounced onto the mechs. In an instant 2 mechs were already consumed cleanly, leaving behind only the Type 7 nuclei. At the same time, Zhong conjured 28 clones, borrowing the dark energy of the domain to mask his presence. He then appeared in front of 28 mechs. His fist then blasted at the back of their heads, destroying even their smart chips. Inside the domain, the perception of the mechs was reduced drastically, and they were also attacked suddenly. That was how they were caught off guard and defeated easily. If they were able to form an array or formation, and Zhong could not employ his domain in time, it would be tougher to deal with them. Within a short span of time, 30 mechs were killed instantly. Bai Yi also reached out with her disruptive signal, reaching into the 100 Type 7 mech beasts. When they were swept up in that signal, the Type 7 mech beasts came to a halt, and Bai Yi then inserted countless cables into the mech beasts, rewriting their programming and finally bringing them under her control. Chapter 1091, Comet Cannon. Coen, the Alliance. After slaughtering this elite army in a second, Zhong opened up the huge door and walked in. When he entered, Zhong was taken aback by what he saw as he took in a cold breath and felt a chill in his heart. This is a D-grade Comet Cannon. They're actually hiding such a powerful trump card here. In this huge armory, there was a 2 km long cannon, standing at a height of 300 m, and it was engraved with numerous runes. It was connected with countless cables, powered by many nuclei of Type 6 and above. The main power source was a singular Type 9 mutant beast nucleus, as well as 8 Type 8 beast nuclei. This was the strongest weapon of the Mech Kingdom, a D-grade Comet Cannon. Inside the Mech Kingdom, there was the technology of constructing a D-grade cannon. Due to its might, a single blast could kill a Type 9 powerhouse, but likewise its expenditure and cost were too high. Furthermore, the D-grade Comet Cannon just required a Type 9 nucleus, as well as 8 Type 8 as a power source. A Type 9 mutant beast was a terrifying existence with unparalleled strength. Even the Type 9 Mech Emperor only had the confidence to defeat but not kill a Type 9 mutant beast. In these 1,000 years, the number of Type 9 mutant beasts that the Type 9 Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting had killed were only about 5. Hence he only had 5 Type 9 nuclei. Thus there were only 5 D-grade Comet Cannon. Zhong had not expected that there was such a powerful killing weapon in the Fed 4456 camp. He thought back to when he first entered Galistar and felt some fear. Thankfully I was careful then and did not reveal my existence. If they had just fired this at me, I would have died. Had Zhong revealed his identity the moment this Comet Cannon fired at him, he would definitely be vaporized. Even the current him with his God Devil domain, when struck by a single round of that Comet Cannon, he would turn into ash without any resistance. His thoughts then came to the possible reason for the weapon being here. This must be one of the trump cards of Zhu Yuanting. No wonder no Type 9 mutant beasts dared come here. The Mech Empire is truly placing a whole load of importance on this gate of hell. In truth, other than Earth in any other world, the gate of hell was a highly sought-after possession. This was because, on the other side of the gate, there was the possibility of further evolution. The numerous peak experts of their own worlds all sought to evolve once more, becoming masters of their own fate. All the powerhouses knew this point, that they were just trapped in a huge cage, their fates in control of the entity called God. The moment they slacked in their pursuit of strength, their own race would suffer and they would lose their rule and dominance. In the end, they might even be swallowed up by other races, enslaved or even annihilated. The gates of hell represented the hope of evolution. Naturally, the experts of the other worlds wanted to enter Earth and help themselves as well their own race to evolve further, standing at the peak of the universe. This was why the gates of hell were so important. Hence, it was natural of Zhu Yuanting to station the strongest weapon in his arsenal, the D-grade Comet cannon, over at the Fed 4456 camp. Yu Zhong stared at the cannon with a heated expression. This is great, this cannon is now mine. If he possessed this weapon he had no need to fear a Type 9 powerhouse. Of course, while the might of this weapon was unbelievable, there were limitations as well. Firstly, the preparation for a shot took 15 seconds. After each shot the cooldown would be a month. This was because each shot would push the nuclei to their limits. In order for them to regenerate the energy, it would take some time. Even with this constraints, the D-grade Comet cannon was still a terrifying weapon. If utilized properly, even in front of a Type 9 powerhouse, Yu Zhong was able to retaliate. With a thought, everything in front of him was swept into the universal storage ring. Boom! With a resounding shake, the huge Comet cannon was sucked into Yu Zhong's storage ring. The moment the weapon was moved, the entire Fed 4456 was alerted to the commotion, and in an instant, the camp went into a state of emergency as countless mech beasts pounced towards the location. Yu Zhong flew out from the armory, catching sight of the horde of mech beasts heading towards him. The mech beasts caught sight of him and immediately began firing at him in a shower of bullets. Time to act. Assessing the situation, Yu Zhong did not bother hiding any longer and pressed down on the remote control. Honk, 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 honk. Immediately, numerous locations exploded in a loud roar as the shockwaves blasted out, turning numerous mech beasts within the camp into shattered pieces. Under that terrifying explosions, many mech beasts in the midst of their pursuit were turned to dust. At the same time, it seemed as though the blast was some sort of signal, as from the desert, a horde of mech beasts, mech armors, heavy tanks, long-range missiles and other armored vehicles stormed forward. When these armored forces appeared, they began assaulting the Fed 4456 camp. Firepower blasted out and enveloped the entire base. On top of that, 40 A-grade battleships, 5 B-grade battleships soared above the base, as they released unmanned drones that shot towards the camp, firing out at the mech beasts still standing after the explosion, tearing into their frames. Strong. Are those Yu Zhong's forces? But he came alone, didn't he? How the hell did he come up with these troops? Miss Green and the rest of the Star Luo experts were wide-eyed with shock and disbelief at the display of firepower. While the human forces were considered weak by the Mech Kingdom, their accumulated forces were not to be underestimated. When they joined together, the combined output was much more than a Type 8 powerhouse from Star Luo. Xing Bingyun eyed the spectacle and replied mildly, "Someone who could become an oracle is never someone incapable. The fact that he could reach this point and achieve all of this is nothing less than expected." Those who could possess the god and devil imprint on Earth had amassed their own power and conquered a major city. They were exceptional figures that had survived the cruel apocalypse, and experienced countless battles, plots, betrayals and came out of it all victorious. Yu Zhong had evolved to the Type 7 realm, after leaving behind a mountain of corpses of his enemies, and experienced so much. To Xing Bingyun it was to be expected. The Star Luo universe could produce a Type 9 powerhouse because they had a human oracle that reached the Type 9 realm and established a decent foundation for his race. Otherwise, a fallen race could never produce a Type 9 expert. Oh! Who dares steal our Mech Kingdom's Comet cannon and cause trouble in our Fed 4456 camp? You are dead meat. Once I catch you, I will tear you apart, and throw you to boil in frying oil. At this time, there was an enraged voice in the skies, filled with an imposing aura, as a mech fort descended from the skies, covered with numerous cannons. Due to Yu Zhong's frenzied assault, the Fort Lord Murphyte could no longer sit back as he began to attack. At the same time, numerous mech beasts poured out from the camp, engaging the human armored forces and the unmanned drones. The numbers of the mech beasts, mechanized weapons and sentient mechs far surpassed the human army. However, the bulk of their forces had been obliterated during Yu Zhong's bomb. In a short time they could not gather their forces, that was why they were being beaten back by the human forces. At this time, over 50 sentient Type 7 mechs soared out from the Fed 4456 camp, followed by a vast sea of mech beasts. The moment the sentient mechs joined the battle, they managed to stop the collapse of the Fed 4456 forces. At the same time, with their support, they were able to turn the tide of the battle, forcing the human forces back. As the sentient mechs were slaughtering to their heart's content, a green drake suddenly charged into their midst, slashing out with its huge claws, tearing apart the heads of two Type 7 mechs, tearing out their smart chips and crushing them. Below them, the Silver Fox Emperor appeared, revealing C-grade particle cannon and fired out, raining numerous beams on the mechs, directly blasting two Type 7 sentient mechs into pieces. The Red Tiger Emperor did the same, firing a beam from his C-grade particle cannon, killing another two Type 7 mechs. Chapter 1092, The Crafty Murphyte. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong had obtained countless resources from the armory of the Mech Kingdom. Among them there were numerous combat armors, among them the Type 7 and Type 8 ones were not lacking. Currently, the Red Tiger Emperor and Silver Fox Emperor had already changed out their combat mech armor, utilizing the Type 8 ones. They were not only the peak experts of the human race but also the most talented pilots. With the Type 8 mech armors, they were able to exhibit an initial Type 8 combat strength. Under the lead of the three emperors, the rest of the human elites piloting the Type 7 mech armors began to clash with the Type 7 sentient mechs. The combined strength of the three emperors could rival a Type 8 powerhouse, although it was not enough against the Fort Lord Murphyte, the Type 8 mutant beast Wyrm Winged King and other ancient Type 8 powerhouses, but it was more than enough to suppress the Type 7 mechs entirely. The Type 7 sentient combat mechs were extremely savage as well. Other than those that had been taken out by the sudden assault of the three emperors, they quickly surged back towards the horde of mech beasts, forming a new formation as they clashed once more with the three emperors. While the three emperors had the strength of the initial Type 8 realm, they were also helpless against the group of Type 7 mechs hiding within the mech beast horde. Both forces got into a stalemate. However, it was not long before many soldiers were being obliterated by the exchange of firepower. Foolish humans, no matter how many soldiers you send out against my satellite beams, they are all just sheep for the slaughter. Murphyte eyed the swarming soldiers below and laughed coldly, meting out his punishment. Zhong stepped into the skies, soaring up and declared solemnly, "No, your satellite cannons are now useless. Murphyte, submit to me and work for me, you might live on. Otherwise, when I crush your smart chip later, you will truly perish." Currently, Murphyte was the leader and the strongest expert in the Fed 4456 base. If he were subdued or defeated, the way to the gate of hell through Earth would be clear. Murphyte swept Zhong a glance, his eyes narrowing. "It's you. So it was you, damn human. In the Mech Empire City, you had caused some waves. I heard Titus was also killed by you." Zhong grinned lightly in response as the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus appeared beside him. "No. He has already become my loyal servant." Titus greets Master. The Type 8 Ape Lord greeted Zhong respectfully before he turned around to threaten Murphyte with a ferocious shout. "Murphyte, I've already become Master Zhong's most loyal servant. This is your last chance, kneel and swear fealty, and Master can let the past be. If you continue to be muddle-headed, I will join forces with Master to wipe you out, and crush your smart chip." When Murphyte saw Titus standing beside Zhong, he felt a chill in his heart. You actually subdued Titus." Among the Type 8 powerhouses of the Mech Kingdom, Titus was not the strongest entity. He was comparable to Murphyte, however, he was still one of the Type 8 powerhouses, which caused him to be shocked. With a clear voice, Xing Bingyun arrived, stopping beside Zhong as she spoke. "Murphyte, you better surrender. Otherwise today will mark your death." Seeing Xing Bingyun, Murphyte was also shocked. "The Star Luo remnant, Xing Bingyun? You're here as well." She nodded mildly. "That's right, just submit. You might still have a way out that way." "Ah. I, Murphyte, will only have one master, that is the glorious Mech Emperor Zuyuan Ting. If you want me to submit, in your dreams." After that unbridled laugh, in an instant numerous palm-sized black mech death worms flew out from his body. Those worms were made out of C-grade superalloys, and only a Type 8 powerhouse could annihilate them fully. A B-grade particle cannon was only enough to kill off one of them. At the same time, those worms had powerful weapons and could suck energy. A C3 grade energy shield would be sucked dry within a few breaths when they came in contact, and the users would be helpless after that. The number of mech death worms came up to about hundreds of thousands, and a Type 8 powerhouse could be killed if careless. After releasing those worms, the huge mech fort rose up in the air, spitting out fuel as it shot far away in an escape. Murphyte was extremely crafty, as he knew that even with the combination of the mech beasts in Fed 4456 camp, it had a low chance of winning. Furthermore, the satellites that the mech kingdom was so proud of seemed to have no movement, and he felt despair. Furthermore, the most important thing is that he knew Yu Zhong had taken the Comet cannon. If Yu Zhong did not mind utilizing the cannon, he could be killed in a single blast. With such odds, he naturally chose to run away. If a Type 8 powerhouse wanted to flee, his speed would truly be shocking. In a matter of seconds, he had already disappeared from view, leaving behind the millions of mech beasts and 20,000 sentient mechs. Yu Zhong was taken aback when he saw that Murphyte had escaped, and was speechless. What a cunning fellow. He did not even try to fight it out and just fled. He had originally intended to suppress Murphyte and turn him into his servant as well. Like that, he would have 2 true Type 8 experts under his beck and call. Together with the Type 8 mutant beast that he tamed, he had 3 Type 8 powerhouses at his fingertips. Xing Bingyun laughed lightly. Isn't it for the better though? We can cross with more ease now. True. Let us wrap this up. Yu Zhong swept the swarm of mech death worms and pointed out with his finger, as a blood sea flowed out, enveloping those bugs, and in a flash, there were countless ropes suppressing the mech death worms. Those mech worms that could strike fear in the hearts of Type 8 powerhouses seemed to have met their bane, as they were all quickly suppressed, with not a single one escaping from Yu Zhong's grasp. Yu Zhong's control over the blood manipulation ability was getting stronger, and it was perfect for such small things which had tough defenses. Leave the other riffraff to me. Xing Bingyun saw how Yu Zhong had taken care of the mech death worms, and her eyes flashed with a strange glint. She then disappeared from her location like a fairy. In a few breaths, she appeared over the battlefield where the Type 7 mechs were engaged with the 3 emperors. Under the heavy fire, Xing Bingyun waved her hands, summoning her constellation domain, and an endless darkness enveloped the Type 7 mechs. Under the strikes of the endless stars, 3 Type 7 mechs, as well as their mech beasts nearby, were instantly torn apart. The moment Xing Bingyun joined the battle, she immediately broke the balance. The numerous Type 7 mechs were helpless under the joint efforts of Xing Bingyun and the 3 emperors. They were destroyed and their smart chips not spared. Flee! Flee! Lord Murphyte had already escaped, we have to escape as well. Evacuate. We need to protect some future seedlings to seek revenge next time. Following a few enraged shouts, the remaining sentient mechs had no more intention to risk their lives and quickly fled. The countless mech beasts also followed suit, trying to flee in various directions. Yu Zhong tried his best but was only able to capture about 200,000 mech beasts, and the rest managed to flee with their owners. After crushing the main force, the Green Drake Emperor flew towards Yu Zhong and asked, "Master, do we chase?" Yu Zhong pondered for a moment before giving the order, "All right, go lead your troops and clear out the entire 50 square kilometers area." "Yes." The Green Drake Emperor replied before leading his direct troops towards the distance. Making use of these chants, the 2 million humans quickly boarded their vehicles and made for the gates of hell to earth. Yu Zhong watched them go through the gate while frowning. We have to hurry lest something else happens. Chapter 1093, The American Forces Request Aid. Coen, the Alliance. The whole procession was huge, with the numbers of 2 million. If they wanted to pass through the gates on foot, it would take more than 10 days to complete the process. However, Yu Zhong had instructed for them to board large transport vehicles, sending them through to Earth. With this, there was easily thousands of soldiers being transported every second. Yu Zhong stood at the side, guarding warily, anticipating the retaliation of the Mech Kingdom. However, for some unknown reason, the retaliation did not come as soon as he expected, allowing the humans of Galistar to pass through safely. Finally, I'm back. As Yu Zhong stepped on the ground, he let out a long breath. He had been so tense on Galistar, faced with countless experts, and if he had been careless and come across a Type 9 powerhouse, he could have been slapped to death. On Earth, as long as there were no strong foreign races, he was practically undefeatable. Earth, so it truly has already become a land for evolution. No wonder so many foreign races are trying to get through. Currently, with his strength at the peak of the Type 7 realm, he was sensitive to the flow of energy. He could sense that there was a strange force in Earth's atmosphere, and the moment he took it in, his body seemed to be strengthened just slightly. In comparison with his current talent and realm, he would just need to enter closed-door cultivation for 20 years and he could break through to the Type 8 realm. If it were on Galistar, then even with his heaven-defying talent, he would need 200 years. If it were any other ordinary peak Type 7 human powerhouses, it would take an entire lifetime and he or she would not even be close to breaking through. As Zhong landed, he had not even relaxed fully when his communication device vibrated, and Bai Yi's voice sounded, "Master, it seems like the Americans are sending you a request for aid. They're about to fall." Zhong frowned when he heard that. What? The Americans can't hold out any longer? Currently, many regions of Earth had fallen, turning into lands for the mutant beasts, the zombies, foreign races, the Sea Clan. England and the Kingdom of God had recently just fallen. Russia was also forced back again and again due to the evolved zombies. On Earth, the only two states still standing were China and America. Of course, there were definitely other cockroach-like people that just won't die no matter what. However, they were too scattered, and even if they banded together, they were not a match for America and China. If America fell as well, then there was only China left as a human faction. Then, the pressure would be on China to fend off the invasions of the other species. On the outskirts of Montana, USA, there were numerous bunkers erected that formed a cluster of structures. Such a formation would be useless in the modern warfare, as with the advance of technology and weapons, it was easy to deal with such a tactic. But against the physically stronger and tougher Dino race, it was effective. Against such an extensive network of structures, the human forces would definitely not attack such a fortified location. However, in front of it, it was like a slaughterhouse. Dino-Warriors, as well as the various vassal forces under them, were charging at the bunkers. The resounding blasts of cannons did not stop for a single moment, as any individual below the Type 4 realm were blasted to bits and pieces. At the same time, in the skies, there were numerous unmanned drones of the American forces, coupled with assault helicopters and fighter jets clashing against the wing-type foreign species under the cover of the anti-air defenses. There were winged dragon riders, the white-winged race, the gray-winged race, and even eagle men. At every moment, there were large droves of the aerial forces being gunned down. At the same time, there were American pilots being killed and their aircraft plunging to the ground. Below, within the bunkers, there were no more small firearms, only the heavy firepower, as well as the advanced laser guns, Gauss rifles, and other sci-fi weapons. Ordinary rifles were not effective against these physically tougher Dino-Warriors and foreign species. Only the more powerful ones as well as advanced weaponry could deal damage to them. Hong. Following the sound of explosions, amidst the Dino-Warriors, an area the size of a football field was blasted wide apart, as limbs flew and blood splattered everywhere. Just a single cannon was able to turn over 40 foreign warriors as well as 5 Type 3 Dino-Warriors into bits and pieces. Before the dust settled, a Type 3 Tyranno-Warrior dashed towards a bunker, while covered in blood. The Type 3 Tyranno-Warrior let out a savage roar, his fists slamming into the bunker with the force of a mountain. With a loud bang, the bunker collapsed, revealing a gaping hole, and the Type 3 Tyranno-Warrior charged in. Not long after, there were screams coming out from the bunker. The next moment, the Type 3 Tyranno-Warrior jumped back out, covered in more blood as he made for another bunker. The Type 3 Tyranno-Warrior had not charged out for long when a number of laser beams shot at him. Amidst the rain of laser beams, the Type 3 Tyranno-Warrior was punched full of holes, as blood flowed and he crumpled to the ground. In front of the cluster of bunkers, humans were fighting against foreign races, flesh against steel, and it was incredibly cruel and bloody, as American troops were dying every passing second. Had it been before the apocalypse, even if the American troops were powerful, they would have already fallen and collapsed. However, these troops were baptized by the cruel apocalypse and had experienced plenty of bloodsheds. They had killed their fair share of powerful enemies. Compared to the elites of China, they were not necessarily subpar. At the same time, behind them there was their home, their friends, families and loved ones all relying on them. Once they fell, everything would be destroyed. Hence they were going all out. On top a small mountain, the Pillar of America, superhero Leo stared at the vast sea of Dino-Warriors. His eyes had a look of despair and exhaustion. These damn Dino-Warriors, what a bunch of bastards. Currently, Leo had undergone countless days of battle, using all means and methods to take on numerous Type 6 Dino-Warriors. He had suddenly broken through as well, reaching the Type 7 realm, and forged his own second-order God-Devil body. However, under the constant slaughter, his body, spirit and mind were all stretched taut. He had killed over a dozen Type 6 Dino-Warriors, and over 200 Type 5 Dino-Warriors, 10,000 Type 4 Dino-Warriors, and too many Type 3 Dino-Warriors to count. If it wasn't for him trying to be a firefighter, going everywhere to take on the experts of the Dino race, the American troops would have been crushed long ago. After all, A single Type 4 Dino-Warrior was enough to slaughter 1,000 American troops. Behind him stood 60 blood-covered experts of the Superhero Alliance, every one of them exhausted. Many of the experts within the Alliance had died in combat, but at the same time, their ranks were constantly being replenished. Although many of them had certain shortfalls in their characters and done things they were not proud of, at this moment, they were all united and true Americans, protecting the rest of their homeland. Currently, all of them were gazing at Leo with respect and admiration. They had relied on him heavily these few days, with his constant battling without sleeping just to hold out. Without him their bunkers would have fallen long ago. One beautiful and alluring woman walked up to him, muttering with concern, "Leo, you go get some rest. You have not rested for 5 whole days." Leo's eyes were bloodshot as he shook his head gently. "No, Wendy, before you Zhong's troops are here I cannot rest. Otherwise our line will fall." Wendy frowned and asked worriedly, "Leo, I heard that China is also under the aliens' siege. Furthermore, our relations are not that good. Will he send troops to help us?" After the apocalypse, while America and China had formed an alliance, their relationship was not the best. If it were China who requested, America might not necessarily send aid as well. Leo's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists in resolution. He will. Earth now only has us and China. If we fall, China would have to defend all the foreign species invading. It would be 10 times tougher than before. Zhong is smart, he will definitely send someone to help us. Hearing those words, the rest of the experts heaved a sigh. They were clear that if reinforcements did not arrive soon, then the American core troops would suffer greatly in these 2 days. Chapter 1094, Coercion. Coen, the Alliance. Right as Leo was bolstering the morale, a voice full of an overbearing and tyrannical aura sounded, "Reinforcements? I'm afraid you don't have the luxury." Leo lifted his head to the sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. He noticed 3 Dino-Warriors manipulating the atmospheric energy as they stepped through the air and came towards them. One of them happened to be Emperor Ba Long that Zhong had come across in the past. In addition, the other 2 were Emperor Qing Long and Emperor He Long. Emperor Qing Long was covered in green scales and possessed a thick and powerful tail. His face, however, was one of a handsome human. Emperor He Long was different, his entire body covered in black scales as well as thick and sharp spikes. His hands had 40 cm long claws as well as bone plates all over his joints. His face was a savage visage of a dinosaur. When the 3 of them descended, they exuded a powerful and overpowering pressure. The elites of the Superhuman Alliance were all at the Type 4 and Type 5 level, and when faced with the pressure of the 3 Dino Emperors, their faces turned pale as they trembled with fear. They could feel from every fiber in their body that they were just like ants in front of these 3, and they could easily be swatted to death. Leo's gaze fixed on Emperor Ba Long as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Type 8, you're a Type 8 powerhouse? How is that possible? The gates of hell should only allow those of the Type 6 and below." Leo was just like Edward and Zhong, the peak experts of Earth. He also knew from his channels that the gates of hell should only allow those of the Type 6 realm and below to pass. If a Type 7 powerhouse wanted to pass through, it required a huge price, not to mention a Type 8 expert. The stronger the experts, the harder it was to pass through the gates of hell. Even the Type 9 Mech Emperor had no way of crossing the gates of hell, and could only pay a huge price to distort the laws, forcefully sending a dozen Type 7 mechs through. Emperor Ba Long stared at Leo coldly and threatened. "That's right, the gates of hell only allow those of the Type 6 realm through. However, Type 7 powerhouses can also pass through with a certain price. If it wasn't for me focusing on achieving a sudden breakthrough to the Type 8 realm, all of you would have been wiped out earlier. Now, I'm already in the Type 8 realm and am invincible on this earth. Humans, stop your resistance and let me kill you. I can spare the lives of your people in the country. If you dare resist after killing you, I will wipe everyone in America out, leaving not a single one alive." After the intense battles, Emperor Ba Long knew what Leo was capable of. He was just barely at the initial Type 7 realm, and had just comprehended his second-order God-Devil body, and was not even comparable with Emperor Qing Long and Emperor He Long, both at the peak of Type 7 realm, much less the Type 8 Emperor Ba Long. However, Leo had a treasure of hope, the Wings of Hope. With those, even Emperor Ba Long might not be able to keep him. That was why he threatened him. Faced with that, Leo's face changed as he became silent before slowly saying, "If I really kill myself, will you really let my people go?" Emperor Ba Long replied in an overbearing manner, "Of course, as long as you kill yourself, I promise to let America off and allow your men to rest here. As long as you guys don't provoke us, we will not attack you." Among the humans, those who could threaten the Dino race were those with the God and Devil imprint. If they were wiped out, then the chances of the humans overcoming the foreign races would be incredibly minuscule. After all, the innate talents, physique and combat strength of the humans were weaker than the foreign races. Even when comparing those of the same realm, it was hard for them to evolve. If Zhong and Leo had not possessed the imprints, even if they cultivated for over 200 years, they would not reach the Type 7 realm. Without a peak expert to hold the fort, the human race would be doomed to sink, never to raise a potential threat. On Galistar, the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting allowed the human race to develop for so many years, but they were only capable of threatening a single city after all this time. If Zhu Yuanting really deployed his forces within a year, he could definitely wipe out 90% of the humans on Galistar. Wendy's face fell as she stepped forward to stop him. "No. Leo. You can't do it. You cannot die." "Yeah. Brother Leo. We will fight it out with them. Let's fight it out with these monsters." The rest of the elites all raised an uproar in fury. They did not wish for their hero to be forced to commit suicide. In their eyes, Leo was invincible, on par with a god. It was just like how Zhong's troops viewed him. "Shut up." Emperor Ba Long swept the rest of the warriors a look as his eyes turned cold, and exuded a powerful Type 8 aura, pressurizing all the elites. Faced with such might, all the soldiers below the Type 5 realm immediately got down on the ground in fear, gasping for breath as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The Type 5 powerhouses also felt weak and almost could not breathe, not able to say anything more. Feeling the wrath of Emperor Ba Long, the faces of the elite soldiers fell, their eyes filled with fear and shock. Leo fell into contemplation. The huge pressure caused him to frown. It felt as though his spine was being forced to bend. For the first time he had no confidence of success at all. Under the assault of the Dino race, the American forces had been forced back over and over, losing countless elites. Leo had also assassinated as many Type 6 Emperor Kings as he could, just to reach his Type 7 realm. Now the 100,000 troops left below were the final elites standing between the Dino race and America. If they were also killed off, that meant that there were no more elites left. Once the line was breached, it would not be long before America fell as well, as there were no one else left to defend the country. If it was not for the battle being so critical, Leo would not have had to fight continuously for 5 straight days, being forced to such a state of exhaustion. Emperor Ba Long and the other two had waited for Leo to be at this state before they surrounded him. Like this, even if he had the wings of hope, it would be tough for him to escape. Under the might of the Type 8 powerhouse, one of the Type 5 elites still managed to shout out, "Leo, no. You can't kill yourself. You talk too much bullshit. Go to hell." Emperor Ba Long frowned and pointed at that Type 5 expert, as the atmospheric energy condensed into a bullet form that pierced through the head of the Type 5 expert, directly bursting it apart, as blood and white brain matter splattered all over the ground. A warrior like this, who had undergone so many battles and considered a peak expert, had also died so miserably. Seeing this, the rest of the elites from the superhero alliance felt sorrow, fear, and despair. They were clear that they were nothing in front of these existences, and they could not even impede them in the slightest. When Leo saw this, his heart was filled with anguish as well, his fists clenching, and his eyes were filled with a killing intent while staring at Emperor Ba Long. Emperor Ba Long swept a cold gaze as he laughed, continuing his coercion. "Human, if you still don't kill yourself, all the troops below as well as your country will be wiped out because of you. Everyone will die because of you." Leo maintained silent as he looked down. The Dino-Warriors were currently employing their Type 6 and Type 5 forces. Without Leo's control, the Dino-Warriors were unrivaled, and managed to destroy point after point, slaughtering numerous American soldiers. Although many of the American soldiers were willing to give their all, there would naturally be some cowards who abandoned their posts and retreated without orders. The moment those soldiers fled, it dealt a larger blow to the American morale, and the battling forces began to collapse even further. As long as Leo was kept here for an hour, the entire troop would definitely be crushed and the defense line broken apart. Leo was silent for a very long time as he turned to eye America behind him, his eyes filled with a pained expression. He then turned to face Emperor Ba Long, I can kill myself, but I want you to promise me that you will safeguard America. Emperor Ba Long shook his head. No way. I can only promise that our Dino race would not attack your American people. I can't promise anything else. Make your choice, I'm giving you your last 30 seconds. Leo's eyes flashed with obliqueness as he raised a Gauss rifle to his temple, laughing out mournfully, "Goodbye, my beloved homeland." Chapter 1095, Yu Zhong Acts. Coen, the Alliance. Emperor Ba Long saw the Gauss rifle at Leo's temple, and his eyes flashed with a cruel excitement. As long as Leo was down and he absorbed the God and Devil imprint as well as the God-Devil nucleus, he would be able to evolve once more, becoming stronger, even possibly reaching the Type 9 realm. Right at this time, there was a lazy drawl. "Leo, if you kill yourself, what would happen to America from now on?" Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and the humans were filled with hope and renewed spirits. When Leo saw who had arrived, his face was also filled with joy as he immediately lowered the Gauss rifle in his hand. "Yu Zhong. It's you. I knew you'd come." The experts of the Superhuman Alliance looked at Yu Zhong standing in mid-air, many of them filled with relief, while some were filled with slight fear and envy. The Americans had always been proud of themselves and considered America to be the strongest. Right now on Earth, the two publicly recognized experts were Leo and Yu Zhong, and in their hearts they had always felt Leo to be stronger. However, the truth was right in front of them. Emperor Ba Long swept Yu Zhong a gaze and laughed coldly as he released his Type 8 pressure towards him. "Yu Zhong? You're that Chinese leader who has the God and Devil imprint, that Yu Zhong? Very good, I was intending to find you after killing Leo. Since you're here you can kill yourself too. Otherwise I will lead my forces and wipe out everyone in China. Just with you pieces of trash? This time I'm here to clean you all up." Yu Zhong swept him as well as the other two Dino Emperors a look and laughed coldly. He then shot forward, producing 3 shadow clones that threw out a punch each at the different emperors respectively. Damn it. Seeing Yu Zhong actually taking the initiative to attack them first, the 3 Dino Emperors were caught off guard and roared out in rage. They were peak experts and had terrifying strength, and yet Yu Zhong actually took them on 1 against 3, it was practically a humiliation. The 3 Dino Emperors joined hands and their punches at the same time towards the shadow clones. Following a loud roar, a terrifying shockwave blasted outwards in all directions, raising a storm as stones and debris flew everywhere. The human experts of the Type 4 stage and below were all blasted backward, spitting out blood as their inner organs were shaken badly. Their eyes revealed shock. Even the Type 5 experts had disrupted blood flow as their faces turned pale. After that, the impossible scene revealed itself, as Emperor He Long and Emperor Qing Long were both sent flying backward, while even Emperor Ba Long took a few steps back. Impossible. How is he that strong? Those 3 monsters are actually at the peak of the Type 7 realm, there's even one at the Type 8 realm. He actually took on all 3 of them, how could he beat them back? How is this possible? My eyes must be going blind. Oh H Lord, what did I see? My eyes are truly going bad. The human forces stared wide-eyed and full of shock. They were Type 4 and Type 5 existences and had felt the terrifying might of these Dino Emperors earlier. Any one of them could easily squash them to death with a single palm. And yet, in front of Yu Zhong, they had not been able to take a blow. Yu Zhong's might was simply heaven-defying. Leo stared at Yu Zhong, his expression one of shock and envy as well. Too strong. How the hell did he improve that fast? Isn't this too terrifying? I had thought that with the battles I fought, I would not lose to him, and yet, he has advanced so far ahead of me. Leo had been fighting against the Dino-Warriors with all his might, slaughter numerous experts, reaching the Type 7 realm from his Type 6 realm through arduous steps. He had originally thought that he was invincible, however, seeing how strong Yu Zhong was, no matter how broad-minded he was, he could not help but feel jealous. When Emperor Ba Long was forced back, he was also shocked. Impossible. You're just a Type 7 expert, how can you be so strong? Emperor Ba Long had slaughtered countless human experts, but it was the first time that he had come across such a person as Yu Zhong. After sending the 3 Dino Emperors back, Yu Zhong was filled with confidence, as he stepped forward and transformed into a shadow that appeared behind Emperor Qing Long, sending a powerful fist against his back. A terrifying strength burst forth, and the peak Type 7 Emperor Qing Long, who was barely a step into the Type 8 realm, was blasted apart, his body split into many pieces. With his death, a large energy entered Yu Zhong's body. However, it was far from enough for Yu Zhong to reach the Type 8 realm. He needed much more pure life force. Emperor Ba Long saw how Yu Zhong had killed Emperor Qing Long with a single fist, and his face fell, revealing some trepidation as he struggled inwardly. Damn it! Damn Oracle! I must kill him before he gets any stronger. Otherwise, our Dino race will definitely be annihilated by him. An Oracle was a revered existence across worlds. As long as they continued slaughtering, they could evolve much faster. Initially, Yu Zhong had just been an annoying ant that Emperor Ba Long could have crushed, but now he was standing on equal ground, if not with even more strength. Yu Zhong, you're indeed strong. However, I'm not just one person. You're against our entire race. Today you will die here. Emperor Ba Long glared at him before opening his jaws to let out an earth-shaking roar. At that instant, a dense horde of mutant winged dinosaurs soared over, covered with gray scales and growing powerful-looking wings that resembled western dragons. Their necks were long like Diplodocuses, and they had sharp teeth, each of them exuding a powerful pressure. These were all at the Type 5 and Type 6 realm. The leader was only about 20 m long, but its whole body was silver in color, and it had a single horn at the Type 7 realm. There were over 300,000 of them and was one of the strongest trump cards of Emperor Ba Long. Every Type 5 mutant winged dinosaur was able to rival a Type 6 human soldier. With such a force, even a Type 8 powerhouse would be injured or even killed. A Type 8 powerhouse might be able to slap a Type 5 mutant winged dinosaur to death, but with 300,000 of them pouncing, one would have to use kiting tactics. We're finished. Seeing the huge cloud of aerial beasts soaring downwards, Leo and the rest of the American forces felt despair. Every single beast was at least a Type 5, and it would take the humans time and effort to deal with them. In fact, only Leo himself could actually take on each one. However, their numbers were more than enough to swallow everything. Yu Zhong's expression remained impassive as he eyed the horde, laughing coldly, and waved his hands. You have your Type 5 mutant beasts, I have my battleships. In an instant, 8 protector battleships appeared out of the clouds. The moment they flew out, countless particle beams shot out at the horde of flying beasts. As the rain of beams blasted into the midst of the Type 5 mutant winged dinosaurs, turning them into sieves, fresh blood splattering. The 8 protector battleships had undergone upgrades with Yu Zhong's haul from the Galistar world, installing numerous A-grade and B-grade particle cannons from the Mech Empire. After equipping those cannons, the firepower of the 8 protector battleships was boosted greatly, empowering them to kill even a Type 7 powerhouse. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, many of the mutant winged dinosaurs were gunned down every passing second in showers of blood. At the same time, in front of the Dino-Warrior army, a horde of mech beasts carrying advanced weapons appeared and charged into the battle. These were the mech beasts obtained from the Mech Kingdom, every one of them powerful and possessing decent firepower. Once they joined in the fray, the battlefield was soon enveloped, numerous laser beams firing out, and large crowds of Dino-Warriors were being killed every second. Facing this sudden assault, the Dino-Warriors were thrown into chaos. However, they were not elites for nothing, as they quickly adjusted their directions facing the new enemy and began charging right at them. Chapter 1096, The Asura Clan. Coen, the Alliance. Flesh met steel, culminating in a cruel and merciless slaughter, as blood flowed and mechanical parts scattered slash. At every moment, numerous Dino-Warriors were killed. At the same time, many mech beasts were also torn apart by the Dino-Warriors. Yu Zhong did not deploy his most powerful mech beasts into the battle, but the current force was more than enough to suppress the Dino army. In the sky, the unmanned drones also charged for the mutant winged dinosaurs, both sides suffering heavy losses. However, in the air, it was the mutant winged dinosaurs that had the advantage, as their life force was strong and could withstand a few hits. Once they charged into the fleet of unmanned drones, they could easily tear the unmanned drones apart. Furthermore, most of them had flame-related innate abilities. They could shoot out black dragon flame at the drones, sending them plummeting to the ground. The mech beasts on the ground cooperated with the American troops, wresting advantage away from the Dino-Warriors. However, in the sky, the mutant winged dinosaurs had the upper hand. Those mutant winged dinosaurs are truly something. But as long as I kill you, everything can be resolved. Yu Zhong's gaze swept past the flock of mutant winged dinosaurs, his eyes flashing with appreciation, before turning back to look at Emperor Ba Long. Suddenly, he disappeared, and charged right for the back of the Emperor He Long. "You're still trying this? Break!" Emperor Ba Long roared out in rage, stepping into the sky and blocked in front of Emperor He Long. He then absorbed some atmospheric energy, sending out over 100 claw attacks at Zhong. Emperor Ba Long followed the path of the close combat evolution. His strength was exceptional. Every strike contained the principles of his comprehension towards techniques, and his executions were incredible. Even a Type 8 human expert might suffer when pitched against him. Against the claws, Zhong's eyes narrowed and both hands raised to form the level 6 Yin-Yang palm as it descended from the skies, slamming towards Emperor Ba Long viciously. Hong. Following a huge roar, the huge Yin-Yang palm destroyed all the palm shadows, slamming into Emperor Ba Long's body, breaking both his shoulders as he was knocked back hundreds of meters. He then spat out a huge amount of blood. After injuring Emperor Ba Long, Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he appeared on top of Emperor Ba Long's head in a strange manner, grabbing at him. Due to the heavy injuries and having exerted all his might earlier, he could not dodge this incoming attack. Although Zhong was only at the half-step into the Type 8 realm, with his Yin-Yang palm as well as the terrifying God-Devil body, he was able to defeat opponents of the Type 8 realm. "You want to kill me? Damn you Zhong, you forced me to this. I will go all out with you. With my body as a sacrifice, gateway to the other world, open." Emperor Ba Long stared vengefully at Zhong, before a savage glint flashed past. He bellowed in rage and his body split apart, turning into a blood fog that entered a blood-red pearl. After absorbing the blood essence of Emperor Ba Long, the pearl started to expand, causing a huge rift in space, revealing a blood-like world behind the distortions. There was a thick, nauseating scent of blood that could be detected strongly from the world beyond. "This is another world. I can smell the life of this world. I want to wipe out everything. Kill, kill, kill. Fight, fight, fight." A spine-chilling and powerful aura then burst out from the blood-like world. In an instant, a 2 m tall man with red hair stepped out, wielding an axe, and he was half naked. He wore a necklace of skulls, while his visage was ferocious. The moment he appeared, he brought his axe swinging down in a flash towards Zhong. The speed of the axe was extremely quick, and even Zhong could not dodge it completely. With a thought, an energy shield quickly formed in front of him, as the axe came slamming into it, obliterating it entirely. It continued to swing towards Zhong without a decrease in speed at all. At the moment the shield was broken, Zhong did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and slammed viciously into the man. Hong. Following a terrifying sound of collision, the red-haired man was sent flying back as his body broke apart in a shower of blood. However, when the man was killed in an instant, Zhong suddenly felt an intense sense of danger deep in his bones. He activated his shadow steps and twisted his body. At the same time, another shield condensed from atmospheric energy appeared in front of him. It was at that moment that a blood-covered spear with incredible killing intent shot out from the blood-like world, thrusting towards Zhong. The spear brought with it a powerful might, easily disintegrating Zhong's shield, while continuing to pierce towards him. Zhong dodged it at the first moment he could. However, 2 other battle spears appeared suddenly, aiming for his heart and head respectively. Facing that dangerous assault, Zhong's gaze turned cold as he summoned energy in his hands, and executed his dragon-catching claws, grabbing out at the 2 spears with his dragon-shaped force. The blood-covered battle spears twisted and burst forth with combat intent, directly smashing the claw of Zhong, continuing their trajectory. At that critical moment, Zhong willed it and his god-devil domain burst forth, enveloping the entire region. When the 2 battle spears were wrapped in the domain, they continued to emit the bloodthirsty intent. Under that pressure, the manifestations within the devil domain began bursting apart and reforming. The spears then struck the edges of the domain, causing a powerful collision, and the entire domain trembled on the verge of breaking apart. However, they were ultimately still constrained by the god-devil domain. As Zhong suppressed the 2 battle spears, another red-haired character stepped out from the blood-filled world. In just a few breaths, over 80 similar figures walked out from the world. There were males and females, every one of them with red hair. The men were topless, their expressions savage. The females had some alluring gold linen that covered their chests just barely, accentuating their hot figures. However, there was no denying that they were all emitting powerful killing intent. The 80 human-shaped figures were all emitting pressure of the peak Type 7 realm, as they each wielded weapons including blades, spears, swords, hatchets, axes, bows, and all sorts of things. Even the women were bloodthirsty. There were 3 leaders who stood at the forefront, exuding an overbearing pressure of the Type 8 realm, and their strength was even higher than Emperor Balong. When the 80 people leaped out from the blood-filled world, the tear in space began to mend. One other being from the other side tried to leap through, but halfway through, he was crushed by the closing tear and turned into minced meat. One of the leaders, who carried 3 spears and an axe, glanced at the God-Devil domain, his eyes filled with an excitement and savagery. He licked his lips as he spoke. God-Devil domain? You're an oracle? What luck, to be able to hunt an oracle the moment we got out from that prison. It seems that we are fortunate as well. The oracle is only at the Type 7 realm. We can join forces to kill him and take in the God and Devil imprint and the God-Devil nucleus. Asura Yi Sun, what do you think? Another of the leaders, who had a 2m long broadsword, his figure muscular and bulky, looked at Zhong with the same desire. No. Asura Lehao, Asura Zao, this prey is mine. You guys had better scram clear, otherwise I will chop off your heads to use as my toilet bowl. The last person was an absolute beauty who wielded a battle spear. She wore golden clothes, covering her private parts, while the rest of her fair skin was revealed. Her expression was icy cold, yet when she spoke her words were filled with a violent aura. Asura Lehao, Asura Yi Sun, the 2 of you should get lost. This oracle is my prey. If you want to be stubborn, I will pierce you guys and feed the dogs. These red-haired human-like beings were all from the Asura planet, the Asura clan. In this clan, everyone was a combat genius, battling from the moment they were born. They fought against monsters even among themselves. After they reached maturity, each one of them would be at least a Type 6 powerhouse. There were no shortages of Type 7, Type 8, and even Type 9 powerhouses back on their planet. The Asura clan would not lose out to the Mech Empire, and they themselves had also conquered and controlled other planets and universes. The men of Asura were ugly, while the women were exceptionally beautiful. At the same time, regardless of gender, they were all cruel and bloodthirsty characters who loved a good fight, and idolized the strong. Only a stronger expert could make them submit, otherwise they would not listen to anybody else. Chapter 1097, Miracle. Coen, the Alliance. Other than the 3 Type 8 experts of the Asura clan, the remaining Type 7 Asura clan members exchanged looks as they quickly dispersed and shot towards the Dino-Warriors below. They were all filled with killing intent and loved to battle. The moment their bloodlust was ignited, they could even forget about their own family members. They would kill without discrimination. Yet, these Type 7 Asura clan powerhouses knew they were not a match for the Type 8 leaders, hence they were not willing to stay a moment longer with them. Haha, die, die, die. As they charged into the battlefield, one particular Asura warrior laughed out savagely, rushing towards the numerous Dino-Warriors. He wielded a powerful batleaxe, and as he swung, the batleaxe instantly sliced a dozen Dino-Warriors into 2, as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Dino-Warriors themselves were also filled with savage bloodlust, as they charged at the incoming Asura warrior. Right on. Break for me. The Asura warrior laughed out cruelly, not intending to dodge at all, as his batleaxe slashed out in multiple beams at the Dino-Warriors. In a flash, a dozen Dino-Warriors were sliced up like meat, blood splattering everywhere. In the shower of blood, the Asura warrior roared out in excitement, like a devil, ha 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 ha. On the other side, within the American bunkers, laser beams continued to shoot out, piercing through some of the unlucky Dino-Warriors. At that instant, one Asura warrior descended upon them, landing in front of one bunker. He wielded his battle spear as he laughed out viciously, and grabbed out at the bunker, sending a force slamming into the bunker that pulverized it, killing the numerous human soldiers within it instantly. The Asura warriors began to slaughter any life form they came across like demons, to the point where they were so overcome by bloodlust that they would even kill among themselves. On the ground, the battlefield had already become like a huge slaughterhouse, as numerous beings were being killed by the Asura warriors, as blood, organs and body parts were strewn all over the ground, looking just like hell. Zhong watched and sucked in a breath of cold air. What demons! No wonder they were sealed in that world. If these Asura warriors were to stay on Earth for the next decade, there would be nothing left on Earth. In mid-air, the three Type 8 Asura warriors were still bickering over who was going to hunt Zhong. Really, that's enough. We shall all attack together, whoever kills him gets to keep him. Asura Leihao roared out in fury, and his innate Asura combat chi burst forth, his eyes turning bloodshot. An incredible pressure began pouring out from him, and his muscles became taut and colored by a reddish scale-like energy. God-cleaving slash. With an enraged roar, Asura Leihao seemed to tear apart space as he suddenly appeared in front of Zhong, his axe swinging down with an overbearing might, covered in the same reddish hue. The Asura clan was a race that focused on slaughter, having undergone years and years of killing, and comprehended their own slaughter techniques. This god-cleaving slash was one of the secret techniques of Asura Leihao, and it was powerful, capable of splitting gods and devils, not losing out to Zhong's yin-yang palm at all. When the strike descended, Zhong felt as though the atmospheric energy around him was sucked dry, and he could not absorb any to form a shield. He could only rely on his flesh body to resist that shocking strike. What a strong freak. Zhong's eyes narrowed and he pulled out the C3 grade shield plate, which immediately opened up to form a powerful C3 grade shield that protected in front of him. Dang. Following an earth-shaking blast, Asura Leihao's axe fell upon the shield, forcefully tearing it apart, even though it was capable of resisting most Type 8 realm attacks. Haha, he's mine. At the moment the C3 grade shield shattered, Asura Yisun activated his own technique, Flowing Night Slash, as he appeared noiselessly behind Zhong, thrusting out with his sword towards his body. A strike that resembled a shooting star shot through Zhong's body, tearing it apart, even causing a tear in space. This Flowing Night Slash was also an Asura technique, containing spatial principles. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would be injured by such a strike. However, Zhong's body disintegrated without a trace. You two idiots, this is the true body. Asura Zeo laughed coldly as she appeared mysteriously at a patch of space, her battle spear thrusting towards the area. As it thrust out, Zhong's figure appeared. The spear pierced his right shoulder, as a jet of blood that carried a slight gold hue shot out from his wound. When the three Asura experts joined hands, they immediately injured Zhong. Asura Zeo's spear pierced through Zhong's shoulder, and a powerful combat intent burst forth, disrupting his blood flow, causing him to spit out more blood. Fuck. Zhong was overcome with shock. Ever since he reached the peak of Type 7 realm, he had made use of all sorts of abilities that came with his god devil body to suppress even a few Type 8 powerhouses. After he recovered from the Type 9 nine-headed Dragonhawk strike, this was the first time that he had been injured. God Devil Domain. Zhong was an experienced combatant. In a flash, he activated his strongest trump card, and the powerful domain containing both angelic and demonic intent enveloped the region, covering all three Asura warriors. Once he activated it, he disappeared from sight within the Devil Domain, reappearing in the God Domain. As he stepped into it, the angelic beings and manifestations quickly brought forth their blessings and songs upon him. Amidst the blessings, his wound began to heal, and his injuries started to recover. At the same time, his combat strength was also boosted. What is that? Oh Lord, what am I seeing? Those are angels. Are the angels blessing him? Is Zhong God? Or is he God's son? Angels. Those are angels. Am I hallucinating? Oh God, all glory to you. Angels. Those angels are blessing a Chinese? What? Why is it like this? When the American troops saw how the angels and cherubs were singing songs of praise and blessing Zhong within the God Domain, they were all stunned, some in panic, some in shock, most of them envious. In the Western religions, angels were exalted beings, considered the messengers of God or servants of God, and would only sing, praise or even fight for God. It was nearly impossible for mortals to see any. After the apocalypse, since many came to know of the existence called God, they began to believe. However, they had yet to come across true angels. Now that there were so many angels and deities in the skies beside Zhong, they were all at a loss. If it were a white person who had been in Zhong's position, then the American troops were sure to believe that it was God's incarnate. However, an Asian like Zhong was currently being blessed. This caused them to be confused. Praise the Lord, thank you for coming once again to save us lost sheep. Praise the Lord for coming. Oh God, you're almighty and all-knowing. thank you for coming to save us lost sheep. However, even so, there were many who became devout believers. In this era where it seemed all was hopeless, many needed a beacon of hope and faith. That way they could live on with hope. As long as there was God, even if they died in battle, they would enter God's kingdom. Leo saw the God domain and Yu Zhong being surrounded by the angels, and clenched his fist in envy as he thought to himself, "This is the God-Devil domain in the future, I will definitely be able to comprehend such a strong domain as well." The Devil domain was enveloping the three Asura warriors, as the devilish energy wrapped around them, assaulting and invading them. The demonic and evil manifestations pounced onto them without stop. Chapter 1098, Slaughtering the Asuras. Coen, the Alliance. This is a domain. It is truly strong and he actually comprehended it at the Type 7 realm. As expected of an oracle, he has already surpassed even the talented geniuses of our clan. However, there is too much of a difference in our strengths and we can definitely overwhelm him. Battleaxe domain appear. Asura Lei Hao faced the incoming demonic energy, and he exuded a powerful combat aura, dispersing the manifestations. He then laughed coldly as the energy pouring out from him formed his trump card, the Battleaxe domain. At that instant, with him at the center, the powerful domain surged forth, smashing into Yu Zhong's Devil domain. Hong. Following a loud sound, the entire Devil domain was shaken and was on the verge of collapse. It was restrained by over hundreds of meters. The God-Devil domain that Yu Zhong comprehended was truly the strongest in the world. However, his realm was still far from Asura Lei Hao, that was why his domain was almost suppressed by the opponent. Asura Lei Hao saw that his Battleaxe domain was actually unable to tear apart Yu Zhong's domain, and was thoroughly shocked. What a terrifying domain, is an oracle truly that strong? Truthfully, if it had been any other peak Type 7 oracle with the God-Devil domain, it would be strong as well but not comparable to Yu Zhong. After all, his physique had undergone a metamorphosis, almost reaching the third-order God-Devil body. That was why his domain was so strong. The might of the domain was reliant on Yu Zhong's strength. The stronger he was, the more powerful his God-Devil domain. Asura Lei Hao was a battle freak. Even after only gaining a small foothold, he did not feel disheartened. Instead, he became even more ferocious, the bat leaks in his heart continuing to slam into Devil domain. Each time he let loose a strike within the domain, many of the demonic and devilish manifestations would crumble, and the domain itself shook. On the other side, Asura Zhao and Asura Yi Sun both activated their own battle spear domain and sword domain respectively, clashing against Yu Zhong's Devil domain. The might of the three experts when joining force was truly shocking. As Yu Zhong tried to maintain the domain, he could feel his energy being assaulted. If it was not for the angelic beings and holy manifestations continually healing and empowering him, he would not have lasted 30 seconds. Seeing the three experts slamming against his domain, Yu Zhong sucked in a deep breath, as he pulled out the heaven-piercing bow in his hand. With a thought, the numerous angelic manifestations entered the heaven-piercing bow through his hands. In an instant, a black arrow that seemed to pierce through space and time formed. As Yu Zhong continued to absorb, everything within the God domain was sucked cleanly before it dissipated. Asura Lei Hao and the other two continued to struggle out of Devil domain. Go to hell. There was a cold light in Yu Zhong's eyes as he released his hand, and the black arrow shot through space and blasted towards Asura Lei Hao. Among these three great Asura warriors, Asura Lei Hao had the strongest offensive power. However, his defense and speed were weaker in comparison. Hence, he was the logical choice to target. Asura Indestructible Body. Right when Yu Zhong released his hands, Asura Lei Hao felt his hairs stand as a sense of crisis overcame him. He snapped around and roared out a secret technique. At that moment, his combat chi surged forth, enveloping his body and forming a red layer. His body began to change when strengthened by the reddish combat chi. When he was done channeling the Asura Indestructible Body, his physique became something that even Type 8 experts would not be able to tear it apart. The technique was one of the most powerful defensive techniques on Asura. Once activated, they were even able to withstand attacks from the laser cannons of the battleships. The heaven-piercing arrow slammed into Asura Lei Hao's body. With a powerful blast, Asura Lei Hao's newly formed physique crumbled almost instantly. The terrifying arrow pierced through him, bursting his head that was even able to resist a battleship's attack, instant killing him in a split second. As Asura Leihao died, a powerful life force tunneled into Zhong, nourishing his body. At the same time, a strong sense of exhaustion overcame Zhong. The heaven-piercing bow's might was determined by his strength. He had already channeled half into it. This was how he was able to kill Asura Leihao. Damn it, Asura Leihao was killed by him. Asura Yi Sun saw Asura Leihao die and his eyes flashed with shock. However, the clan was not known to fear death. Instead, the more they battled, the fiercer they got. He roared out in rage, turning into a beam of light as he brought his sword domain towards Zhong. Asura Zeo's gaze was also filled with a chilly light, as she executed a profound movement technique, shooting towards Zhong. In her eyes, Zhong was the best prey. Facing the two incoming Asura warriors, Zhong ordered coldly, "Do it." In the skies, the Type 8 Ape Lord Titus, who had been waiting quietly with a C-grade particle cannon, immediately responded with a cold glint in his eyes as he pulled the trigger. At that instant, a terrifying particle pillar descended upon the ground, blasting the region where Asura Yi Sun and Asura Zeo were. Due to the sudden attack, the two of them were not prepared and were struck by the pillar, smashed to the ground. Before the beam even dissipated, Zhong activated the Summon Tame Beast technique, and at that moment, there was a huge spatial tear. The huge Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King then flew out from the hole, as though a mystical beast had stepped out of the legends and into this world. Chapter 1099, Leo dies in combat. Coen, the Alliance. The moment the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King appeared, its eyes flashed coldly and it channeled its innate ability, causing a storm of wind blades to rain upon the two Asura warriors. The Type 8 mutant beast was a terrifying monster. At that time, when Zhong had tried to suppress it, it had cost him a lot of energy. If it was not for the God-Devil domain, Zhong would not have been his match. Although the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile did not comprehend any domain in terms of its strength, it was still easily more than 10 times stronger than the Type 8 Asura warriors. The only weakness was that it did not know any secret arts. The surrounding atmospheric energy was absorbed by the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, and it began to amass within its body. After absorbing the energy, the aura of the Type 8 mutant beast became even more ferocious. It opened its huge jaws and manipulated the energy to blast downwards through its countless wind blades. The wind blades containing the principles of wind laws sliced downwards, not necessarily losing out to any wind-related domain of a weaker Type 8 powerhouse. After Asura Yi Sun and Asura Zeo had been blasted by the C-grade particle cannon, although they had barely managed to escape with their domain, the next volley of attacks from the wind blades caused them to be riddled with wounds as blood flowed freely. Within the battle spear domain of Asura Zeo, countless spears were striking out, defending against the oncoming wind blades. The attacks clashed and the resulting shockwaves dispersed in all directions. However, it was apparent the storm of wind blades was much more powerful, and struck the body of Asura Zeo, causing multiple lacerations. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and in her agony, her eyes flashed coldly. She leaped up in a single step, passing through the storm of wind blades, and thrust out with numerous spears that blasted apart the blades, dashing for the distance. In a few breaths, Asura Zeo tore herself from the hellish torture and disappeared. Although everyone from the Asura clan was battle-hungry and bloodthirsty, they were not stupid. Since they were heavily injured, plus they had to face the combined attacks of 3 Type 8 powerhouses, there was no chance of victory at all. Since she determined this, Asura Zeo made her decision to flee, no longer getting involved. It would only lead to death otherwise. Once she fled, there was only Asura Yi Sun left. Under the control of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, the area of attack began to shrink, forming a cage of wind blades that continued to assail the sword domain of Asura Yeshuan, tearing through and slicing him. Damn bastard. I'll go all out against you. Asura sword slash. Asura Yi Sun's body was riddled with injuries, yet his eyes continued to shine with a ferocious light. He took a deep breath, and his energy suddenly burst forth before retracting, together with the sword domain. He then seemed to be covered in a powerful sword light, charging up through the skies, aiming for the eye of the storm of wind blades. The Asura sword slash was also one of the strongest battle techniques of the Asura clan, possessing considerable might. Once cultivated to the peak, it was able to rip a tear in space, even capable of killing the legendary Type 10 powerhouses that had escaped the clutches of the entity called God. The terrifying sword light tore apart the storm wind blades, charging forth into the skies, as warrior and sword became one and sliced into the body of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King. Under the terrifying attack, there was a huge gash in the body of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, and the blood essence of the Type 8 mutant beast splattered everywhere. Even so, the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King was savage in its own right. Its body might be sliced by the beam, yet, it did not lose its combat will and swept its powerful tail towards Asura Yisun viciously. In an instant, the tail of the Type 8 Wyrm crocodile slammed into the huge beam of sword beam formed by Asura Yisun. With a loud cracking of bones, there was a huge gash in the tail of the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King. Asura Yisun was also swept a few hundred meters away by the tail. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his orifices bleeding, and with the number of cuts on his body as well as the blood flowing out, it was truly horrific. As the Asura warrior was sent flying, Zhong had already appeared behind him, clad in his stealth armor, and without a sound, he threw out a yin-yang palm viciously towards Asura Yisun's body. At that moment, a terrifying force burst forth, blasting Asura Yisun's body into many pieces as an abundant life force entered Zhong's body. Asura Yisun was killed. That human is strong. He actually killed 2 of our Asura generals. We are not his match. We have to flee. We can only flee now. Seeing Asura Yisun and Asura Lei Hao killed by Zhong, the rest of the Asura warriors turned and transformed into beams of light and fled quickly. Although the Asura warriors were all terrifying warriors, they were not united at all, to the point that they could even slaughter among themselves for a prey. Chance? Leo, who had been stealthily hiding among the Dino race, observed the fleeing Asura warriors, and his eyes filled with glee. His wings of hope unfolded and with a bright flash, his speed was pushed to the max. He then appeared behind a Type 7 Asura expert, wielding a powerful laser blade as he pierced towards him. Bastard, you dare to sneak up on me? Go to hell, Ant. Asura eyes. The Asura warrior could feel Leo's killing intent, and he whipped around suddenly, bellowing in rage. His battle chi surged forth, and his forehead split apart, revealing a powerful eye that was filled with battle and evil intent. The moment the eye opened, an Asura holy light that was capable of injuring a Type 8 powerhouse shot out at Leo. At that moment, the scarlet beam slammed into Leo's body. Shit. A violent energy surged through his sea of knowledge, causing his mind to be rattled, and his brain was on the verge of collapsing. He spat out a mouth of blood as his body halted momentarily. The Asura warrior took advantage of that pause, and directly sliced down with his bat leaks, slicing Leo into 2 as golden blood splattered everywhere. No. No. Leo. Big brother Leo. Seeing Leo being cleaved in 2 by the Asura warrior, the elites of the American forces all let out wails and screams. Their eyes were all red. Leo was one of those who had started the superhero alliance and was the strongest expert. He had led them in eradicating zombies, hunting mutant beasts, and risked his life to collect technology from the other worlds. He was the pillar and one who had contributed greatly. With his death, America lost the only capital that stood between them and the foreign species. The God Devil nucleus and imprint is mine. After killing Leo in a strike, the Asura warrior was spent. However, he caught sight of the God Devil nucleus and imprint shooting out of Leo's body, and his eyes flashed with greed. He reached out to draw the corpse towards him. As he was about to grab onto Leo's corpse, Zhong appeared behind him like a specter. His fist then slammed into the head of the Asura warrior. With a pa, the head of the Asura warrior directly burst open like a watermelon. His corpse also fell to the ground. The Asura warrior was not even a match for Zhong at all, plus since Zhong sneaked up on him, there was no way of resisting at all. After killing the Asura warrior, Zhong grabbed out as the atmospheric energy wrapped Leo's corpse and sent him into his arms. Seeing Leo's cleaved head and body, Zhong had a complicated expression in his eyes. This was the plight of all fallen oracles. The foreign species were all powerful and overbearing. If an oracle wanted to evolve faster, he or she needed to hunt existences stronger than themselves. If they were not careful, they would perish and become a corpse. Along the way, Zhong had come close to death. However, he had gritted his teeth through and survived while Edward and Leo had both died. Yu Zhong sighed lightly and he retrieved the God Devil nucleus and imprint, keeping one and absorbing the other. This was witnessed by the higher-ups of the American forces. Damn it. He took Leo's God Devil nucleus and imprint. Chapter 1100, The Dino-Warriors Retreat. Cohen, the Alliance. That's the property of America. That's America's strength, we cannot let him take it away. Seeing Yu Zhong obtain Leo's God Devil nucleus and imprint, the upper echelon of America began howling in rage. Leo had not hidden anything about what the God Devil imprint was capable of, instead he revealed everything about it. Therefore they knew that one of such imprints could potentially create another Leo or someone surpassing him. Without it, the limit for the human experts on Earth would be at most the Type 5 realm. This was also under the strengthening of the system itself. If one wanted to break through without the God Devil imprint, it would require countless natural treasures, coupled with hard cultivation. It was because of this that the imprint was so precious. The Kingdom of God had no choice but to assimilate with China because Edward had fallen, and his imprint lost. In the skies, the 8 protector battleships soared about and fired at the numerous mutant winged dinosaurs. The Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King also charged into their midst, urging the atmospheric energy around it into wind blades that sliced out at the numerous dinosaurs. Under the storm of wind blades, many of them were sliced apart and dropped out of the skies. On the battlefield, there was a rain of blood as the corpses plummeted down. The Type 7 mutant winged dinosaur was grabbed by the Type 8 Wyrm Crocodile King, which put its prey into its mouth and closed its jaws, swallowing the Type 7 mutant beast. Seeing the 1 km long Type 8 Wyrm crocodile continuing on its massacre, the Dino-Warriors below lost all will to fight, their eyes filled with terror. A Type 8 powerhouse was almost invincible, furthermore its strength seemed to be boundless. As long as it was willing to take the time, it could definitely wipe out the million of Dino-Warriors below, slaughtering them cleanly. All of a sudden, there were powerful war drums that resounded. Upon hearing those sound waves, the Dino-Warriors that had continued to fight on began to retreat in droves. Of the 3 Dino-Emperors, 2 had been killed by Yu Zhong, and the remaining Emperor He Long had quickly fled before Yu Zhong could finish him. He was already hiding within the command center of the Dino-Warriors. Seeing the Dino-Warriors and foreign species retreating hurriedly, the American forces heaved a sigh of relief. Many of the armored forces quickly charged out of their places, chasing after the fleeing invaders. At the same time, numerous unmanned drones were released from the bases, aiming for the Dino-Warriors. Prior to the apocalypse, the Americans had exceptional technology in warfare. After the apocalypse happened, they made use of the research brought back by Leo to further their improvements, quickly producing countless unmanned drones capable of destruction. Under the frenzied assault of the unmanned drones, mech beasts, human armored forces, protector battleships, and Type 8 Wyrm crocodile in the sky, the Dino-Warriors lost 100,000 of their soldiers, splitting into numerous smaller troops as they dispersed. This time the invasion of the Dino race had failed. When they retreated, the numerous mech beasts quickly surrounded the mutant winged dinosaurs, clearing up their bodies. Every one of them was a treasure, and Yu Zhong naturally would not give it up to the Americans. Yu Zhong walked through the troops, supporting Leo's corpse with his energy control. The American forces looked at him with respect and idolization, but when their gazes traveled to the corpse of Leo behind him, their eyes were filled with pain and many broke down. Leo had been widely recognized as the leader of the superhero alliance, fighting on the front lines at all times, and had killed numerous invaders while saving countless human soldiers. Every American soldier knew of Leo and his deeds. To them he was truly a hero. Leo, how could you die? No. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. Leo. Leo, my dear friend. You should not have died. Bro. The various experts of the superhero alliance crowded over, their faces streaked with tears. Leo was their big brother, their loved one, teacher, father-like figure. Now that he was dead, they were filled with anguish and sorrow. Wendy's face was full of tears as she walked over to Yu Zhong and saluted. Many thanks, Yu Zhong, for avenging him. You even brought back his body. Yu Zhong sighed. No need for thanks. It was what I should do. Yu Zhong might not be close with Leo, but they were part of the strongest experts on Earth, and as pillars of their race, there was a sense of kindred spirit among them. Leo was American, but he was broad-minded, with an exemplary character, and fought hard for America's interests. Zhong respected that a lot, and now that Leo had perished in battle, he also felt some loss. A short-haired middle-aged man came over, wearing a suit, and his looks handsome. He took a look at Leo's body and his eyes were also filled with tears as he bowed deeply to the body. The man then spoke up, "Today America lost a great hero, one who was valiant, brave, loving and most of all, humane. He had fought and sacrificed for us all. His life was filled with merits and sacrifice. His death is a great loss to America. As the President of America today I shall declare it as Leo's Remembrance Day, in order to honor and mourn our great hero. Raise the flag halfway." As he said it, the American flag nearby was also reduced to half its height. Throughout the area, the mood was somber as many American soldiers began to cry. Zhong stood quietly watching the ceremony. When it was over, the American president turned to Zhong and spoke warmly, "Mr. Zhong, it's an honor. I'm President Taff and I'm grateful for your rushing over to aid us. From today on you're an honored guest and ally forever. America welcomes you." Zhong was also courteous. "How do you do, Mr. Taff? A pleasure to meet you." Before the apocalypse, Taff had just been a small-time politician as well. He grabbed hold of the opportunity during the chaos to stay by Leo's side, building his own prestige and thus, becoming the new president. After the niceties were exchanged, Taff then directly spoke, "Zhong, the God Devil nucleus and imprint in your hands belong to America. Please return them to us. In doing so, you'll be a treasured friend of us forever. America would also pledge to be your loyal ally." Zhong immediately chuckled indifferently and declined, "I truly do possess them. However, they are my spoils of war. If you want them, you have to take out something equivalent in value." In this post-apocalyptic period, strength was the most important. When Zhong was weak, the kingdom of God sought to bully him. Now that his strength was sufficient, even the American president had to treat him with respect. He would not hand the two precious items over so easily. After absorbing them, Zhong could undergo another metamorphosis, reaching the Type 8 realm even. He would not give them up. Taft's brows furrowed as he spoke with a hint of threat, "Zhong, those belong to America. If you insist on keeping them, it would affect our relationship and even the terms of the treaty. I do not wish to see a hero who had saved America to be known as a thief who stole what belonged to others. The Americans would also not wish to see the hero in their eyes become some thug." Zhong shook his head, laughing coldly as he made to leave. "Mr. President, if my actions will affect the treaty, then so be it. Destroy the treaty. I don't really care what you think. You may think of me as a hero or a thug. I can't be bothered. Goodbye." After that, he turned around and walked out. It was America that required his help, not the other way round, thus Taft's threats did not mean anything to him. He was not one to give a hoot about other people's thinking anyway. Chapter 1101, Stepping into the Type 8 Realm. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong had come to America's aid. On one hand, it was for humanity's sake, and the other was to get America to whittle down at the strength of the invaders. If they wanted him to hand over the resources necessary for him to evolve, he would rather leave. Taft's face fell as he stood up and called out with some haste, "No, Zhong. Wait. We can talk about this." Although the Dino race had retreated, America was still in a precarious situation. Within the country there were still hordes of zombies, and beyond them, the physically stronger Dino-Warriors that were impervious to bullets and blades. Since America's protector Leo had died, even with all their combined might and resources, it was not enough to stand against the Type 7 powerhouse. If Zhong was to leave, then entire America would likely be torn to pieces by the Dino race. Taft's voice became low and urgent, "I have an important intelligence. It is related to the world being in a cage and other secrets. Zhong, don't you want to know about the god that has toyed with us?" Hearing those words, Zhong came to a halt and turned to look at Taft, his eyes flashing with a glint. "You truly know about those secrets?" It was the world's biggest secret, about how to escape from this cage-like place, and be in control of one's destiny. One had to be more informed about the world. Taft laughed confidently and motioned for Zhong, "Please sit." Zhong sat back down and looked at Taft, awaiting his next words. Taft sat opposite and collected his thoughts before speaking. "As a matter of fact, it is not I that know about the secrets. However, I've received information from Leo all this time about clues. I think that they are important to you, so I'm willing to exchange these for the God Devil nucleus and imprint." Zhong frowned when he heard that. Not enough unless you can give me the adequate treasures, otherwise, you don't have to think about getting them. He was currently invincible on Earth, but with the passing of time the limitations on the gates of hell would cease, and if he had to go against more Type 8 monsters with his present strength, he would likely perish. Against a Type 9 powerhouse there was no doubt of death. Although he had the gold-grade Radiant Battleship in his possession, the consumption of power was too great. He did not know how many of the nuclei in his possession was required to power that heaven-defying treasure. In the negotiations, Zhong suddenly thought of a few treasures that he had forgotten. Oh right, I could not power the Radiant Battleship because I lacked a Type 9 nucleus. I have gained one from the Mech Kingdom, plus the Comet Cannon has one, that means I have two to power it. The Radiant Battleship should be able to power up with those. Zhong had already gotten the gold-grade Radiant Battleship a long time ago, but his strength had been lacking all this while. Not long ago he had just obtained the Type 9 nucleus from the Mech Kingdom, that was why he had the assurance right now. Taft frowned as he settled in his chair before speaking up once more, adding on 30 intercontinental ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads, in exchange for the imprint. Nuclear weapons were the final trump cards of America. They had utilized some to attack the Dino-Warriors and over 1 million had died, but if they were to face those at China, it would be a catastrophe for China. Zhong declined without hesitation. No, I already have too many weapons that far surpass the nuclear weapons. If you have nothing else I'll bid goodbye. Zhong had already obtained so many equipment and weapons from the Mech Kingdom previously, there was no danger of radiation even. The Mech Kingdom had numerous missile interceptors. It was easy for Zhong to take out the nuclear warheads capable of threatening China. Taft's expression is turning uglier, as he did not know what else he had to move Zhong's mind. The information he had on hand was truly vague at best. Zhong saw Taft in a dilemma and he stood up. I'll take my leave. Taft looked up in shock and called out urgently again. No, please wait, we can negotiate. Zhong, don't abandon us. There are so many lives at stake. I won't insist on the nucleus and imprint, but I implore you please wait. Taft had two little trump cards, and America could not do without Zhong's help. Once he left they were exposed. The corners of Zhong's lips twitched, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. He turned back around and sat down silently. Right now his trump cards exceeded what America had, that was why Taft had to plead. Taft massaged his temple and fell silent for a while before he spoke out resolutely. I can tell you the clues, but I hope that you can promise to be our protector, safeguarding both America and China. Since there was no way of retrieving the nucleus and imprint from Zhong, he chose another way to ensure America's survival. Zhong chuckled and gave him a lifeline that was hard to resist. Why not we do it this way? I'll hand you 3 Type 7 sentient mechs, 36 Type 6 combat mechs, 3 Type 7 combat mech armors in exchange for the information you have. Hearing that condition, Taft's face fell and he gritted his teeth. Deal, however, on one condition. That is, you will bring 5 of our Americans along with you when you head over to the location. Zhong did not drag things along and he agreed. Fine. Taft then spoke out with a solemn expression. At the deepest part of the Bermuda Triangle lays the clue to the secrets about the world and the entity called God. Zhong was surprised. The Bermuda Triangle? To think it was that place. He had obtained what he wanted from Taft, and both sides had come to an agreement, meeting 3 days after to head to the Bermuda Triangle together. Zhong chose to stay in America temporarily, residing in a luxurious presidential suite. Inside the room, he took out the God Devil nucleus and imprint obtained from Leo and placed them against his own imprint. At that moment, a sacred light shone and absorbed the items into Zhong's body. The moment they were absorbed, they transformed into a golden energy that was holy, as they coursed through Zhong's mind. The God Devil nucleus in Zhong's sea of knowledge expanded once more, and more profound runes appeared on it, containing the vast trails of stars. The abundant and pure life force he had accumulated was also absorbed into the nucleus, transforming into a golden holy energy, passing through his blood. Under the empowerment of the golden energy, his blood began to transform once more, becoming even more sacred. Once the last drop of blood had totally turned gold, it began to rumble within his body, and the atmospheric energy around him began to swirl into his body. The suction of the energy became violent, and the skies over the hotel changed. The energy started to swirl down in the shape of a massive whirlpool, entering Zhong. What is that? What's going on? That's the location of Yu Zhong's hotel. Is he the cause of the commotion? Seeing the intense tornado, all the elites of the American forces wore expressions of shock, as they quickly made their way towards the commotion. Ever since Leo's death, the new team captain of the superhero alliance fell to the half-step Type 6 powerhouse Lehman. As they braved the stormy wings, Lehman arrived with his team, stopping about 100 meters away from the hotel. They could not proceed further as they were enveloped by a terrifying pressure. What a strong force. It actually stopped me from moving further. If the person wanted to kill me, I cannot even resist. Too terrifying. Lehman's face fell as waves of shock rocked his heart. However, he maintained his calm and spoke, "Elisa, use your power to observe the center of the storm." Chapter 1102, Entering the Radiant Battleship Once More. Cohen, the Alliance. One blonde girl with a voluptuous body and dressed in a tight black leather suit opened up her eyes wide. In an instant, there was a green beam that shot out of her eyes, piercing through the storm of energy, allowing her to see clearly. It was precisely sitting at the eye of the storm, exuding that terrifying pressure as he absorbed the energy around him. Beside her, another girl of about 90% resemblance to her, but her long hair tied in a ponytail, grabbed Elisa's hands, while her eyes were closed and she channeled her own ability. In the air, the light rays distorted as whatever Elisa saw was projected out. As expected, it was him. Seeing Yu Zhong absorbing the atmospheric energy at such an intensity, the experts of the Superhero Alliance could not help but take in a breath of cold air. Lehman watched with bitterness and envy. Seems like he had just evolved once more. He was already nigh invincible to begin with. Now that he evolved again, who else on Earth can be his opponent? Elisa was filled with curiosity as she thought, strong, so that's Yu Zhong? Truly formidable, no doubt the publicly acknowledged #1 expert. The experts of the Superhero Alliance were constantly dying in battle, and their ranks replenished by other new experts. Elisa and her sister Eliza were both newbies to the team. The energy storm continued for another 20 seconds, before Yu Zhong swallowed them all and opened his eyes. At that moment, it seemed that his gaze was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through the void. After he opened his eyes, he twisted his head to gaze at Elisa. With that gaze, the half-step Type 4 Elisa, who was making use of the nanotech to display a Type 4 strength, felt a sharp stab in her eyes. She quickly closed them shut and felt a slight compression in her chest. She then crumpled to the ground, her expression pale, her entire head filled with thoughts of Yu Zhong's sharp gaze. How is that possible? It was just a gaze and he was able to cause us sisters such harm. Furthermore, that was under the lack of ill intent. If he had meant to, we would have been dead. Eliza, who was holding Elisa's hands, suffered the same repercussions as she fell to the ground, pale and full of shock. She had sensed the terrifying might of Yu Zhong through Elisa's vision. Right now, Yu Zhong was one more step closer to being a god with all sorts of abilities. A single gaze from him could kill numerous Type 4 powerhouses, a testimony to his new strength. Lehman spoke out, "Mr. Yu Zhong, we're from the Superhero Alliance." There was no offense meant. We just wanted to investigate the cause of the commotion. Yu Zhong closed his eyes and replied mildly, "Got it? You guys may go." "Let's go." Lehman shot a deep glance at Yu Zhong before he led his team away. Type 8. I'm finally a Type 8 powerhouse. I have the third order God Devil body, and even if I don't use the domains, I can match the Type 8 Asura-Warriors. Yu Zhong could sense the upgrades to himself, and he was filled with an indescribable urge to howl towards the skies, giving vent to the excitement he felt. Now, I should be able to communicate with the Radiant Battleship. With a thought, he sent his will into the imprint on his right hand. Inside the God Devil imprint, there was a navigator with the coordinates of the Radiant Battleship. He could sense the presence of it beyond the void. As his will swept the navigator, the Radiant Battleship responded, and directly sucked him into the confines of the ship. Once he stepped inside, he swept the battleship a look, and his pupils narrowed. His attention was fixed on the various runes engraved along the walls of the Radiant Battleship. Ah! There are laws and principles within these carvings. The interior of the Radiant Battleship was glowing, extremely beautiful, and there was not a single patch where it was not radiating with profound runes. When Zhong entered the Radiant Battleship for the first time, he had been a Type 4 Divine Warrior, and had no way of understanding or comprehending all of these. Now that he was a Type 8 powerhouse, with a third-order God-Devil body, his innate potential had far surpassed the human limits. In terms of comprehension ability and cultivation, within this world controlled by God, he was on par with those 1 in 1,000 years genii. Zhong stared hard at the runes, his face slack as he continued to absorb the information. Soon an entire day passed. His right hand then heated up as Bai Yi's reminder resounded, "Master, you have spent an entire day. There are 2 more days till the appointed meeting time with the Americans." Zhong stirred, however, his eyes were still filled with passion towards the walls of the Radiant Battleship. This battleship is truly a gold-grade treasure. There are so many profound runes hiding the secrets of the universe and the truth of the worlds. These are the true precious treasures. It's a pity I'm lacking time. Otherwise, if I were to stay here for 100 years, I could directly comprehend spatial laws and reach the Type 9 realm. He recollected himself and went towards the command center of the Radiant Battleship. At the cockpit, there was a golden chair as well as a golden crystal ball floating in mid-air in front of it. It was the master control of the Radiant Battleship. Once he sat on it, he would be able to receive information from the battleship itself, directly controlling every single corner of the battleship. However, it was not just anyone who could sit on it. If a person of the Type 4 realm and below tried to sit on it, he would be overwhelmed and might even explode. A Type 5 powerhouse could forcefully sit, while a Type 6 powerhouse could barely control it, but unable to receive the notifications from the Radiant Battleship. A Type 7 powerhouse would be able to control most of the information coming in. Chapter 1103, Embracing Qin Yao. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong eyed the golden seat with a heated expression and sat on it. At that moment, it glowed brightly and countless nuggets of information flooded his brain, and his entire body seemed to have become one with the powerful and almighty Radiant Battleship, capable of transcending space and visiting over 800 worlds. The gateway to the other worlds also appeared in front of his vision while connected to the Radiant Battleship. As long as he had sufficient power, he could easily take the leap and head to another world. With a thought, he pulled out both Type 9 nuclei and inserted them into the golden crystal ball. At that moment, the crystal radiated brightly, and the entire Radiant Battleship also lit up, as the different types of machinery and gears began to kickstart. A single Type 9 nucleus could allow the controller to transcend worlds, but it's not enough to activate its defenses or offenses. It would take about 5 Type 9 nuclei in order for it to be battle-ready. Inputting 9 Type 9 nuclei, a single cannon would be enough to blast most Type 9 powerhouses to death. At the same time, it feels like this Radiant Battleship could house an unlimited number of Type 9 nuclei. The more the number of Type 9 nuclei, the more terrifying its capabilities. In theory, if there were an unlimited amount of Type 9 nuclei, one could even use it to kill God. Zhong sat on the seat and felt the changes in the battleship, thus arriving at the conclusion. The Radiant Battleship was strong in both offense and defense and possessed the ability to leap through space and traverse worlds. It could fly around in an unbridled manner, and it was precisely so due to the huge energy consumption required. Zhong only had 2 of the Type 9 nuclei and had no way of fully exhibiting the strength of the Radiant Battleship. He eyed one particular targeted space void and his eyes flashed with combat intent. That world has a Type 9 expert. It was that guy who had leaped through space and wanted to steal the Radiant Battleship away. Now that I have comprehended the strength of this Radiant Battleship, against any Type 9 powerhouse that lacks a gold-grade treasure, I can still escape. Once I'm back from the Bermuda Triangle, I will definitely go to that world to check it out if I have the chance. A world that could produce a Type 9 powerhouse, it must be strong as well. Opportunities would be rampant there. Currently, after Zhong entered the Type 8 realm and reached the 3rd order of his God-Devil body, his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Adding on to the might of the Radiant Battleship, even if he could not kill a Type 9, it was more than enough to escape one. For now, let me try the strength of this battleship. With a thought, the radar system of the Radiant Battleship swept out, and immediately scanned the entire Earth at one go. In that instant, he could sense every single location of Earth. As long as he willed it, he could leap through the void and appear anywhere on Earth. Time to go back and rest. I can also bring Floxinia along. With her help, the information should be more accurate. After reaching the 3rd order God-Devil body, Yu Zhong's combat strength had soared through the roof and possessed numerous profound abilities. He could even manipulate the atmospheric energy. However, in terms of knowing his subordinates' hearts, he did not have the mind-reading ability that Floxinia had. As he willed it in the capital back in China, inside the luxurious villa he was staying, a huge spatial tear appeared. He then walked out of it. Inside the villa, there were many beauties, and they were considered the prizes of war that Yu Zhong had obtained from other skirmishes. They were all his maidservants. Seeing Yu Zhong tear through space and directly walking out in front of them, all of them were taken aback before quickly lining up to greet him. "Sir." Yu Zhong waved his hands and went towards his bedroom. One particular voluptuous and beautiful maidservant spoke with a great sense of curiosity. "Didn't Sir go to America? How did he appear here? What ability is that? It's too overpowered. You guys will not be able to comprehend the true extent of his strength." When he left, the maidservants began to chit-chat. Although they had no abilities, they were still able to tell that something was out of the ordinary. They knew one thing for sure, that was Yu Zhong had become even more unfathomable. The ladies following Yu Zhong could come in contact with many more things, thus they were clear that while China has already established some form of government and reinstated order, with laws in place and businesses booming, there were definitely still many problems hiding underneath the perfect surface. The whole of China was too big and faced the threat of mutant beasts, aliens, zombies, the Sea Clan and many more. Under such dire circumstances, a powerhouse was definitely welcomed and looked up to. As for the strongest on Earth, Yu Zhong, it was natural that they were attracted to him. Inside the villa, Yu Zhong's mouth suddenly curled up. "Ah? Seems like there's a surprise." He took a leap, disappearing from his location and reappearing about 10 m away. A teleportation over a short distance like this was nothing much to him. In a few breaths, he had arrived at his bedroom, and he could hear the sounds of water splashing and female laughter within the bathroom. "Ladies, I'm coming." When Yu Zhong heard those familiar voices, his heart started to race as he reached out to pull the doors. When he opened the door, he was stunned. In front of him, Qinyao was naked, using a shower head to rinse that alluring body of hers. Inside the huge pool there was Jiqing W, Zhang Jing Qiao, Zhang Jing Wei, the little loli with huge boobs Guiyu, the lovable girl next door Lu Wen, as well as the genius loli Yao Yao. The current beauties inside the pool were the first batch of ladies that had followed Yu Zhong throughout, and their relationship was the strongest, thus forming a small group. As the number of women around Yu Zhong grew, there was an even clearer separation between the cliques based on areas or worlds they came from. "Ah." Qinyao saw Yu Zhong barging in and let out a shriek as her body flushed red, her hands trying to cover her important parts. She was embarrassed as she lowered her head. Ji Qingwu, who was flaunting her perfect beauty without meaning to, sighed in her heart. "Seems like little Yao has fallen for him too." Ji Qingwu knew her friend well. If Qinyao really hated Yu Zhong, she would have slapped him across the face or rush out of the pool. She would not be acting like this, shy yet enticing. Seeing Yu Zhong and Qinyao standing there dumbstruck, Zhang Jing Qiao came out of the pool, bouncing over to Qinyao and reached out to grab her. She then shot Yu Zhong a coquettish look and stuck out her tongue to lick Qinyao's neck, like a little vixen. "Master, let me tell you, Sister Qinyao really likes you. Now is a perfect time, push her down and make her your woman. Hee, I shall cheer y'all on." Qinyao was feeling extremely embarrassed and anxious as she struggled and squealed. "That's not true. I don't. Release me, Jing Qiao. Release me, otherwise I'll get angry." Most of the women beside Yu Zhong had obtained decent resources to help them evolve to reach the Type 3 realm. However, while most of them were at that realm or even at Type 4, their combat experience was only equivalent to a Type 2 expert. Although Zhang Jing Qiao had strength when compared with Qinyao, they were on different levels. If Qinyao wished so, she could easily escape from the clutches. Yet, while she looked like she was struggling, there was no strength involved. Yu Zhong understood, and he eyed the alluring and charming Qinyao, his eyes flashing with a passionate gaze. Those years ago, Qinyao and Ji Qingwu were the publicly recognized school belles and were the goddesses of many men. Yu Zhong had been an ordinary guy working to make ends meet, and they were just on different social levels. Yet now Qinyao was in his grasp. Without any hesitation, Yu Zhong walked over, embracing her as he ignored her struggles and lifted her towards the bed nearby. After her futile attempts, her eyes shone brightly, with a hint of expectation at the same time fear as she asked timidly, "Yu Zhong, do you like me?" Although she had fallen for him long ago and was willing to give herself over to him, right before the deed, she was still afraid. Yu Zhong smiled gently and lowered his head to kiss her on the lips. "Of course I like you. Don't worry, leave it to me." Chapter 1104, The Sea Clan's Invasion. Coen, the Alliance. The entire room was filled with a feeling of spring. Throughout the night, Yu Zhong had truly and thoroughly tasted Qin Yao. She had evolved to a Type 4 Divine Warrior level, and her physique was much stronger. Although she just lost her chastity, she did her best to match Yu Zhong, allowing him to have a pleasurable time. The rebellious girls Zhang Jingqiao and Lu Wen stood by the side, cheering him on. They were bold and unfazed, allowing Yu Zhong to truly enjoy himself. Since he battled often and took risks almost all the time, he was often away from home. When he had the chance to get intimate, he would do so, and both sides would cherish the time they had. Early the next morning, before dawn broke, the beautiful Lu Mayer came into the room, speaking urgently. "Master, things are not good. The Sea Clan started invading Shanghai this morning, and has already conquered the city center." However, as she barged in, she saw Qin Yao, Lu Wen laying in Yu Zhong embrace, while the Zhang sisters were grabbing each of his arms. The scene could cause anyone to be flushed. Lu Mayer's face was also flushed red when she saw the scene, as her heart skipped a beat. When Yu Zhong heard Lu Mayer's voice, he immediately opened his eyes and carefully extracted himself from the beautiful bodies around him. He then kissed them all before turning around to leave. When Yu Zhong left, Qin Yao also opened her eyes, her smile blossoming. Yu Zhong quickly arrived at the command center and asked Qi Yang, "What's going on?" "Qi Yang?" When Yu Zhong was not around, the command usually fell to Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu. Qi Yang's face was serious as he pointed to a display. "Look." On the screen, numerous mutant beasts were pouring out from the sea, making their way toward Shanghai. Within the horde of sea mutant beasts, there were mutant lobsters the size of houses, and other mutant beasts that were over 1 kilometer in length, their shells red and covered in spikes. There was even a mutant sea snake of over 1 kilometer long, as well as a mutant dragon turtle that had a long neck yet possessing countless sharp teeth. Many different species were all charging towards the city center of Shanghai, clashing with the evolved zombies occupying the city. All this time, the sea mutant beasts had been evolving continuously as well. There were currently many Type 5 and Type 6 ones, and behind them was a strange species that had 3 heads, each looking like lobsters, yet possessing horns on each head. Their bodies were like ichthyosaurs, and their limbs were ferociously looking. Each of these beasts was over 3 kilometers long, covered in strange scales. On top of these beasts, there were groups of mermaids and mermen, each of them with human upper torsos and fish lower bodies. Their looks were also incredibly enchanting. Other than these, there were also Sea Clan experts who wore grim expressions as they charged toward shore as well. The Sea Clan powerhouses mixed in with the mutant beasts, slaughtering the zombies, and both sides began to incur rising death toll. The zombies in the capital were in the millions, seemingly endless. However, the number of Sea Clan members were even more, and their combat strength was much higher than the zombies. Thus, when the huge horde of them came clashing with the zombies, they got the upper hand. Under the lead of the mutant beasts, the Sea Clan army quickly got down to the mad slaughter of the zombies, and soon half of the city had fallen to the hands of the Sea Clan. Yu Zhong saw this and his eyes narrowed. Shanghai had been on their list to conquer next. There was a 2,000-strong unit led by Xiao Xing that had already set off towards Shanghai. This unit under Xiao Xing were elites, making use of the advanced technology Yu Zhong brought back from the Mech Kingdom to arm themselves. They were even capable of blasting a Type 6 mutant beast to death. Among them, there was also a sentient Type 7 mech, holding the formation. However, if this unit were to come across the Sea Clan, they would definitely be annihilated. Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "What's the location of Xiao Xing and his team?" Qi Yang had a solemn expression, raising his hand to point to one particular red dot. "They've reached this location and are already engaging some of the zombies on the fringe. About 30 kilometers to their right, there's some form of shelter, and about 5,000 survivors are holed up in there." Yu Zhong took a good look and his face fell. That position will be overrun by the Sea Clan in another dozen hours based on their speed. Qi Yang looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "That's right, so, should we get them to retreat or stay there and cover the retreat of the survivors?" 4. By Xiao Xing to lead a team of 2,000 and cover the retreat of 5,000 survivors, it would be extremely hard. If he was careless, the entire troop could be wiped out. Be it the zombies or the Sea Clan, they would kill humans mercilessly. Of course, for the sake of habitation, they would also slaughter among themselves. If Bai Xiaoxing and his team abandoned the survivors with their equipment, they were sure to escape with their lives. However, the 5,000 survivors would be the sacrifice. I'll go over. Yu Zhong thought for a moment and waved his hand, revealing a spatial tear, and he stepped into it. Qi Yang stared at his back, his face breaking out into a smile of relief without any envy. He became stronger. Near Shanghai, soldiers wielding enhanced armor and laser guns were currently taking cover behind some simple fortifications, firing at the zombies surging towards them. A number of zombies had just reached the area when their heads were all blown off by a laser beam, and their corpses crumpled to the ground. These soldiers were the elites of China. With their marksmanship and training at the tip-top condition, they could easily take out enemies within a 200 m range. Chapter 1105, Chaos. Coen, the Alliance. On top of a tall building about 500 m away from the battlefield, a dozen militants were laying prone, looking out into the distance. One of them, who had tan skin, his face looking weathered, saw the elite Central Army and was filled with shock. He could not help but curse, "Damn, those fellows have really good equips." Another young man, who had dyed blonde hair and wore tattered clothes, leaving his torso bare, had a look of fear. Yeah, the L3s could defend against the heavy machine guns and grenades, yet these soldiers can tear them apart so easily with their weapons. What the hell is up with those weapons? These militants had relied on their equipment obtained from border troops from prior to the apocalypse and thought that they were capable of conquering the whole of China. However, upon seeing the weapons of the Central Army, their weapons felt like useless bats, and all of them were like bumpkins. One ugly and angry-looking man turned towards a middle-aged man beside him, who was muscular and handsome, wearing a suit with an overbearing look, and said, "Boss Wei, if they could take out those zombies and come into our base, we would fall under their control. At that time, our lives and deaths will be at their mercy." Hearing those words, many of the militants fell silent and looked towards Boss Wei. These militants were his subordinates, following him as ran amok within the 5,000-strong base. They did as they pleased and harmed many women. If their crimes were brought to light, they would definitely not be let off. There was a savage glint in Boss Wei's eyes. "What do we do? Liang Ban, if our deeds were made known, dying 10 times would not even be enough. Since we're already forced to a corner, the only way is for us to sneak off when they're focused on the other survivors." As these militants thought to the people they have tortured and killed, and the bones collected within a warehouse, their hearts turned cold. They were resolute in following their Boss Wei, quickly returning to the base. There were many structures in Shanghai. The terrain was complicated and hard for a whole army to move. However, a dozen experts could still move quickly. The change in the world was coming to its 3rd year, and the powerhouses that had been fighting the evolved zombies and mutant beasts constantly had all evolved to the Type 2 or Type 3 Divine Warrior realm. Many of these militants were at the Type 3 realm, and their Boss Wei was a Type 4 Divine Warrior. He was strong and thus could control his subordinates. When their group reached the base, they quickly chased all the 5,000 survivors out. Under the urging of the 200 militants, the 5,000 survivors were rushed out, carrying their belongings, some food, looking extremely emaciated. One bespectacled guy who looked bookish kneeled on the ground as he pleaded bitterly, "Please don't chase us away. Let us stay here. There are so many zombies out there, we will definitely die. I'm begging you, please let us stay." Right now, all around the city center of Shanghai, there were many evolved zombies. Following the passage of time, even the most ordinary zombie had a speed that was not slower than a human. If they were to be surrounded by the zombies, there would not be many left alive. As time flowed, the rate of evolution was becoming faster. Humans could handle ordinary zombies in the early onset of the apocalypse, taking them out with a wooden bat, even handle more if they were brave enough. However, now, most ordinary survivors would lose in a one-on-one fight. Only the special forces, martial artists, and usage of weapons could deal with a zombie. The sense of smell and hearing was acute for the zombies. With the scent of these 5,000 living people, they would be attracted over. Once the zombie horde caught the scent of these humans, they would come in droves and hunt them down. Forcing these 5,000 barehanded survivors out in the open was a stupid move. It would only attract the zombies over. However, Boss Wei and the rest had already treated these survivors like livestock. Even if they were gobbled up by the zombies, they would not even blink. To them, they would be happier if that happened. That way, their crimes would not be discovered, and they could even pledge their submission to the new China without fear. Please? Let us go back. Please? Let us live. Numerous survivors began to kneel, pleading miserably. With their current situation, as long as they continued forward, they would be consumed by the surrounding zombies. One of the militants wielding an assault rifle had a savage look. He raised the gun and swept a volley at the kneeling survivors. Shut the fuck up. Since you don't want to live any longer, I'll send you on your way. Under the rain of bullets, blood flew, and many of the kneeling survivors were punched full of holes, lying in a pool of blood. The militant then barked out and threatened menacingly, "Who else does not want to move? Say it out, I can keep you here forever." When the survivors witnessed the merciless execution, their eyes were all filled with fear, not daring to say anything else. They could only sob, aggrieved, as they were herded forward. When the 5,000 survivors were being ushered out of the bomb shelter, their scent was immediately picked up by the huge horde. In a split second, a part of the horde broke away and rushed towards the direction of the survivors. Bai Xiaosheng, who saw this, cursed out loud with fury, "Fuck! Which bastard called for such a stupid and idiotic move? They actually got all the survivors out. Are they seeking death? Damn bastard." The strength of the evolved zombies was too much, and Bai Xiaosheng had too little manpower focused on engaging the zombies. These soldiers were the reinforcements that Bai Xiaosheng was in charge of, meant to cover the main force for retreat. If they were to slaughter their way through the zombies in order to save those people, they could potentially fall. After all, the zombies surrounding Bai Xiaosheng and his team were around 1.3 million. The fact that his team could hold them off was because of their combat strength, experience, and equipment. They had also established some structures and fortifications to protect themselves from the assault of the zombies. He struggled internally. What do I do? Should I deploy the Type 7 sentient mech over? But based on this, even if the Type 7 mech went, it would not be able to save those survivors. Instead, if this trump card is utilized, should there be any unforeseen circumstances, we might not be able to make it back to the capital. The Type 7 sentient mech was incredibly powerful, and there was not a single evolved zombie that was a match for it in a one-on-one fight. However, it lacked the ability to kill hordes at once. It did not have the abilities of Zhong piloting the Scarlet Reaper, wiping out dozens of thousands in a single move. Help! Save me! Ah! There were already S6s that had evolved in the zombies, reaching twice the speed of sound. 3 of them instantly charged through the human midst and slashed out, tearing many of them apart. Although there were only 3 of them, the survivors immediately fell into a panic and mustered their remaining strength to quickly flee as far as they could. In that instant, the 5,000 survivors were thrown into a panic, running around like headless flies. In the ensuing chaos, many of them were shoved to the ground and trampled on by the people behind. Boss Wei looked at the scene of chaos and laughed out maniacally, ordering his subordinate, "Ha! Let's go." He sat in a military jeep that was modified, while the rest of his subordinates also sat in their own jeeps with their families and possessions, fleeing in the opposite direction. The chaotic scene was what Boss Wei wanted to see. With the survivors as meat shields, they could quickly escape. One of them was running towards the jeep when suddenly, a female survivor in tattered clothing fell in front of him. Chapter 1106, Suppressing the Chaos. Cohen, the Alliance. The armed militant cursed out loud, "Damn it! Scram the hell away. Otherwise, your father I will execute you." The woman, who had disheveled hair and tattered clothes, began to kowtow profusely as she stammered while retreating, "Yes. Yes. I'll scram now, I'll scram now." Wait a minute. The militant caught sight of her figure, and his heart skipped a beat. He shot forward and grabbed her hair, revealing a beautiful face underneath that hair. Although her expression was contorted from the pain, one could tell she was an extremely beautiful lady. The militant had a savage look just then as he laughed out maniacally, and pulled the beauty towards his hip. "Ha! Not bad. I'm lucky to actually chance upon such a high-quality babe. I can let boss and the rest have some fun. Follow me, otherwise I'll kill you." On the other side, a 16 or 17-year-old girl rushed out, grabbing the militant's hand as she screamed out, Let go of my mum. Let go of my mum. The militant laughed out savagely, grabbing this girl as well, dragging both mother and daughter towards the jeep. Ha, my luck is good. I caught the old one as well as the young one. No matter how much the two women struggled, they were weak and undernourished. There was no way they could get out of the grip of the Type 2 Divine Warrior. There was a tear in the space all of a sudden, and Zhong stepped out, seeing the two women struggling. He frowned and pointed out with his finger, sending a bullet of energy slamming into the body of the militant. The unfortunate fellow spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back a few steps and crumpled to the ground. Another militant's expression turned dark as he roared out, "Open fire! Kill that man!" Immediately, a number of militants charged out from their jeeps, aiming their weapons at Zhong and firing wildly. Zhong frowned, and with a thought, he summoned an energy shield in front of him, causing the bullets to deflect off it. Monster! Flee! Seeing the bullets bouncing off thin air, the militants all revealed fearful expressions, turning around and fleeing towards the distance. Wanna flee? Go to hell. Zhong shot them a disdainful look, and his fingers extended once more, causing the bullets hanging in mid-air to shoot towards the militants. In an instant, the militants all had their heads exploded in a shower of blood, as they crumpled to the floor. Seeing how Zhong managed to take out the militants in a mere second, the mother-daughter pair brightened up, their gazes filled with reverence. What a mess. What's going on? His perception then swept outward, and he could sense the ongoing situation within a 10-li radius. He could clearly feel the huge group of survivors fleeing in panic, stepping over themselves, while 3S6S were killing the fleeing humans, causing even more fear and chaos. Die. Zhong grabbed out at the air, and 3 claws made up of atmospheric energy caught the 3S6S. He then clenched his fist, and the 3S6S were crushed instantly, as they turned into a pile of bloody meat that fell to the ground. Stay right there. Zhong eyed the chaos, the 5,000 survivors running around in panic, and he frowned. He then let out a roar of rage, his terrifying Type 8 pressure blasting outwards, directly stopping the fleeing people in their tracks. Zhong's voice was imbued with his will, and it struck the ears of those humans. Hearing that shout, the survivors immediately stopped where they are, their heads felt like splitting. From a sky view, with just that one bark, all the 5,000 survivors stopped completely, as though they were soldiers that had undergone the toughest of training. Boss Wei sat in the jeep and was also affected by the roar. His body was almost rendered immobile. By the time he regained his sense, his face was pale. What a terrifying strength. Is this the might of the peak expert of New China? He's too overpowered. How could humans reach such a stage? If we were caught by him, only death awaits us. Zhong's appearance caused Boss Wei and his men to be frightened. They quickly urged their jeeps further away. Currently there were about a few kilometers between them and Zhong, thus they were hoping to escape out of this. Zhong swept the militant group a cold look as he sneered, "Still thinking of running? Truly stubborn, get out for me." With a thought, a huge and powerful atmospheric energy shot towards them, directly sweeping up all 60-odd jeeps and brought them in front of him. So strong. Seeing such a miraculous scene, the faces of the survivors below were filled with shock. Zhong swept the militants a cold look as he barked out, "Get out." Although he was still unclear about what had happened, he knew one thing for sure: these militants who had abandoned the survivors and tried to flee for themselves were not good people. Hearing that order, many of them turned pale, choosing to exit their vehicles orderly. In the jeeps, other than the militants, there were a number of women, each of them beautiful and alluring. However, their eyes were filled with fear and despair, and they did not say a word. Zhong swept them a gaze. Who is the leader here? All of them fell silent, but their gazes fell upon Boss Wei. Left with no choice, he quickly walked out of the group, his face wearing a fawning smile. "This big brother here, my name is Wei Xing. Please pardon me for not recognizing you. How do I address you?" The killing intent within Zhong surged out. "I'm Zhong. Was it you who ordered the survivors to be pushed out of the underground city?" Wei Xing waved his head hastily as he tried to explain. "No. It wasn't me. There was a small radical faction that had appeared in our troops, and they took it upon themselves to push the survivors out. I had not known of it at that time, and by the time I did, it was too late. I can't do anything to the zombies. Under such circumstances I could only choose to flee. I admit that it was not the best way of handling things, and I'm willing to apologize to everyone." In a few breaths, Wei Xing had shifted all blame to the imaginary faction he created. He suddenly had a flash of insight and started to put on a look of reverence, expressing his loyalty. "Oh yes. Yu Zhong. You are leader Yu Zhong, the new leader of China, right? That's great, I can finally see you in person. It truly is an honor. I'm willing to lead my 200 subordinates to join your cause, and submit to your orders. Please take us in." When Yu Zhong heard this, he fell into silent contemplation. If what Wei Xing said was true, he truly was not responsible. Furthermore, if his troops were to join his army and undergo training, it would be an added boost. Seeing how Wei Xing had changed his tale and chose to become Yu Zhong's subordinates, the survivors who wanted to say something kept silent. Wei Xing had vicious methods and they were not willing to risk their lives. At this time the young lady who Yu Zhong had saved broke out from her mother's grasp, and came up to Yu Zhong. "Leader Yu Zhong. You cannot keep him. He's a bad man. He has killed many. Many of our past survivors had been executed under his orders. He and his subordinates they had all killed. These are all we have left because of them. They're all evil." Wei Xing broke out in cold sweat. "No, Leader Yu Zhong, don't believe her. That's just her word against mine. We had not killed, you must believe us." Yu Zhong was not interested, however, as he fixed his gaze upon the girl and asked, "Are you a natural gifted person? What's your ability?" His might was nearing that of a god, and he could sense a strange power within this girl in front of him. It was something rare, unlike those he had seen before. Chapter 1107. Killing Human Scum. Coen, the Alliance. As the world changed, the entire Earth began to change. Many talented and gifted humans managed to awaken their abilities even without the system. These were the natural ability users and evolvers. Many of their abilities were rare, even Yu Zhong had hoped for one. For example, while Floxinia's mind-reading ability might not be as useful in battle, it was something Yu Zhong wanted sorely. If he could possess such an ability, he could easily figure out who was lying to him, and not be paranoid leaving assignments to them. When the young woman was looked at by Yu Zhong, she felt a tremor in her heart and lowered her gaze. "I'm called Gao He, I'm an ability user. It's called treasure hunting skill. I can always sense some strange force beckoning to me. However, since I've not seen a treasure before, I don't know if my ability is real or fake." Gao He might be an ability user, but she was more of an auxiliary type. If she relied on her direction and strength to wade through the difficult areas, she would likely die. She had kept her powers under wraps for so long, only after meeting Yu Zhong did she reveal her powers. Wei Xing heard the words of Gao He, and was filled with an endless rage. Treasure hunting skill. Damn it. This damn bitch actually keeping it from me. If I had known about this long ago, I would have been even stronger than Yu Zhong. Damn it. Damn it. Bitch. Okay. Yu Zhong eyed Gao He with appreciation, and never thought that there would be such a surprise from his random saving. To most people, such a skill was worth nuts because in most places where treasure could be found, there usually were powerful mutant beasts guarding. Even if they did discover it, they had no way of retrieving it. However, Yu Zhong was different. With his Type 8 strength, other than a few Type 9 powerhouses that could kill him, it was easy for him to take the items. Yu Zhong laughed out in satisfaction and looked around at the survivors. "Very good, let me ask you all. Is what Gao He say the truth? The crimes of Wei Xing and his men, did those things happen?" When Wei Xing and his men heard this line of questioning, their faces fell. However, before they could make any response, a powerful energy came pressing down on them, forcing them to the ground as they gasped for breath, not able to move. One emaciated man with a balding head, his entire body emitting a powerful stench, and his chin covered in a stubble, came out unsteadily before kneeling in front of Yu Zhong. He then cried out, "Sir, Wei Xing and his men are all scums. My son, my precious son. He was taken away by them and tortured to death. Sir, you must help seek redress." Yu Zhong nodded and eyed the rest. "I got it. If what you said is true, I will seek justice for you. Is there anyone else?" "Sir. My niece was taken away by them and tortured to death as well. These bunch of scum. My niece was only 11. Sir, please, please. Kill them. Kill these bastards." Seeing that Yu Zhong had agreed to settle their grievances, The survivors could not hold back their emotions and pent-up anguish as they came forward, pointing and revealing all the misdeeds of the militants. As Wei Xing and his men heard it, their expressions turned pale. They had indeed gone on in their sick methods for far too long. Numerous men and women had died as a result. In the past, the survivors dared not say anything due to their power, but now with Yu Zhong's backing, they were venting out every single thing they can remember. Hearing the accusations of the survivors, Yu Zhong frowned and barked out, "Enough!" His voice was like the rumbling of thunder, as the survivors were all stunned momentarily and ceased their chatter. "Now, as per your accusations, I judge Wei Xing and his men guilty as charged. The penalty is execution, and it will be delivered at once." With that, he slapped out, and a huge atmospheric energy gathered, transforming into a huge hand that slammed downwards at all of Wei Xing and his men, turning them into meat paste in one slap. In a breath, 200 men had been flattened by Yu Zhong. Seeing such a horrific scene, the survivors were all filled with fear towards Yu Zhong. Killing 200 people with a single slap. Such a move was basically out of the knowledge of ordinary humans. It was practically equivalent to God. All of a sudden, there was a scream from a man as he ran and sobbed, "Help me! The zombies are coming! The zombies are coming!" At that moment, a few S5s were already gaining on the men, about barely 10 m away. Seeing the savage and vicious S5s, many survivors felt despair, and their bodies turned around to flee. Die. Yu Zhong shot the S5s a look and pointed at them as a powerful bullet of energy shot through space, and slammed into the group of them, turning them into meat paste. After that, Yu Zhong waved his hands and 200 humanoid combat mechs appeared. "All of you listen up, these robots will guide you to a safe place. If you want to live, follow them." Yu Zhong swept them one final look and did not care further, as he wrapped up Gao He and her mother while charging towards the zombies. From the robots, a melodious and sweet female voice sounded, "Please come with us, we will bring you to a safe place." Having witnessed Yu Zhong's various means, the survivors exchanged looks, before following the robots towards the designated space. Among the survivors, many of the female survivors looked at Gao He and her mother, their eyes filled with envy. They knew that the safest place was being beside the godlike Yu Zhong. Gao He followed beside Yu Zhong as she squirmed about, her eyes filled with wonder. "I'm flying. I'm actually flying. This is amazing." In her eyes, Yu Zhong was not a bad guy since he had killed the 200 militants. She was not afraid of him at all, and experiencing flight only made her more excited. On the flip side, Gao He's mum was extremely guarded and viewed Yu Zhong with wariness and fear. In a few breaths, Yu Zhong was already above the huge horde. When the zombies below caught the scent of Yu Zhong, the various H2S, H3S and H4S began to step out and open their mouths to fire out at him. In a breath, a large number of fireballs blasted towards him. Faced with such an assault, even a thunder fighter would be blasted into smithereens. Gao He looked at this and turned pale as she screamed out in fear, "Ah! Get lost!" Yu Zhong eyed the incoming fireballs and his eyes flashed with a chilly glint. He slapped out as a huge palm made out of energy condensed, and slammed downwards as though Buddha himself had just sent out a palm. When the fireballs came in contact with that hand, they were extinguished immediately. After that, the hand slammed into the ground, directly wiping out 10,000 zombies just like that. Gao He turned to stare at Yu Zhong in shock as her mouth hanged agape, her gaze filled with reverence and adoration. "Strong. This man is so powerful. Could he be a deity or a godsend?" Among the 10,000 zombies, there were even L2S, L3S and L4S. Gao He had seen her fair share of those. The militants had trouble dealing with those types. Yet they were so easily vanquished by Yu Zhong, hence, his power was apparent. After slapping the 10,000 zombies to death, Yu Zhong waved his hands and numerous mech beasts appeared. Under Bai Yi's control, they formed a mechanical tidal wave that crashed towards the zombie horde. Yu Zhong had obtained a large number of resources from the Mech Empire City, and they were the best means to deal with these low-level zombies. Yu Zhong had no interest in wasting time with these zombies. At his current stage, even if he were to wipe out 100 million zombies, the life force absorbed would not be enough to raise a single tier. It would be a waste of time. After holding down the fort, he then stepped through the air and in a few moments he appeared beside Bai Xiaosheng. Chapter 1108, Subduing the Zombie King. Coen, the Alliance. Upon seeing Yu Zhong, Bai Shaoxing immediately saluted him, Leader. Leader. The rest of the military officers behind also stood up to salute, eyeing him with an excited look of reverence. Yu Zhong had built the entire state up from nothing and was the #1 expert on Earth. He was also the protector of China, thus, there was nobody in China that did not know of him. Many of the military officers had been in half doubt of his strength, thinking that there were areas that were definitely exaggerated. However, today they've seen for themselves that he was easily 100 times stronger than what the rumors said. They had seen how he took out over 10,000 zombies in a single slap. With such a strength, he was already on par with the gods and devils of the myths and legends. With a thought, Gao He's mother was sent to Bai Shaoxing, "Go get your men to cover the survivors as they retreat. The Xi clan has already invaded Shanghai. This place is no longer safe. Bring her to the headquarters as well." Gao He's strength was incredibly precious to him, and he needed to protect her mother. Only like this would Gao He be willing to work hard for him. Bai Shaoxing had a complicated gaze as he replied, "Yes." After that, he took a step into the air and soared towards the deeper parts of Shanghai. Bai Shaoxing watched him go, his eyes flashing with hints of jealousy, envy, and regret. When they had first met, their strengths were on a similar level. Furthermore, as Bai Shaoxing was a natural evolver, he was even more talented than Yu Zhong. However, in just 2 years the distance between them had been pulled apart. Yu Zhong could easily flatten him in a single slap. As one of his closest aide and friend, watching Yu Zhong grow step by step, there was a hint of a loss and confusion in his mind. He took a deep breath, his eyes turning resolute, and he ordered, "Retreat immediately." With that, the armed elites quickly pulled out of the front lines. The Type 7 sentient mech that had been kept was finally deployed for the fight back home. It quickly charged through the zombie horde, slaughtering the zombies like it was nothing, even the hunters, devourers, and the L6s. Such evolved zombies would have posed a problem for most human elites, but against the Type 7 sentient mech they were culled like pigs. In mid-air, Yu Zhong watched Bai Shaoxing command his troops and he nodded with satisfaction. Good. His commanding ability has improved by leaps and bounds. Although Yu Zhong was invincible on Earth, there were many things that needed his subordinates. Otherwise, he alone would be pushed beyond exhaustion. Bai Shaoxing had been his trusted aide for so long and was one of those he had groomed for a long while. Now, it's time to handle Shanghai. Yu Zhong retracted his gaze and with a thought, he sent his perception to cover the entirety of Shanghai. Everything within the city was soon in his sight, and he could sense every single zombie, their weaknesses, the direction they were moving towards, and even the savage visages. Everything appeared to him clearly. Found it. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed and he stepped through the air, bringing Gao He with him as he shot towards the city. Yu Zhong could make use of the Radiant Battleship to appear anywhere on Earth. However, there was a process to it. He had to first step through the void back into the Radiant Battleship, and then make use of its ability to transcend space before appearing back out of the void. However, since he was not familiar with Gao He yet, he did not want to reveal his biggest secret to her. The Radiant Battleship was something he had hidden for so long. It was a gold-grade treasure. If any other Type 9 powerhouse were to know that he had such a precious treasure, they would go crazy and go to all means to kill him. Not long after, Yu Zhong appeared on top of a building which looked lavish and beautiful. He then sent a fist into the glass, causing it to shatter into the building itself. At the peak of the building, there were 3 men in suits holding glasses of human blood, sitting casually on a sofa. Beside them, there were 8 beautiful human girls in their teens. Opposite them, there was a lady whose skin was as white as milk, her long black hair lush and glowing, and she held up a glass of blood as well. In front of her, there were 3 handsome young men as well. At the moment the glass shattered from the roof, all 4 intelligent evolved zombies quickly jumped up, their bodies taut, staring fixedly at Yu Zhong, maintaining their guard. The leader was a burly man with short hair and he spoke up, "Who are you?" Yu Zhong floated down like a heavenly being, eyeing them with a condescending gaze as he ordered coldly, "Are you the zombie king of Shanghai? I'm Yu Zhong, here to subjugate all of you today. Kneel and swear loyalty to me. I can spare you. Otherwise, all of you will become my puppets." To think those years ago, Yu Zhong had been just an ant-like existence in front of these zombies. However, he could now view them with disdain. Even if they were already at the Type 6 realm, he had nothing to fear. The Zombie King was a savage and cruel existence. The moment he heard the haughty tone from Zhong, he exploded with anger. Preposterous. Human, you're the most arrogant human I have met yet. Everybody attack him together. Once we capture him, I will let him have a taste of an unending world of pain. I will suck his blood and turn him into my slave. In the midst of his shouting, his body began to split apart as countless black threads shot out from him, forming into 8 blades. One blade-like tail also shot out from his back. His mouth then tore open, revealing sharp teeth. In an instant, this handsome zombie king of Shanghai had turned into a morbid creature that looked like a killing machine. The other 2 also began to transform, one turning into a giant of about 3 m in height, his muscles powerful and taut, while the other transformed into a strange creature with an octopus head, 10 long and slender tentacles and 4 main thick limbs. The beauty in black leather transformed into a female ape with powerful limbs and muscles, as well as breasts the size of basketballs. The moment they completed their transformations, which took barely a second, they had all charged towards Zhong. The Zombie King leaped up to the ceiling, rushing towards Zhong. The tentacle monster shot out its tentacles, routing past the other 2 charging zombies, intending to pierce towards Zhong from his blind spots. Although the 4 of them looked hideous, their combat abilities were truly heightened. If they were successful in their attacks, even an initial Type 7 expert might fall. Too weak. Kneel. Zhong swept a gaze and his eyes flashed with a cold glint as he slapped out mercilessly. Immediately, a huge palm made out of energy slammed towards all 4 of them. Pah! At that moment, all 4 zombies were pressed to the ground by the energy-formed palm, unable to move. Zhong then pointed at them as 4 bullets of energy shot into their heads, knocking them out. He then followed up with 4 puppet runes that soared into their consciousness. The next moment, they woke up and returned to their human forms, kneeling and declaring, Zhuozhan Wang Lu Yiping Chen Ru Weiha, greets master. Gao He saw how easily Zhong had suppressed them, and her idolization towards him deepened yet again. Such powerful methods. This man is truly formidable. Zhong ordered, go gather all your forces, attack the Sea Clan, and do not let them get into Shanghai, understand? All 4 of them nodded, yes, master. The strength of the Sea Clan was too mighty. If Zhong wanted to stop them from embarking on land, he had to spend some time here. However, he was reluctant to. That was why he chose to control the zombies and get them to mobilize their troops. The moment all 4 evolved intelligent zombies gave the command, the entire zombie horde within Shanghai charged out at the Sea Clan. Although the Sea Clan was much stronger, they were impeded and their rate of advance slowed down considerably. Chapter 1109, Three-Headed Wyrm Beast. Coen, the Alliance. After subduing the Zombie King in Shanghai, Zhong then asked Gao He, are you able to discern the location those things that are beckoning to you? She closed her eyes and concentrated a while, before pointing to one direction where the Sea Clan was invading. Over there, I can faintly sense something calling out to me. Zhong swept the direction a look and felt his heart shake slightly. That direction, don't tell me it's the Sea Clan? With a thought, he brought Gao He with him as he shot towards the direction she pointed. Along the way, Zhong saw clearly the state of Shanghai, which had turned into a huge battlefield, covered with ice picks, thunderbolts, wind blades, poison blobs, and all sorts of innate abilities being thrown everywhere. The entire city was being leveled, turning into a wasteland. Under the orders of the Zombie King, the countless zombies were clashing against the mutant beast. At every second there were many zombies being consumed or annihilated, but it was also the same case for the mutant beast. The 4 intelligent evolved zombies were incredibly smart. The moment they joined the battle, they quickly deployed their elite evolved zombies to wipe out the lower-level mutant beasts. As for those above the Type 5 realm, they would let the ordinary zombies be sent as cannon fodder, saving their elite forces. Under their lead, many Type 4 mutant beasts were wiped out by their units and turned into bones. The flesh and blood of the high-level mutant beasts were powerful nourishment and evolution requirements for the zombies. Thus, after the low-level zombies consumed the meat of the Type 4 mutant beasts, they quickly evolved and became stronger. After consuming a number of Type 4 mutant beasts, the elite troops that the 4 intelligent commanders had grown larger. Zhong watched for a while before moving on towards the direction of the main Sea Clan force. As he got closer, on top of the 3-headed Wyrm that was like an island, was a beautiful Sea Clan mermaid queen. She stood atop a wave, a ruby-colored crown worn on her head, while her private parts were covered strategically by seashells. Her looks were absolutely stunning. She raised her head to stare at Zhong coldly. She then spoke out coldly, "Enemy attack. From the skies. Prepare to counterattack." Hearing the order, the numerous mermaid experts and their guards quickly rose their weapons as they eyed Zhong, their killing intent billowing. The peak type 7 three-headed Wyrm also raised its heads, all 6 eyes shining viciously, locking onto Zhong. The mature mermaid queen eyed Zhong and screeched out, "Attack!" Under her orders, all her subordinates began to display their strongest trump cards, throwing their attacks into the skies. One weird monster opened its huge jaws and fired out a thunderbolt towards the skies. Another whalehead Sea Clan warrior threw the hammer he was wielding at Zhong. One of the warriors, which had a swordfish head and a body full of spikes, started to fire the spikes on his back into the skies. All sorts of attacks were thrown and cast at Zhong, forming a myriad of colors through the skies, completely sealing any possible route of escape. Disperse. Zhong just swept them all a cold look and slapped out downwards, causing a huge source of energy to condense and blast out at the parties below. The countless attacks of the Sea Clan were immediately destroyed, while the huge energy hand continued to press downwards, instantly turning 10,000 soldiers and their mutant beasts into a paste. Seeing that, the Mermaid Queen's countenance ugly, strong. She was strong and had reached the peak of the Type 6 realm. However, in front of Zhong she could easily be slapped to death. She was filled with dread towards Zhong. When Gao He saw the Mermaid Queen, her eyes brightened and she quickly pointed, "It's on her. There's some treasure on her. I can sense it calling out to me. Come over." In mid-air, Zhong executed his dragon-catching claws, and a powerful force congealed, grabbing towards the Mermaid Queen in a tyrannical manner. There were easily over 1,000,000 troops of the Sea Clan that had ascended onto land, and even in the face of such numbers, Zhong passed through easily and grabbed their leader. It was overbearing and domineering. The further one got in the evolution journey, the stronger. When Zhong had been at the Type 7 realm, he was still wary and cautious, not daring to go against 1,000,000 enemies. However, since he reached the Type 8 realm, his control and strength of the atmospheric energy had gotten more than 10 times stronger. It was enough to let him kill his way through an army as he pleased, and wipe out the leader of another species. When a biological life form reached the Type 8 realm, there would be a heaven-shaking change. A single Type 8 could wipe out an entire race. Of course, if it truly came to that, it was unlikely that the entire race would be eradicated, as there would be some that slipped past. Against that attack by Zhong, the Mermaid Queen's face fell, as she opened her lips and shot out a blue light towards the sky. The other mermaids beside her also quickly spat out dragon-shaped energy as well. The numerous blue lights congealed together and formed into a blue pillar that slammed against Zhong's attack. With a loud bang, the blue pillar was dissolved as the numerous mermaids spat out blood, crumpling to the ground, but they were successful in blocking Zhong's dragon-shaped force. Zhong watched in shock. "Ah? Interesting." In front of Zhong and his third-order god-devil body, these ordinary mermaids were like ants. To think that these 10,000 of ants could actually withstand a hit from him, their innate abilities were truly amazing. Whereas Zhong, who had walked to his current position through countless arduous steps, no longer had to be afraid that he might lose his life in a moment of carelessness. The Mermaid Queen eyed Zhong, her face pale. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a huge blue pearl from her bosom. "No, he's too strong. Seems like I need to use the Sea Emperor Sapphire." The Sea Emperor Sapphire was one of the secret legacy treasures of the Sea Clan. On Earth, the surface area of water was much larger than that of land, and there were countless hidden secrets of the seas. After the world changed, the Sea Clan emerged, and in these few years of development, they had quickly expanded through the various hidden corners of the waters, pulling out countless treasures. This Sea Emperor Sapphire was one of such treasures, possessing a terrible might. The Mermaid Queen bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood on it, causing it to radiate in a blinding light, which then caused her and the sapphire to merge into the three-headed Wyrm. After they merged, the aura of the mutant three-headed Wyrm shot up insanely, breaking past the Type 7 realm, reaching the Type 8 realm. At the same time, a pair of powerful wings formed and unfolded in a swish. There was a final tremble on its forehead, as the top half of the Mermaid Queen emerged. Yu Zhong stared at the monstrous entity that was formed, his eyes narrowing, a Type 8 mutant beast, and its aura is even stronger than that of the Wyrm Crocodile King. Is this the power of a sea clan's treasure? Truly something good. Even if the Type 7 beast was of the Wyrm race, Yu Zhong was not too worried, as his current strength was enough to deal with one. However, a Type 8 beast was different. If he was not careful, he could perish. Once the Type 8 mutant beast formed, one of the Wyrm heads opened its mouth, and fired out numerous thunderbolts at Yu Zhong. The lightning forked out over a kilometer, dancing wildly in the sky, as though the lightning god himself had descended. If a Type 8 beast was struck by this, it would be injured or even killed. Break for me. Yu Zhong frowned and finally got serious as he bellowed out and fired out his level 6 yin-yang palm. Chapter 11:10, Boundless Rain of Blood. Coen, the Alliance. At that moment when Yu Zhong sent out his yin-yang palms, the atmospheric energy around was twisted and gathered around him. On his left, it was yin while his right held the yang. One black, one white, forming a powerful palm that seemed capable of suppressing all 800 worlds as it slammed into the thunderbolt. With a loud bang, the huge pillar of lightning that was able to kill a Type 8 powerhouse was disintegrated. Yu Zhong's yin-yang palm was also dissipated, and no party got the upper hand in this exchange. This beast is something, eh? Yu Zhong swept it a look, his eyes cold as he channeled his shadow steps, and immediately, numerous afterimages appeared as he shot towards the Type 8 three-headed Wyrm beast. Another of its head opened its huge jaws and fired out icy shards and a snowstorm at the incoming Yu Zhong. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of ice breaking rang out, as a huge ice beam that was easily over 2 kilometers wide appeared, enveloping all the shadows of Yu Zhong. At that moment, it seemed as though he was trapped and frozen within the ice beam. Seeing that, all the mermaids below and the Sea Clan warriors erupted in cheers. Kill him. Kill that human. Kill him, don't leave him alive. Yu Zhong was like a terrifying demon in the eyes of these Sea Clan soldiers, invincible and undefeatable. Even the most resolute of soldiers had felt fear and were shaken. Now that their mermaid queen had sealed him, they were naturally excited. Hong. At the moment as they were whooping with delight, Yu Zhong sent out a fist, and the entire ice pillar was instantly destroyed, breaking into countless shards. Even the ordinary Gao he was protected by a ball of atmospheric energy, sticking closely to Yu Zhong's back, with not a single scratch on her. After reaching the third-order god-devil body, Yu Zhong's blood had already transformed into a golden color, and he was half-god, impervious to weapons and unaffected by the elements. Even the innate ability of a Type 8 three-headed Wyrm beast was not enough to seal him completely. Having punched his way out, Yu Zhong shot out and reached the Type 8 three-headed Wyrm beast, sending a powerful fist towards its head. There was a deafening boom as the beast sunk into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and essence. When Gao He saw this, she could not help herself as she cheered, "Good beating!" Yu Zhong split into many images, sending a flurry of fists onto the heads of the beast, rumbling like thunder. In a matter of seconds he had already punched out over 100 times, with his terrifying strength, causing the entire body of the Type 8 mutant beast to tremble violently. When he reached the 600th hit, the mermaid queen was forcibly separated from the mutant beast, her lower body covered in the blood of the beast. When the mermaid queen was sent flying, Yu Zhong continued to smash the heads of the Wyrm beast, his devastating strength exploding out. It caused the heads of the beast to be beaten out of shape, as flesh and blood splattered everywhere until finally, a huge life force was absorbed into his body. How is this possible? The mighty three-headed Wyrm beast is dead? Is he still human? How could there be such a terrifying character? Even the protector beast of our Sea Clan is dead. When the Sea Clan warriors saw how Yu Zhong pummeled their protector to death, they were all stunned and fell into fear and despair. The three-headed Wyrm beast was one of the most powerful trump cards of the Sea Clan. As long as it willed it, an entire tsunami capable of swallowing a continent could be raised. It moved about unhindered in the seas, and yet such an existence was killed by Yu Zhong. When he was done, Yu Zhong grabbed out at the air and caused the mermaid queen to be dragged once more in front of him. He saw the tightly clenched sapphire in her hands, and with a wave of his own, he grabbed it, Is this the treasure of the mermaid clan? When he held that Sea Emperor sapphire, he felt a soothing gush of energy course through his body, nourishing him. He took a careful look and noticed some engravings and runes on it. He just glanced at them and could already sense a powerful law of water within. Other than that, there was some other strange power contained within the runes. He committed them to memory. It seems that other than the laws and principles of water, there's something to do with merging with a mutant beast. With his evolution stage, his comprehension and intellect were much more powerful. Such a profound item would have been obscure to him at the Type 6 realm. At the Type 7 realm, he would be able to understand slightly. By the time he was in the Type 8 realm, he could easily understand the meaning behind the mysteries. He then looked at it once more, understanding the usage more clearly. Other than the runes, there's a pure energy amassed within, which I can absorb. Energy came in many forms. Life force was the energy within a biological life form and was the best nourishment for evolution. Atmospheric energy was present, and most cultivators absorbed that, refining it to become their own. Other than that, there were items that condensed pure energy and collected them. To cultivators, such items were also rare and precious. No. Under the anguished cry of the mermaid queen, Zhong crushed the sapphire, and a huge, pure energy source streamed into his body. The pure energy entered his body and constantly strengthened him. The sapphire had been containing a huge amount of energy, and it was enough to push him to the peak of the initial Type 8 realm. Currently, his strength was truly terrifying. Just that increase alone was a huge boost already. Her Majesty is captured by that human. Everyone attack. Kill that man. The Sea Clan warriors began to surge forward bravely, even though they had been intimidated by Zhong. For their queen, they regained their senses and fought to charge forwards. Die. Zhong swept them a cold look and sent out a casual palm, condensed of the atmospheric energy, which pressed down and crushed an entire area of them. The deaths did not faze the rest, however, as more continued to surge towards Zhong. Zhong frowned and ordered the mermaid queen, "Get your people to surrender, otherwise I'll kill all of them." The mermaid queen stared hatefully at Zhong, speaking in clear Chinese, "Even if all of them died, we will return to the sea's embrace. Every child of the sea god will not fear death. Human. Our numbers are more than you can ever imagine this time. It's only a small troop that accompanied me. Your human race would be the one to be wiped out in the end. Our sea clan will be the true ruler of this world." With their intellect, they were much stronger than humans as well, thus they could easily pick up languages. The mermaid queen was already well versed in 4 languages at the onset of the apocalypse. Good. Since you're not willing to submit, you can all go to hell. His gaze turned frosty and he pointed to the skies as a blood radiance shot up, forming an insidious cloud. When it took shape, the atmospheric energy began to gush into it, and suddenly an evil, dark and blood-filled stench filled the air, as blood red fell upon the ground. As the blood rain came in contact with a huge mutant lobster, it immediately began to corrode its back, entering its body and sucking it dry, before congealing into a small thumb size and flowed back to the blood cloud. Just like this, countless mutant beasts were sucked dry of their blood, turning into corpses as the blood cloud continued to rain and absorb the blood essences, becoming bigger as time passed. Chapter 11:11, Conflict in the Hotel. Cohen, the Alliance. The mermaid queen saw her countless subordinates being reduced to dried corpses and let out a shrill screech of anguish and sorrow, her eyes turning red in fury. No! The blood rain was like a death reaper, culling lives wherever it touched. Corpses piled atop one another, and the entire region started to look like a slaughterhouse. She stared fixedly at Zhong and cursed, "Human! Your means are so vicious, our sea clan will not let you off. We will kill you. We will kill your race." Zhong turned to look at her coldly and sent a force to shake her brains and knock her out. At the same time, a puppet rune was imprinted onto her. "It's too late. You will never see that day, just become my slave obediently." After that, when she woke up, she stood beside Zhong and saluted respectfully, "Greetings, master." Gao He, who was still safe within her bubble, eyed the ravishing and beautiful mermaid queen, her gaze filled with envy. What a beautiful person. Gao He was a pretty outstanding teenage girl herself, and she had been proud of her looks. However, in front of this mermaid queen, she was astonished at the level of charm and grace. Yu Zhong swept the mermaid queen a look and gave her a random name. I have a female maid from the Sea clan by the name of Hai Lan, you shall be called Hai Mei then. She responded with a gentle smile, and nobody could have imagined that just moments ago, she had been baring her fangs at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then asked, I want to know why would the Sea clan choose to attack Shanghai now, as well as the plans for the future. Having been controlled, Hai Mei was fully submissive, and reported all that she knew to Yu Zhong. Yes, master. From her mouth, Yu Zhong obtained valuable information. After the world changed, the Sea clan had many intelligent species among them. The royal clan was the mermaid clan. They were naturally gifted and intelligent, without the need for males, and could continue their line. Furthermore, their offsprings were all females. Within the seas, the mermaid clan had proliferated the fastest, with over 100,000 members. Their vassal forces had reached over 1 billion. The first mermaid of the seas had been termed as the sea god, and she had a boundless strength and all sorts of abilities. At the same time, she controlled many of the ancient weapons in the waters. She had been submerged within the deepest recess of the oceans, cultivating arduously, while authority was left to the second in command, the mermaid empress of the 7 seas. It could be said that she was the true leader of the Sea clan, wielding authority over the hundreds and thousands of mermaids, as well as the tens of billions of aquatic mutant beasts. This time, with the Sea clan ascending onto land, it was an objective of the mermaid empress. She intended to send her forces to attack China, Japan, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam and many other Southeast Asian countries. The warriors of the Sea clan had powerful physiques and did not need any logistics or support, as they could easily consume the land mutant beasts. Thus, when they attacked, it was like a blitz operation and extremely smooth. Had Yu Zhong not acted, Shanghai would have fallen. There was an advantage that the Sea clan had over the land races and species. It was that their mermaid empress could control high-level mutant beasts of the seas. Thus, they had hordes of sea mutant beasts attacking alongside them. If Yu Zhong had not taken risks along his journey to evolve constantly and reach the Type 8 realm, it would have been tough to deal with their numbers as well. The sea god? I wonder just how strong she is. Yu Zhong thought for a while before his heart raced. Hai Mei, where's the location of your temple of the Sea clan? Based on the human map. As the Sea clan were an intelligent species, they learned and evolved continuously. They had also absorbed countless human knowledge, forming their own culture. Because of this, they had far surpassed any other sea-related species, becoming a threat to humanity itself. As a nobility, Hai Mei possessed more knowledge than most humans. Hai Mei furrowed her brows as she sunk in thoughts before confirming, the location of the temple should be at the coordinates of the Bermuda Triangle. The moment Yu Zhong heard those words, he let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with a strange glint, as expected. Yu Zhong thought to himself, now I have to go back and make my preparations. This time the journey to the temple I definitely need Floxinia, Hai Mei and Gao He. Only then would I be able to gain the most benefits. Floxinia had her mind-reading skills in front of her, all schemes were useless. With her along, Yu Zhong would be able to see through others and plan or act accordingly. Hai Mei was a mermaid queen and knew things that they would not. Gao He had the ability to source for treasures. Yu Zhong was definitely bringing her along. After all, a strong treasure could affect a battle. Having made his decision, Yu Zhong glanced at Gao He before knocking her out. He then tore space and stepped right in. Back in America, outside the suite that Yu Zhong was in, there were 2 female robots waiting outside. These were the prototypes of the Mech Empire. Unless they took off their outer covering or one used the most advanced of scanners, there was no telling them apart from actual humans. Their body warmth was incredibly lifelike, they had the ability to eat, they would bleed when injured and was almost no different from humans. These were the types of mechs that the Mech Empire would send out as spies. In front of them was the group from the America Superhuman Alliance. Lehman spoke loudly, the 2 of you please step aside. I need to see Yu Zhong. We have not seen him for a few days and today's the agreed date that we're setting off. Please allow me to meet him. One of the female robots, who had long black hair, spoke coldly. Leader had given his orders. Without his orders, no one is to step inside. One of the Americans, whose hair was bright and colorful, and he wore a huge nose ring, leering provocatively, spoke out, what a tone. We have already requested to speak to him over these few days. Nicely at that. Yet he still remains cooped up? Furthermore, we have not seen him once. What if he had been assassinated by the 2 of you? It must be so, that's why you girls aren't allowing us in. Hearing those words, Lehman frowned, but he did not scold him. He was suspecting Yu Zhong of planning something. Right now, Yu Zhong's position was indeed heavy. If he were a friend, they could relax and enjoy life. However, if he was a foe, they would have uneasy days. Although China and America were still considered allies, there was no alliance set forever in stone. Hence, they were still wary of Yu Zhong. The two robots continued to look cold, not saying anything, ignoring the man with the nose ring as though he was air. Damn it, fuck off bitches. The man with the nose ring became enraged, his expression savage when he saw them ignoring him, and raised his hands to grab towards them. Before the world end, he had been a hooligan with a bad temper and he had been prone to fights. Furthermore, along with his journey, he had killed his fair share of enemies and became one of the alliance. Having earned some respect, no one else dared mock his past, and he became even more arrogant and overbearing. Lehman's face fell as his right hand shot out, intending to grab his subordinate as he barked out furiously, "Jerry, no!" Everyone knew Yu Zhong's temper, and if they were to antagonize him, even the whole lot of them could do nothing if he were to go on a rampage. The beautiful mech frowned, and her hand burst out explosively, slicing into the chest of the man accurately, and pulling out his still-pumping heart in a split second. Having lost his heart, the man's eyes were filled with fear and despair, as he felt the strength ebb out of his body. Under his frightened gaze, the mech coldly clenched her hand, bursting his heart. The other mech then raised a quick bout of wind that blew the broken flesh and blood to a corner. Type 6. Lehman saw how easily the mechs had dealt with the man with the nose ring, and his face fell. Even someone as strong as him would not be able to deal with a Type 5 powerhouse that easily. Only a Type 6 expert could do so. The two beauties guarding Yu Zhong's door was so savage and vicious, the rest of the American heroes were all fearful, not daring to step up to provoke them. Lehman's face sunk and he spoke sternly, "Ladies, you just killed my men, aren't you going to give an explanation?" Chapter 11-12, Strength. Cohen, the Alliance. The beautiful mech spoke coldly, "It was your man who moved first. I acted in self-defense. He deserved it." Hearing those words, the entire party of experts from the Superhuman Alliance became enraged. While Jerry was not some good soul, his character dubious at times, but he was one of them and had hunted numerous zombies and mutant beasts before. Now that he was killed off and the other party seemed nonchalant, they were definitely angry. Lehman stood forward and barked out while staring coldly at her, "Ma'am, this is not China but America. You just killed our man on American soil. If you don't give a good explanation, we will not let this go." Right at this time, the door opened and Yu Zhong stepped out, his gaze icy as he swept a glance over the American elites. He then challenged them, "Oh, are you not going to let this go? How so?" Seeing Yu Zhong, Lehman and the rest of the heroes all felt their hearts freeze a little, their courage dissipating in a flash. This man in front of them was practically a god, able to destroy an entire country by himself. Even the strongest Lehman could be killed in a single squeeze. Lehman gathered his courage and barked at Yu Zhong, "Mr. Yu Zhong, this subordinate of yours just killed someone from our alliance indiscriminately. You have to answer for that." "Answer? What kind of answer are you expecting? I know what transpired earlier. She did nothing wrong." Yu Zhong stared at Lehman coldly as he exerted a powerful pressure towards him, his killing intent oozing. "I had passed the order, anyone who dares barge into the room is deemed as an enemy, and they are to be wiped out directly. Lehman, you allowed your subordinate to act so unbridledly, what thoughts do you have? Are you intending to perhaps assassinate me and affect the relationship between China and America? Killing the leader of a country is a heavy crime. Even if I were to kill all of you as punishment, Taff would definitely not say anything. Since that's the case, let me help America clear you guys up." Hearing those words, the experts of the Superhuman Alliance tensed up in fear and were on the verge of attacking him. The first to attack would usually get the upper hand. If they waited for Yu Zhong to make the first move, they would all be dead. Right at this moment, there was a clear, tense shout, "Do not move." There was a strange energy to the voice, and it completely immobilized all the Americans at once. Then an incredibly sexy and beautiful woman dressed in military attire appeared, followed by 20 subordinates who were wearing nanomechanical armor. That beauty saluted Yu Zhong, "I'm incredibly sorry, Mr. Yu Zhong. This time it was entirely our fault. Please forgive our mistake. Yu Zhong swept the military woman a look and fell silent as he eased back slightly on the pressure. By now the backs of the experts were all drenched in sweat. If Yu Zhong truly meant to kill them, there was no way they could retaliate. Furthermore, they knew that Taff would not hold it against Yu Zhong. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Yu Zhong was silent for a while before speaking slowly. All right, I'll let it slide. I do not hope for a second time. Hearing that, everyone immediately let out a breath of relief. There was no way they could muster any fighting intent under that pressure. Reveille then ease up as well, of course. She then asked respectfully, Sir, today's the agreed date, have you made your preparations? I'm done. Who is going on your side? Yu Zhong laughed lightly as Floxinia, Gao He and Hai Mei stepped out from his room. What beautiful women. Holy shit. When the heroes of America saw Hai Mei, their eyes brightened up and began to discuss in small voices. After Hai Mei transformed her bottom half to that of a human, she looked like an incredibly alluring and attractive beauty, with an air of elegance and grace that was not commonly seen in most women, thus attracting their gazes. Look. The little girl by his side is truly beautiful as well, seems like he is really a lolicon. Wow, the reports were real. He even brought such a loli with him. The experts caught sight of Floxinia who stood beside Yu Zhong, and their eyes flashed strangely, yet no one dared to say anything. Even Gao He was eyeing Yu Zhong strangely. There's no one who is perfect. Even the best of heroes in history had their shortcomings. Who knew the most powerful person on earth was a lolicon? I wonder how history would remember and judge him. Floxinia heard all of these and she smiled mysteriously, grabbing Yu Zhong's hands. Reveille quickly kept her thoughts and introduced to Yu Zhong, the five on our side are me, Lehman, Elisa, Eliza, and Agardi. Yu Zhong swept them a look, noticing that the other three were those he had seen before. Only Agardi was new. He was a burly and ordinary man without anything special and he was at the Type 4 realm. Yu Zhong had a powerful perception since he stepped into the Type 8 realm, and could tell a person's strength and weaknesses just by looking. Of the five America had sent, Reveille and Lehman were at the Type 5 realm, while Elisa and Eliza were at the Type 3 realm. Agardi was at the Type 4 realm, and other than Reveille and Lehman, there were easily other stronger experts. Alright, let's set off. Yu Zhong did not say much, instead he led them out. As the group left the lavish hotel, the Protector battleship soared above them, covering the skies as it descended. A bright beam shone from it, shining upon the group. With that, the entire party was beamed up into the battleship. What an amazing battleship. Why isn't it ours? That was so cool. That beam used to exist only in the movies. I won't get sick of it no matter how many times I see it. The heroes below stared at the Protector battleship in awe and envy. Every single ship was like a huge floating fortress, with the ability to wipe out 100,000 foes. If America came to possess such a battleship, their forces would definitely rise in power. After entering the Protector battleship, Yu Zhong led the rest into a room as he said, Reveille, this is your room. Before reaching the Bermuda Triangle, please stay here and do not run around. This battleship is one of our China's top secrets. If you guys run around, I cannot guarantee your safety. Elisa asked unceremoniously, what if we want to bathe and use the toilet? Yu Zhong chuckled, everything you need is right in here. Thanks. Reveille nodded and led Lehman and the rest into the room. Yu Zhong suddenly asked, oh right, Agardi, what kind of a person is he? What powers does he have? Why would you bring him, Elisa and Eliza to the Bermuda Triangle? With the dangers there and their strength, it would be hard to protect them. Reveille smiled coyly, Mr. Yu Zhong, everyone has their secrets. It isn't too gentlemanly of you to ask. With that, she quickly shut the door, evidently unwilling to answer him. Yu Zhong chuckled before bringing Floxinia and the rest into the control room. As he sat down, he asked Floxinia, Nia, what are they up to? She blinked and raised her cheek towards him, smiling cheekily, brother, kiss me and I'll tell you. Yu Zhong stared blankly before sighing helplessly and pecked her on the cheek. Is this fine? And he. She revealed a satisfied expression before scowling. Brother Yu Zhong, those fellows are untrustworthy. They're trying to lay a trap for you. Yu Zhong laughed out, trap me? They don't have that ability. At the Type 8 realm, his body was even invulnerable to laser beams and all sorts of poisons. Even if he were caught in the middle of a nuclear explosion, he would be unharmed. He could not understand how the superhuman alliance would be able to harm him. Chapter 11-13, Bermuda Triangle. Coen, the Alliance. Floxinia saw that Zhong was not too worried and she became flustered. Brother Zhong, you cannot be careless. In their hands there's a treasure that Reveille had obtained, it's called the Young Desiring Stone. It might not have killing potential, but it has aphrodisiac properties. When activated, it is truly potent. Even Leo with his god-devil body had been affected by it before. They're intending to utilize it when it comes to obtaining the treasure, sacrificing Elisa and Eliza to seduce you, while Agardi will get the treasure. He is also someone who has the god-devil imprint. His ability is camouflage and he's not American but from the Netherlands. When Zhong heard this, his face revealed a thoughtful expression. So this is the case. No wonder Taff agreed so readily, to think he had such a trump card. On Earth it was not just Edward, Zhong and Leo who had the imprints. It was just that among those who had them, they were the top 3 famous experts and were part of, if not the leader of, the greatest factions in the world. During the course of the Earth's mutation, many forces had been annihilated. Even so, the strongest experts of those factions would not die, instead they wandered and evolved constantly by fighting wild mutant beasts. Agardi was one of the early experts of Netherlands, having led the elites of the country to attack the main city. He had gained the god-devil imprint and had entered the second world. However, he was not able to prevent the overrun of the Netherlands from the zombies, and thus he had wandered about before finally ending up in America. Zhong would not underestimate anyone who had the god-devil imprint. With Agardi's camouflage ability, Zhong had no way of discerning his true strength. If there was any miscalculation in assuming his strength, then at the critical moment he might be bested by Agardi. Zhong asked, "As for the clues to the world and God, is it true?" Floxinia replied, "From what I read of their minds it seems true. At the same time, there's a possibility of a huge secret that might change the fate of a faction. However, they don't seem to know much about it." Zhong ruffled her head affectionately. "Thank you, Nia. Having you around is a really great help." Floxinia could sense the sincerity and affection from him, and she revealed a bright smile, curling up like a little kitten in his embrace, celebrating silently in her heart. With her ability, Zhong had assigned her to the intelligence department, handling the different traitors and spies. She could sense the fear from her subordinates and the unbound hatred from those who were sentenced to death by her. Few would like such a superior who could read their minds, thus she could only obtain warmth and trust from Zhong. That was why she was even more reliant on him. Zhong continued to stroke her head, while he thought on how to handle the Americans, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. After flying at full speed for an hour, the Protector battleship quickly arrived over the Bermuda Triangle. When they were in the airspace above the sea, the ship began to rock, and Zhong felt a heat on his right wrist as Bai Yi's voice sounded, "Warning! Warning! There's some unknown interference in this area, and in another 10 seconds the battleship would lose balance. Please switch to manual or prepare to leave the region immediately." The Protector battleship was being controlled by Bai Yi. If she received any interference or disturbance, it would cause the battleship to lose control. Hence, there would be the ability to toggle between autopilot and manual. Zhong ordered, "Open the doors and let us out. You control the ship back to the country." "Got it." Her words had just landed when bright lights enveloped Zhong's team as well as Reveille's team. Under the lights, they were beamed down and sent out of the battleship. The Protector battleship then turned around and shot off into the distance. "Ah! Help! No! Save us!" Being suddenly ejected from the ship, Reveille's team found themselves free falling in midair. Elisa and Eliza both screamed out, their faces pale. The battleship had been flying at an altitude of 6,000 m, falling from such a height, even if they were to land in the sea, the intense impact could kill them. Other than the two of them, the other 3 did not panic at such an abrupt situation. Instead, their faces just fell and they did not utilize any abilities. Hiding themselves deeply, Zhong muttered while stepping on thin air. He used the atmospheric energy to support Floxinia and the other 2, while he observed the reactions of Reveille's team. However, they did not do anything as though having given up. Other than a Type 7 powerhouse's ability to manipulate atmospheric energy, only those with flight-related abilities or treasures would be able to keep afloat before the Type 7 realm. Zhong had even assumed that Agardi was at the Type 7 realm. However, they did not do anything, looking as ordinary as a Type 4 powerhouse. Even Zhong could not help but praise his level of camouflage. When they were about 100 meters away from the surface of the sea, Zhong waved his hand and caused a bout of atmospheric energy to wrap all 5 of them. With that, the speed of their descent fell drastically, and they landed peacefully on top of the water. Réveillé and the rest felt a chill in their hearts as they thought of Zhong's strength. Powerful. There was even a slight hint of envy in the eyes of Agardi. Zhong then brought the 3 women of his team with him as he spoke. Réveillé, the previous arrangement with Taff was that I would bring the 5 of you here. Everything else is on your own from here on out. After that, he directly left them as he shot into the sea. At that moment, it felt like the sea was cleaved apart as he summoned the atmospheric energy around him to wrap around his team while traveling through the waters at high speeds. Lehman frowned and asked, "What do we do?" "Follow the plan. Tail them." Réveillé pulled out a blue box covered with engravings, which radiated in a blinding light. It enveloped them and transformed into a number of strange armors that covered all 5 of them. When they were encased in those suits, their team then dove into the water, swimming swiftly towards the seabed. Aquatic combat suits? Seems like they're well prepared. Zhong saw the group in their armor and his heart raced slightly. He then pointed to Floxinia and Gao He, as 2 black beams shot out and landed on them, forming into 2 sets of black aquatic armor. He had obtained numerous items from the Mech Empire City, and the water nano-armors were just part of them. Currently, the seas had already transformed into heaven for mutant beasts. There were ferocious beings everywhere, especially the Bermuda Triangle. The moment Zhong's team had just entered the water, over 10,000 mutant piranhas swam over, their teeth sharp and capable of tearing through Type 3 mutant beasts. These mutant piranhas were incredibly vicious. If they even came across a land-based Type 5 mutant beast that dropped into the water by accident, they would devour it completely, leaving only bones. Even a few Type 5 and Type 6 powerhouses had landed in the sea and met these mutant piranhas, and were consumed. The seas were different from land. Many land-based life forms could not exhibit even 10% of their strength. They were naturally not able to withstand such hits. Die. Zhong looked at the fishes pouncing towards them and frowned, before pointing out and summoned energy that turned into sharp blades slicing towards them. In that instant, there was a mass of blood and scattered parts of the mutant piranhas. Had he still been at the Type 6 realm, it would have been troublesome dealing with these fishes. However, since he was at the Type 8 realm, it was as simple as flipping his hands to deal with them. All of a sudden, a mass of different mutant beasts shot out from the depths of the sea. There was a 10 m-long mutant swordfish, an entire school of mutant piranhas, countless mutant sea snakes that were over dozens of meters, and looked like Wyrms, as well as a few huge, towering mutant beasts the size of houses. Within this Bermuda Triangle area, there were numerous bloodthirsty sea mutant beasts. The moment they caught the scent of blood, they would rush over. Chapter 11-14, Deep Sea Mutant Beasts. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong looked at the pouring numbers of mutant beasts and felt his scalp go numb. He could deal with one easily and he did not fear hundreds or thousands of them. However, such a size, where there seemed to be hundreds of thousands, it was not something he could handle without breaking a sweat. The mutant beasts in the sea were numbering in the tens of millions. Even if Zhong was in the Type 8 realm, it was still a far-off thing to kill every single mutant beast in the sea. If he continued to take the never-ending swarm on, there was a possibility that he might fall. Seeing them pour out as though they were bees that were agitated, even Réveillé and her people felt their scalp numb and felt a sense of terror. Right at this time, Jaime spoke to Zhong. "Master, don't worry, I can command the beast to not attack us." Zhong ordered, "Good. Do it." "Yes." With his order, she did not hesitate further and quickly opened her lips to sing a beautiful song. As her song sounded, a strange energy reverberation traveled through the region. The originally bloodthirsty beasts felt their frenzy dissipate. They twisted their bodies in confusion, before finally stopping and swimming towards the side. All royalty of the mermaid clan had the ability to use their songs to control mutant beasts. Hai Mei was a mature mermaid queen, her strength formidable and her position royal. When she burst forth with all her ability, she was able to get the Type 6 mutant beasts to befriend her, and become her subordinate, fighting for her. Of course, in order to use the mermaid song to subjugate a huge number of mutant beasts, it was incredibly difficult, but to rid them of their animosity it was simpler. Seeing how Zhong was able to absolve the situation, Reveille and her team quickly arrived behind him. The seas were different from prior to the apocalypse. The danger was rife, and the party was all land-based experts. Even on land they could only flee when they came across Type 5 or Type 6 mutant beasts, not to mention in the sea. Death was the only outcome. The entire group proceeded towards the sea bed silently. Along the way Zhong noticed a terrifying scene. At the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle, there were even Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts that were more than just a few hundred meters long. Many of these mutant beasts were just organisms that had barely existed prior to the apocalypse. As for those mutant sea snakes, that were hundreds of meters long as they gathered in groups, they moved around with nothing capable of stopping them. On land, a single Type 4 mutant beast of over 100 meters in length would be enough to storm a few places. Yet, in the seas they were everywhere as though they were just rank-and-file soldiers of a huge army. Their numbers were in the hundreds of thousands and common. Even someone as strong as Zhong could die if he was not careful and surrounded by an endless number of mutant beasts. At such depths, his abilities were reduced by about 70%, only by activating the God-Devil domain would he be at his peak. However, the domain consumed much of his strength, and he would have to end the battle quickly if he did use it, otherwise he would fall when he was weakened. They proceeded through the horde of beasts carefully, continuing down. After some unknown length of time they finally reached the seabed. At the bottom of the sea, there was not a single ray of light, it was like darkness had shrouded the entire area. However, with Zhong's God-Devil body, his eyes were able to peer through regardless if there was light or darkness. He could see the area clearly. After glancing around he felt a chill. Beneath the Bermuda Triangle, there were numerous huge mountains of over a kilometer in length. When he took a careful look, he realized these were all Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts with unimaginable strength. There were easily over dozens of thousands of them, that was to say, there was over a dozen thousand Type 5 mutant beasts at the bottom of the sea. Such a force was invincible within the seas. If they were to come on land they would be able to crush anything in their way. Furthermore, in the sea nothing could possibly annihilate them. Even Zhong had to maintain his guard. Reveille and the rest caught sight of the slumbering beasts and sucked in cold breaths, their countenances turning even uglier. Although they did not possess eyes like Zhong's, their aqua armor had the infrared sensors. They could see for themselves the terrifying mountains. Just a single one of those beasts could wipe them out, not to mention tens of thousands. Zhong swept a glance before speaking to Reveille. "Miss Reveille, you should be able to tell us the position now." Although he had Hai Mei, if they were able to ascertain the location it would be even better. Reveille nodded slightly and pulled out a jade box from her grasp, retrieving an ancient, black map. The moment the map appeared, it struggled out of her hands, before flitting towards a direction with a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Seeing its strange movement, everyone exchanged looks and followed behind quietly. Their bodies were small, and to those Type 5 mutant beasts, they were just ant-like existences. They did not move as though they were dead. However, everyone present knew that it was just that they were immobile for now. If they were to act suddenly no one could withstand. They followed the map for a short distance before it led them to a bright patch of light within the dark waters. Inside the light, there was a shield, and in it, an altar laid with numerous mystical items. There were chests and weapons and open boxes revealing countless mutant beasts' nuclei, and it looked like a huge storage. Seeing the shield, Lehman and the rest felt their gazes brightened. Their suits then fired out jets, propelling them towards the direction of the shield. Zhong was immediately suspicious of this sudden windfall, but the number of treasures no doubt attracted him. He even saw a few Type 9 mutant beast nuclei. He could not let up on such precious resources. At this time Floxinia suddenly urged out, "Brother Zhong, don't go. It's a trap. It's dangerous there, I can sense an incredible killing intent with evil designs on us." Zhong immediately stopped as his gaze narrowed. He asked Gao He, "Try using your power to sense if there are treasures there." In response, Gao He closed her eyes and frowned slightly before replying with uncertainty, There's definitely a treasure there. But it's only one. And it's not in the light but rather behind. Zhong immediately channeled his voice in a line towards the ears of the 5 Americans. Come back. It's a trap. Hearing that, there were different reactions. Reveille, Elisa, and Agardi stopped immediately, while Eliza just slowed down, hesitating slightly. Lehman, on the other hand, increased his speed. Lehman's eyes shone with greed as he thought, I've used such tricks so many times myself. This treasury is mine. Once I gain control of it, I can go through a change and become a powerhouse surpassing even Leo and Zhong. I'll become Earth's true #1 expert. Greed could blind. Many intelligent people had fallen prey to their own greed before. Lehman was a gifted expert, and he hoped to surpass Leo and Zhong. It was all he thought about every day. With such a treasury in front of him, to him, it was the only opportunity that he had to grab. Just as he got close to the light, suddenly from within the shield, a huge tongue unfolded and shot out, wrapping around Lehman and pierced his body. Before Lehman could even scream, the tongue retracted back into the radiant light and disappeared. Seeing that, Eliza, who was next in front, let out a blood-curdling scream and tried to retreat backward. Save me! Save me! Save me! At that time, the light world retracted, revealing a huge mouth of over 1 kilometer filled with countless sharp teeth, exerting a powerful suction force on Eliza as well as the rest. Chapter 11-15, Killing the Mutant Beast. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong's face turned as he grabbed out at thin air, and a powerful atmospheric energy gathered, transforming into a huge hand that grabbed onto Eliza and pulled her towards him. The jaws of the huge beast snapped shut at that moment, closing in on the entire area where Eliza was escaping from and managed to bite through her legs as fresh blood flowed. Ah! Help! It hurts! Save me! Eliza screamed out in pain. Elisa saw that and could not help but scream out as well, Sister! Zhong's gaze narrowed and his god-devil strength gathered in his eyes, and he activated his eyes of perception, taking a good look at the beast with gold light shimmering from his eyes. It was a huge beast of about 3 kilometers long, its body covered in thick scales, and there was a strange meat ball that emitted light like a lantern which formed on its forehead, about 500 m wide. It turned out to be a Type 7 mutant black sea devil fish, and it was incredibly ugly. After it was discovered, the eyes of the fish glinted dangerously, and the lantern on its head radiated brightly, sending a bright light shooting outwards. Zhong was shocked, and he quickly summoned an energy shield to cover him and his 3 girls, while he could not afford to bother with the elites from America. At that critical moment, Reveille and Agardi could no longer bother about hiding their strength and quickly pulled out their strongest defensive cards. Reveille revealed a blue box that quickly transformed into a mechanical ball that wrapped around her. Agardi had a glint in his eyes, as a number of strange tattoos radiated on his body. A powerful psychic barrier emerged and formed around him. Elisa and Eliza were both without any defensive treasures, and could only swim towards Zhong with all their might. Among these people, Zhong was the strongest, and only he was able to protect them from the enormous mutant beast. The bright light shone brightly, bypassing Zhong's energy shield and pierced his body. At that moment, Zhong felt his consciousness shrouded in pain, as the scenery around him changed. Master, you're awake. Master, come and catch me. Currently he was surrounded by many beautiful women of different ages, style and charms, and he seemed to be in some paradise on earth. The countless women were either playing heavenly music, or singing in their melodious voices, or dancing in absolutely stunning dances. As these amazing beauties surrounded him, they were dressed in light silk, their expressions coy as they competed to get his attention. They had exceptional skin and were all elegant even in their merry-making. In such a heavenly setting even Buddha might sink in forever. What a powerful illusion! If I had not undergone the baptism of the Type 9 powerhouse will, I might have truly been swept up in this forever. Zhong took in the mesmerizing scent of the ladies beside him, and his eyes flashed coldly. He then barked out violently, "Get lost!" At that moment, it seemed as though a powerful axe capable of splitting the heavens and earth appeared and cleaved through the scene. As it sliced through, the world was destroyed and the women, fruits and paradise shattered like glass. At that moment, Zhong stirred from the illusion, and his perception swept outwards, noticing that other than him, everyone had their eyes shut, their expressions of bliss. Even Floxinia, who was on his back, had a scarlet flush, her breathing rushed. Brother Zhong, no. Nia is still not yet of age. However, if Brother Zhong really wants it, then Nia will not resist. As everyone was engrossed in their dreams without any means to retaliate, the Type 7 black sea devil fish opened its jaws once more and began to suck in deep, trying to suck everybody into its mouth. Zhong frowned, and with a thought, he cast his summon tame beast technique, as a void appeared in the sea, and the Type 8 Wyrm crocodile king flew out, immediately pouncing towards the Type 7 black sea devil. It opened its own jaws and bit down viciously on the body of the Type 7 mutant black sea devil fish. The Type 8 Wyrm crocodile king was a beast of sea, land, and air, and it could adept at fighting in all three terrains. However, its innate ability was wind, thus, in the waters, it was not particularly effective. That was why it spent most of its time outside of the water. Even so, it continued to urge its innate ability, while its physique was at the Type 8 realm, posing a formidable challenge to the Type 7 mutant black sea devil fish. When the Type 7 mutant black sea devil fish was bitten by the Type 8 Wyrm crocodile king, a huge chunk of flesh was torn off its body. It trembled in agony and opened its huge jaws, firing its powerful tongue at the Type 8 mutant beast. As the tongue slammed into the body of the Type 8 Wyrm crocodile king, it trembled but was not able to penetrate the hide. Instead, it only served to infuriate the Type 8 beast more. The Type 8 Wyrm crocodile was incredibly vicious, as it bit off the flesh harshly and burrowed towards the flesh. After that, with a blast of powerful wind blades, it forcefully sliced the black sea devil fish into two, as fresh blood dyed the water. In the seas, while the might of the wind blades was not comparable to on land, however, in close vicinity, it was able to exert considerable destruction. With the death of the Type 7 black sea devil, a huge pool of blood dissipated outwards, and at that moment the numerous mutant beasts of the waters swarmed over. A few of the mountain-like Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts that had been slumbering also lifted their heads, swimming over. The blood and flesh of a Type 7 beast were extremely enticing to these Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts, as it could allow them to evolve further. Zhong asked Gao He, who had just stirred awake, "Where's the treasure, Gao He?" She pointed towards the tail of the corpse of the Type 7 black sea devil. "Over there." With a thought, he charged forward like a knife, slicing through the water with the atmospheric energy surrounding as he arrived at the tail. Gao He pointed at one particular lump and spoke resolutely, "It's right there." With a point, a blade of atmospheric energy sliced through the area, tearing it apart, as a golden god-devil imprint covered with blood soared towards him. Zhong stared at it with excitement and he grabbed it. "It's a god-devil imprint, no wonder this damned beast could reach the Type 7 realm, so it had gotten an imprint. I wonder which unfortunate bastard had been eaten by it." After he obtained it, he placed it within his universe storage ring and continued further into the ocean. The black ancient map had not left, instead, it waited for Reveille and the rest to arrive before continued forward. Reveille carried Eliza, whose legs had been bitten off, and had been knocked unconscious by injecting anesthesia, and came to Zhong. "Mr. Zhong, Eliza's legs had been bitten off. This time it had truly been dangerous, please show grace and take good care of her." Zhong swept her a look as well as Elisa, who was standing beside, and laughed coldly. "Reveille, they're your people. You want me to take care of them? Since they're no longer capable of protecting themselves, get Elisa to escort her out. If she cannot, then a guardy can fill that role." Reveille frowned. Of the 5-man team that came, Lehman had been eaten alive, while Eliza had lost her legs. They only had 3 able-bodied staff left. If anyone else left, their plan would go up in smokes. Her gaze flickered as she spoke coldly. "Zhong, I know you have the ability to help her regain her legs. If you can take care of her now, when her legs are healed, she's yours. If you're not willing to accept her, then leave her here to die." When Elisa heard those cruel words, her expression turned ugly as she grabbed her half-dead sister and cursed out, "Reveille, what the hell are you saying? She's my sister. A hero of the Superhuman Alliance. You actually treat her as a commodity to be given out? What kind of a joke is this? I'm not interested in this mission any longer. I will bring my sister back now and leave you bunch of crazy, inhumane bastards." Chapter 11:16, Sea God City? Coen, the Alliance. Reveille took a cold look at the agitated and infuriated Elisa, and just replied coldly, "This time, you have to complete your mission. The aqua armor on you is equipped with an explosive. If you insist on abandoning on your mission, I will detonate it and you can go to hell with your sister." When Elisa heard those cruel words, she felt like her entire body was plunged in ice, as her visage turned pale, while she stared at Reveille venomously. Initially, when both she and her sister were selected for the mission, they had been excited and filled with hope for it. However, she was filled with hatred and fear towards it now. Reveille swept her a look before offering a carrot. "Elisa, when you complete the mission, you will be recognized as a hero of America. You can regain your freedom and reside wherever you wish to. The American government will compensate you with $1 billion new US dollars." America also had regained some form of society and rebuilt their structures. There was a new currency, the new US dollar. The old US dollar was useless and only the new currency could purchase items. $1 billion US was not a small amount, enough to purchase over 50 luxurious villas in the city, and one could live comfortably for the rest of his or her life. Of course, that was dependent on the stability of the American government and that inflation would not be too insane. Elisa gritted her teeth and spoke, "Fine. I will do it." Under pressure, sometimes one had to bend. Elisa was an intelligent girl. She knew that if she fought on, Reveille would just kill them on the spot. After being inducted into the Superhuman Alliance, Elisa and Eliza were no longer innocent girls. They had been through a lot and had seen the darkness beneath the facade of the government. Elisa turned to Zhong and sobbed while she pleaded, "Zhong, please save my sister. If you do it, I can go to bed with you." Reveille had already set her mind. If Zhong was still adamant about not helping, Eliza would die. Elisa only had this sister, and they had supported each other until today through the cruel apocalypse. For her sister, she was willing to do anything. "Fine. I will save her." Zhong saw how Elisa was crying and was touched by their strong relationship. He pointed and a black light enveloped Eliza's body, turning into a rocket-like mechanism that shot for the surface of the sea. Zhong then spoke indifferently, "Relax, your sister won't die." The rocket was formed from a Type 6 mech beast. As long as it did not come across the assault of a Type 7 mutant beast, if it wanted to leave the sea wholeheartedly, nothing could stop it. The black map continued to float through the sea, passing numerous mountains beneath the sea, nests of all kinds of mutant beasts, as it proceeded towards a seemingly endless dark tear. Zhong and the rest followed tightly. After entering that tear, they descended another 1,000 of meters, before they were wrapped in a bright blue light. Suddenly, a city with numerous large statues emitting powerful auras appeared in front of them. Within the huge city, there were countless Sea Clan members walking around on the streets. It was a bustle of activity. At the same time, inside the city, the defense was tight with a guard every few meters. The inner city was truly well defended. Jaime swept the Sea God City a look and introduced to Zhong, "Master, this is the holy land of our Sea Clan, the Sea God City. The great Sea God Empress is beneath this city, comprehending the mysteries of the universe. This city was actually something left behind by an ancient civilization, with only 4 entrances. The rest of the area had been covered, and unless attacked by a Type 9 powerhouse, it is impossible to breach." Zhong swept the city a look, his mouth twitching slightly. However, he did not say much. While this city might be impossible for others to breach, to him, who had the radiant battleship, it was not considered much. Jaime had an apologetic look as she continued, "The 4 entrances are the east, west, south, north gates of the cities. That gate nearest to us is the north gate. I've some dealings with the protector of the north gate before. As long as I appear, they will let me through. However, I have to trouble Master and the rest of you to pretend to be my servants." Zhong suddenly asked, "You being my subordinate has not been revealed, right?" She swiftly replied, "It should not be. It had happened secretively, and for the news to reach the Great Seas, it would take at least 10 days, and to reach the Sea God City, it would take half a month. The Great Sea God does not usually concern herself with this. Latest news would go to the palace first, before reaching the Sea God City." Zhong heard this and was slightly clearer about the mystical entity, Sea God. She should be a powerful, cultivating freak with her whole mind focused on training. She did not care about other matters and was more of a source of hope and faith for the masses. Such a character was terrifying. Zhong guessed that she was either a peak Type 7 or Type 8 existence, and in this sea which was her domain, Zhong might not be able to best her. Go to the north gate. Under his orders, they quickly masqueraded as Hai Mei's servants and the group proceeded towards the gate. The citizens of the Sea God City required food as well, and every day, a large number of Sea Clan members would exit and enter the city. It was rife with activity. Exiting was easy, as many Sea Clan members would leave the moment they got out. However, there was a long line queuing to enter. Zhong did not want to queue up obediently. He looked at the long line and grabbed out, pushing a particular prawn man in front of him to one side in an overbearing manner. The prawn man swiveled around with a vicious expression and was about to lash out in fury when he suddenly saw the mermaid queen Hai Mei behind Zhong. His eyes dimmed and he stood one side obediently. Chapter 11-17, Possia. Coen, the Alliance. The mermaids were the royalty among all of the Sea Clan, and the rest of the species had no way of standing up against them. Most of those in line were directly thrown aside by Zhong and did not dare to say anything. Just as they reached the north gate, there were 4 sea warriors with octopus heads, their hands like hooks, stopping Zhong as they barked, "Halt, who are you guys?" Zhong eyed those 4 octopus warriors, his face turning cold as he barked, "Scram! Behind me stands the great mermaid Queen Silamoya, you dare to obstruct her way?" Hearing that furious shout, the 4 sea warriors turned to gaze behind, and their faces froze in shock as they kneeled and spoke respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness Silamoya. We had offended you without knowing better, please pardon our ignorance." Hai Mei glanced at them with disinterest as she ordered, "Enter." At that moment they were about to relax and enter the city. There was a coquettish voice that sounded, "Sister Silamoya, didn't you bring some forces to invade Shanghai of China? Why are you here? Did you abandon your troops and come back alone?" The entire group turned behind and caught sight of a lavish sedan chair being hoisted by 4 burly sea warriors. It was constructed out of red crystals and laden with pearls. Following behind were 300 powerful sea warriors. On top of that sedan, there was a young mermaid who sat on it, her body also covered with precious pearls, smiling as she looked over. This young mermaid was obviously of high status, and Zhong could sense that there were in fact 2 Type 6 Sea Clan warriors acting as her bodyguard. The Sea Clan also valued the strong. To think an ordinary mermaid could be protected by Type 6 Sea Clan warriors, her identity was definitely not simple. Hai Mei swept a look at that mermaid and spoke icily, "Possia, I have my reasons naturally, why should I tell you? Let's go." Possia laughed, pointing at Zhong, "Wait. Sister Silamoya, I'm very interested in that human slave beside you. Can you give him to me? I can gift you with 100 Tiger Shark Guards." The Tiger Shark Guards was one of the most elite of troops in the Sea Clan. Each of them was at least at the Type 4 realm, and 100 of them was a sizable force even for these mermaid queens. Most trades were of such powerful guards. They were like currency and commodities. There was a cold look in Hai Mei's eyes as she rejected it icily, "Not interested. Let's move." Possia's eyes flashed as she laughed out cruelly and gave a vicious order, "Husun, go tear that human apart." "Yes, master." There was a cruel light in the eyes of the Type 5 Tiger Shark guard beside her. His entire being burst forth with a powerful aura, as he shot towards Zhong, sending a claw over. Courting death. Zhong looked at the incoming Tiger Shark warrior, his eyes flashing coldly. He sent his right fist exploding out at the head of the sea warrior. With a loud smack, the sea warrior's head was separated from his body, and a fresh cloud of blood dyed the area of water red. Dead? The Tiger Shark general was killed just like that. That was too scary. Who the hell is this slave? Seeing Zhong take out the Tiger Shark warrior in a single hit, the rest of the sea warriors were filled with shock and respect. The Tiger Shark general was at the Type 5 realm, with a powerful combat might. Yet he had been slapped to death by Zhong in a single hit. Since their race also valued the strong, such an expert was worthy of their respect. Seeing her own subordinate killed in a hit, Possia's brows furrowed, as she assessed Zhong carefully. Hai Mei did not bother about Possia as she ordered, "Move." As they entered the Sea God City, Hai Mei spoke to Zhong through a transmitter, "Master, Possia is the 107th princess of the Sea clan. She might not be strong, but her intelligence is publicly acknowledged to be among the top 10. We had left such a huge mark, we might not be able to hoodwink her for long. Although they had entered the city easily with high May's status, with things and their development, as long as Possia searched a little more carefully, they would be exposed. Zhong eyed the black map in the skies, muttering indifferently, "No worries, we just have to act faster." After that, the entire group followed after the black map. At the entrance of the city gate, Hai Mei frowned as she ordered a swordfish mullet to her side. "Wei Xing, go to the Imperial City and search on Silamoya's tracks and battle record. If there are any strange points, immediately flag it out for Her Majesty the Sea Empress to send experts here." "Yes." One swordfish guard beside her responded and quickly tore through the water and disappeared in a flash. Possia continued, "Jing Kuei, go to the Sea God Temple and report, say that Silamoya has already defected, and had brought human spies into the Sea God City, request for aid in suppressing her." The whalehead expert beside her, who was 8 m tall, and exuded a might of a Type 6 expert, frowned, "Your Highness, has Silamoya really defected?" She nodded, without a hint of anger, "I'm 80 to 90% certain." Jing Kuei hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, without any evidence, if she turns out to be innocent, we would be captured by the Sea God Temple and branded as slaved. Furthermore, without any evidence, they would not act." Possia laughed lightly, her voice turning incomparably cold, "There will be evidence. Just report it as Silamoya had brought humans in order to deal with the temple, and those old-fashioned farts would definitely send the most powerful elites out. This is an order. Are you trying to disobey?" Jing Kuei immediately got down in fright. "Your subordinate does not dare, I will go immediately," before swiftly heading towards the north gate. As time passed, there were more experts produced in the Sea clan. While the Type 6 powerhouses were not many, it was considerable. If a Type 6 expert like Jing Kuei were to be executed for disobeying orders, there would be no tears for him. To the mermaid clan who could control mutant beasts, a Type 5 mutant beast was much more powerful and useful than a Type 6 Sea clan expert. There was a strange power to the black map and ordinary people could not see it. Only Zhong, Reveille and those which had seen it initially could see it float through the city. As it continued to float, they saw the direction that it was traveling towards. There was a huge golden pyramid that seemed to be constructed out of the purest gold, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura in the distance. There were sentries and guards everywhere as powerful soldiers patrolled around the pyramid. The elites patrolling the pyramid were at the very least a Type 4 powerhouse. There were many Type 5 and Type 6 powerhouses, and the experts were truly plenty. This was just the force on the surface. Zhong could clearly sense with his perception that the most terrifying factor was that below the pyramid, about a few dozen kilometers below, there was a terrifying mutant beast exuding a peak Type 8 aura. An ordinary person could not sense the terror of that Type 8 mutant beast, but Zhong was sensitive to it. It was already at the peak of the Type 8 realm, half a step into the Type 9 realm. If the Wyrm Crocodile King were to challenge it alone, it would definitely be torn apart in a few rounds. Even among Type 8 experts they were split into different tiers. To the beast below the pyramid, it was just lacking that little spatial waves. Once it comprehended spatial laws, it would be able to step into the realm and break through, turning into a terrifying existence that could transcend space. The black map shot out, entering the pyramid and disappeared. Hai Mei quickly exclaimed to Zhong, "Master, this is the Sea God Temple that the mighty Sea God is cultivating beneath." Chapter 11-18, Heroism. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong looked at the golden pyramid, his eyes flashing with a glint. "This is the Sea God Temple?" The temple was constructed beautifully with a mysterious and holy feel. He just had to look at it and could sense the might and terror hidden within. With his intuition he could sense that if he were to barge in, it was likely that he would be suppressed within. The Sea God Temple was not like the Mech Kingdom's Empire City. Although danger was rife at that time with countless experts at well, Zhong had Bai Yi as a trump card, and there was also a Type 9 expert distracting the bulk of the defenses. That was how he had made off with the treasures. As for this Sea God Temple, Zhong could only rely on himself, as well as the Wyrm Crocodile King that he tamed. Zhong eyed the huge pyramid, his face changing multiple times before he took a deep breath, and his powerful blasted outwards. China's Yu Zhong is here to challenge the sea god. China's Yu Zhong is here to challenge the sea god. His voice reverberated throughout the entire sea god city. Hearing his voice, many of the residents within the city were shocked, and immediately, all the sea warriors poured towards the location. Yu Zhong. That's the top human expert on land. Yu Zhong. He actually came to our sea god temple to challenge our mighty sea god. Seeking death. Yu Zhong. It's China's Yu Zhong. To think the top human expert came to challenge the sea god. I must go and kill that human. Hearing his voice, many battle-crazed sea warriors were excited and incensed, charging towards their location in a frenzy. Since the Sea Clan had begun evolving and developing intelligence, they had captured a few human slaves over the course of their short years of development and absorbed whatever knowledge they could. Thus, they were aware of the top expert Yu Zhong from China. In the past, they had clashed with him once in Japan. However, at that time he had not been able to fend them off, and could only board a helicarrier to flee the assault of the Sea Clan. Thus, many sea warriors despised him and thought that the human race was just merely SOSO. Hearing Yu Zhong challenging their revered sea god, many of them were provoked and wanted to hunt him down. A guardi who had been masking his identity and kept silent throughout, rushed towards Yu Zhong in a somewhat stricken manner. Are you crazy? Damn it, aren't we exposed like this? Reveille was also in disbelief as she stared at Yu Zhong. She had not expected for him to announce his arrival so loudly, right smack in the middle of the enemy's territory. With such a roar, Yu Zhong's mind whirred as the energy within him surged. There was not a sense of glory, instead what replaced it was a bristling heroism, a desire to battle. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, he had struggled constantly to evolve. Against powerful enemies, he had to hide and evade constantly, and had suffered numerous times. At various stages, he had to plan his moves carefully and stealthily, simply because he had been too weak. Now that he was at the Type 8 stage, almost invincible, his mindset was naturally changing. In order to become a true expert at the peak, one had to tear through the countless obstacles, and forge and baptize oneself through challenges, wiping out enemies. When Yu Zhong released that roar, he had instinctively comprehended that principle. In this sea god city, there were plenty of experts as well as a formidable opponent with untold depths. If he was not careful, there was a chance that he could fall. Even so, he did not put it to heart and just wanted to fight it out, showcasing his strongest potential. Yu Zhong swept Agardi a look. Agardi, I know that you're the top expert of the Netherlands and an owner of the God Devil imprint as well. If you're fearful, you could leave here right now. With your strength, it should not be an issue. Agardi's face fell as he roared at Yu Zhong. You fucking maniac. I shall watch how you die. Before dodging towards a small alley, disappearing into the darkness. Anyone who had the God Devil imprint and returned from the second world was not a simple person. Each of them would have the ability to evade their captors. Otherwise, they would have already been torn apart by the Saint Clan of the Second World. Reveille's gaze turned complicated as she shot Yu Zhong a look, before choosing to follow after Agardi. In the distance, Possia saw Yu Zhong standing, floating in the water, exuding an overbearing aura, and her eyes flashed with appreciation. This Yu Zhong person is truly brave and could be considered a hero. Too bad he's about to die. The Sea Clan revered the strong, and they admired those who dared to flaunt their strength. Although she was an enemy, she could not help but admire Yu Zhong's strength and guts. Human, the Sea God Temple is not an existence you can offend, you can die for me. One Type 6 swordfish person roared and shot towards him with a Mach 5 speed, attacking Yu Zhong viciously. The entire frame of this swordfish warrior transformed into a sharp blade, and it was one of his trump killing cards. Even a Type 7 powerhouse would be pierced by him. Die. Yu Zhong pointed at the incoming sea warrior, and a sharp atmospheric energy condensed into a blade, slicing through the warrior in a shower of blood and organs. Strong. General Jian Ci was killed. This human truly has some capabilities. Seeing the death of the Type 6 swordfish warrior, the eyes of the surrounding Sea Clan warriors narrowed, not daring to underestimate Yu Zhong. The Type 6 swordfish warrior was considered a peak expert within the Sea God City. Such an expert was killed in an instant by Yu Zhong, proving his might. Possia watched on in interest as her lithe body trembled in excitement, her eyes flashing with passion and pity at the same time. He was able to slaughter General Jian Ci in a split second. He truly is strong. What a pity he's a human. This human is strong. Everybody forwards, do not let him defile and shock the great sea god. One Sea Clan warrior roared out, channeling his innate talent, and fired a bolt of lightning at Zhong. The roar of the Sea Clan warrior was like the fuse to explosives, as the entire horde of Sea Clan warriors exploded in an uproar, channeling their innate abilities and launching them at Zhong. Since you're all seeking death, you can go to hell. His eyes flashed coldly, waving his hands as 36 beams of blood radiances shot out and swirled through the water, enveloping the entire scene below him. Anywhere the blood radiances touched, the patches of sea warriors would be instantly turned to emaciated corpses, and the blood radiances themselves would expand larger. At that instant, he had already killed over tens of thousands of Sea Clan warriors, as the stench of blood got thicker and spread further. Among the abilities of Zhong, the blood manipulation ability was the most insidious, and most effective against low-level biological lifeforms. It had a large area of effect and consumed little of his strength. As long as it continued to slaughter with Zhong's present strength, it would not even wear him out to maintain it. Compared to the more powerful God-Devil domain, it was much more practical. Possia saw this all-consuming blood field, and her face froze in shock as she retreated in horror. Not good. This human actually knows such an evil art. Damn it. Retreat. Kill. Kill him. The countless Sea Clan warriors roared out, charging at Zhong, trying to reaching him to no avail as they were all sucked dry. In just a few breaths, there were over another dozen of thousands of sea warriors that had died at Zhong's hands, as he continued to absorb the life force from all over. Stop. At that moment, there was a powerful and stern voice from the pyramid, as it released a powerful and saintly energy towards the blood radiances. As the light shone onto the blood radiances, there were traces of smoke, and patches of the blood radiance were vaporized. It continued to shine and expand, wiping out more of the blood radiances. The terrifying blood manipulation ability of Zhong that no one had been able to overcome was slowly being erased by that golden light. With a thought, Zhong quickly resummoned the remaining blood radiances back into his arms. Chapter 11-19, Defeating the Sea God. Coen, the Alliance. The golden pyramid then opened up, as a beautiful mermaid rose from within, wielding a blue staff that had a goldwood essence within. She wore a golden crown, her body covered in pearls, her long hair blue in color. Her eyes were bright and clear, her figure extremely alluring, and her looks were absolutely stunning. Zhong looked at her, his gaze turning serious. Sea God. She exuded a powerful aura as she emerged, apparently at the Type 8 realm. Regardless of where they were, a Type 8 powerhouse would be considered a tyrant. Before the Earth had changed, there was not even a single Type 1 divine warrior. In just 3 years there was already a Type 8 powerhouse. This was the terrifying innate talent of the Sea God. What was more, she did not possess the God-Devil imprint like Zhong, who could evolve by killing other life forms. The Sea God stared at Zhong coldly and with a hint of disdain. You're the strongest human powerhouse, Zhong? Very good, you're strong. However, you should not have come. Stay here and be my slave, I can let you live. Otherwise it'll be your death day. Zhong laughed out loud, but there was no joy in his eyes, just an incomparable cold. Hot. Just based on you? I'm lacking a female slave and you seem decent enough. You can just scram over here and beg for me to take you in. That way I can let you live as well as spare the rest of the Sea Clan in this city. The humans and Sea Clan were fighting for the hegemony of Earth, and there could only be one ruling race. This fight was bound to happen in the end. That was why Zhong did not bother dispensing any pleasantries. Courting death. The Sea God spat out these two words with an icy tone, and in a flash of blue light, her staff began to glow, including the golden nucleus embedded in it. A bright gold light that was able to vaporize the blood radiances earlier shot towards Zhong. Zhong activated his shadow steps as he stepped through the air and shot towards the Sea God with countless shadows. With a thought from the Sea God, the gold light split apart, turning into numerous beams that pierced throughout the skies. The countless gold beams pierced through Zhong's shadows, and one even shot towards his actual body. Zhong willed it, and a powerful energy shield congealed in front of him. As the gold rays fell upon the shield, they pierced through it easily, shooting for Zhong. Oh, decent force. He let out a surprised sound as he slapped out at the gold beam, causing a huge sound as the beam was destroyed. After causing the gold light beam to dissipate, Zhong quickly fired out his level 6 Yin-Yang palm at the sea god. A powerful palm imprint that was filled with both Yang and Yin aura quickly covered the sky, as it shot towards the sea god viciously. Zhong was not in the mood to be chivalrous. If he could, he would slap her to death. What a powerful human, he actually knows such an incredible technique. Sensing the might of the Yin-Yang palm, the countenance of the sea god turned ugly, as she wielded her staff and thrust it towards the pyramid below. At that moment, an archaic and saintly aura surged forth. It did not belong to the sea god, instead wrapping around the staff as a gold dragon head appeared from the crystal. It gave off a tyrannical strength as it snarled at the Yin-Yang palm imprint. Hong. Following a loud sound, the gold dragon was disintegrated by Zhong's Yin-Yang palm, while the attack was also crushed by the force behind the gold dragon. Zhong could achieve the level 6 of the Yin-Yang palm, allowing him to exhibit a strength 64 times that of his own. With a single palm imprint, it was as though 64 Type 8 powerhouses had attacked at the same time. It was enough to crush some Type 8 powerhouses in a single strike. With such a powerful move, coupled with his third-order god-devil body, under most ordinary circumstances, he could only fire off 10 times of such an attack. Once the dust settled and both attacks had cancelled each other out, the resulting backlash caused the sea god to be pale, as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face full of shock. How is this possible? As a Type 8 powerhouse, I had even borrowed the force of the ancient pyramid to fire out, and yet he was able to meet my attack, and it doesn't seem like he's the least bit injured. When the Yin-Yang palm was destroyed, although Zhong had been at the epicenter, he was not injured at all. After reaching the third-order god-devil body, his physique had reached an unbelievable level. Almost nothing could hurt him anymore. At his current stage, even if he was at the center of an explosion, with the defensive ability of his third-order god-devil body, he would not be in danger. He might feel some pain while some of the weaker aspects of his body could be injured. Zhong did not seem to mind that the level 6 Yin-Yang palm was extinguished by the attack of the sea god. He stepped forward and appeared in front of her, his right fist punching out, wrapped in countless shadows. In a single move he threw out over 100 fists. The sea god wielded her staff, her eyes flashing dangerously as a gold shield appeared in front of her. Zhong blasted out multiple times at the gold shield, his powerful strength exploding forth, smashing into it like a crazed wild beast. In a flash, he destroyed it completely and sent a fist at the sea god. With his third-order god-devil body, Zhong's physique was tougher than the teeth and claws of some Type 8 mutant beasts, and he preferred using his body to fight. The sea god raised her staff to defend. Quang Lang. As his fist struck the staff, it broke through the bright staff, causing the crystal to shatter, while his fist continued through and slammed into the abdomen of the sea god, sending her hurtling through the waters at an incredible speed. Impossible. How could a human be that strong? Impossible. The great sea god would not lose. In the sea god city, many experts watched on in horror as the sea god was sent knocked back by Zhong, their eyes filled with disbelief, even despair. Right at that moment, 2 top beauties of the mermaid clan, both of them Type 7 existences, came out from hidden corners of the temple and raised their staff at Zhong. 2 bright beams of blue light shot forth, coiling around Zhong like ropes, and began to absorb him of his strength. The staffs in the hands of those 2 Type 7 mermaids were old ancient weapons and were called devil-suppressing chains. They were extremely hard to deal with. Once caught, the strength of the captive would be sapped quickly. The strength of this particular treasure was unrivaled, and while it might not be effective against Type 9 existences, most Type 8 powerhouses were still susceptible to the ropes. This was one of the trump cards of the Sea God City. The Sea Clan had occupied such a treasure trove, and within the seas, they had obtained countless treasures of the past. That was how they were able to develop so fast. Otherwise, even with their innate talent and potential, it was impossible to reach the Type 8 realm in such a short time. Break for me. The moment he was caught in those ropes, he frowned and with a furious roar, he struggled and the innate strength of his third-order god-devil body burst forth. The ropes were instantly ripped apart, breaking into pieces, while he sliced out with his hands, and 2 energy blades cleaved down on both Type 7 mermaids, killing them immediately. As he was engaged with them, the sea god pulled out a strange stone engraved with runes with a pale expression. "Damn you, Zhong, you forced me to break the seal." The sea god gritted her teeth and threw the stone towards the seabed. The moment the stone landed on the ground, it was absorbed into the soil. The next moment, a powerful aura surged out from the temple and caused the sea god city to shudder. The protection of the sea god city broke apart, and the surrounding seawater surged into the city, threatening to engulf everything. The ground of the sea god city began to crumble and split apart, as a huge Wyrm dragon's head of about a kilometer in length started to emerge, exuding a terrifying aura. The moment that half-step mutant Wyrm dragon appeared, the entire sea god city started to crumble, and many of the Sea Clan members started to fight to flee. They could sense the terror and might of the half-step Type 9 mutant beast, and as long as it meant to, it could slaughter them as easily as breathing. The sea god swam up to the half-step Type 9 mutant Wyrm dragon and spoke, "Glorious Sir Agnis, it is I, Alexia, that released you from your seal. Please honor your vow and fight for me to wipe out my enemy." The Wyrm dragon looked at the sea god with an indifferent gaze. "So it was you, puny thing, that released me from the seal?" Chapter 11:20, Agnis. Cohen, the Alliance. Sea god Alexia laughed lightly. "That's right, it was I who has released you from your 10,000-year seal." Agnis closed its eyes, feeling the atmospheric energy before opening them again. It then turned to look at Zhong. "This is the human you want me to kill?" When Zhong heard those words, his body turned taut, his fists clenching as he prepared himself for the worst. A half-step Type 9 mutant beast was truly terrifying. The energy and strength emitting from Agnis were much thicker and powerful than an ordinary Type 9 powerhouse. It was only lacking the comprehension of spatial laws. Otherwise, once it did, it would immediately ascend and be able to dominate other Type 9 powerhouses. Alexia gritted her teeth and pointed at him. "That's right, I'm ordering you to kill him immediately." Agnis turned its gaze to Alexia, back to Zhong, before its huge Wyrm dragon head suddenly opened its jaws and snapped down on Alexia without warning. The sea god had not expected the terrifying beast she released to suddenly attack her, and without any preparation she was instantly swallowed by Agnis. "Not bad, it's been over 10,000 years to think I can get to enjoy the taste of a Type 8 powerhouse when I'm released. Not bad at all." Agnis licked its lips before laughing insidiously. "Releasing me and you think you can order me around like a dog? Little mermaid, you lack the qualifications to want to be my master. The sea god is dead. Heavens, the mighty sea god is dead." Seeing Alexia consumed by the half-step Type 9 mutant Wyrm dragon, the Sea Clan members were all fearful, their morale and faith crumbling. In that instant they all tried to flee. Zhong himself also had a cold look as he retreated slowly and quietly. Although Agnis had launched a sneak attack, to be able to kill the Type 8 Alexia in a split second, it proved that he was indeed strong. Even if he were to show all his trump cards, it was unlikely that he could overcome this mutant beast. Agnis turned its gaze towards Zhong as it drawled, "Human, what's your name? There's no need to retreat, I bear you no ill intentions. Unless you offend me first, I will not treat you like an enemy." Zhong responded respectfully, "I'm Zhong, Senior Agnis." This Agnis was an old, undying freak, who had been sealed for 10,000 years. Its strength was horrifying, and it should be privy to the secrets of the world. It was what Zhong came for anyway. Being respectful would not harm anyone. Agnis stared at Zhong and asked, "Is the world undergoing a mutation again?" Zhong asked curiously, "Again? It's true that the world is mutating. Senior, in the past, could this world have undergone a change before?" There was a strange glint in Agnis's eyes as it reminisced about the past. "That's right. 10,000 years ago, this world had undergone a mutation once, as most of the bring and prosperous civilizations were annihilated, and all intelligent life forms died then. I had been sealed beneath the sea for 10,000 years as well." Zhong felt his heart tremble. That's right, there were strange ancient weapons turning up recently. It should be the legacies of those civilizations of the past. Even a half-step Type 9 powerhouse like Agnis was sealed. Don't tell me the strongest expert then was already at the Type 9 realm, or even someone who had crossed the legendary Type 10 realm. However, if there was such an expert, he or she would have dominated Earth. Why is there no sign of such a person? Zhong asked. Senior Agnis, may I ask you about the world and God? It was rumored that there was something here beneath the sea that could enlighten one on the secrets of the world. It was apparently this 10,000-year-old mutant beast. When Agnis heard those words, there was a flash of fear in its eyes as it hesitated before sighing. I don't know much, to be honest. I only know this: all life forms of the 800 worlds are all just pawns in the cage of God, regardless where you come from. Even a Type 9 powerhouse is just a stronger Wyrm. Only those who cross that realm could gain control of his or her own life. Even if ordinary powerhouses cultivated with all their minds and time, they would not be able to breach the Type 9 bottleneck in 10,000 years. Based on what I know, within these 800 worlds over the last millions of years, there had only been 20 heaven-defying characters that had broken through the Type 9 realm, reaching the legendary Type 10 realm and left the confines of these worlds, heading for some unknown domain. Zhong's face fell when he heard this. A million years and only 20 who broke through. Seems like it's really tough. Every single world had been governed by some powerful civilization at some point in time, with plenty of experts. Talents were definitely not lacking. Under such circumstances, to think there were only 20 Type 10 powerhouses. It was an extremely minuscule number. Agnis's head shook and revealed a door beneath it. Beyond these 800 worlds in God's cage, there's a world known as the Great God World. In every world that has a Type 9 expert or a world that is mutating, there would be a door that leads to the Great God World. There are no limitations on the powerhouses that want to head there. The number of experts there are plenty, and you get all sorts of characters with numerous resources. There are easily over 1,000 Type 9 powerhouses there. There are even some at the peak of the Type 9 realm. The door that leads there is right here. As long you go through it, who knows, you might gain more knowledge from the Great God World. Zhong looked at the door beneath Agnis, his eyes flashing with a strange glint, but he did not move. After a moment of consideration, he pointed at the door, and a black light congealed to form a beautiful woman, who entered the gate. Not too long after that, the beautiful mech, who was controlled by Bai, came back through the gateway, nodding to Zhong. It truly is a new world, and the energy seems to be thicker and more powerful than the current mutating Earth. After getting Bai's confirmation, Zhong smiled at Agnis. Senior Agnis, can I trouble you to step back about 50 li for the time being? Since the gateway was beneath Agnis, if it decided to take a bite at Zhong while he was soaring through it, he would be powerless. Agnis squinted and spoke in a voice that was hard to discern if it was amused or annoyed. You don't trust me? Zhong chuckled. Senior Agnis, it's not that I don't trust you. However, I've never liked to leave my life in the hands of others. Agnis replied without batting an eyelid. And if I refuse, what do you intend to do? Zhong spoke in a steely manner. Then I can only choose to retreat and come back some other time. A half-step Type 9 powerhouse was simply too terrifying. If Zhong really swam over, it would be foolish. Agnis had just displayed how quick it was to flip, consuming sea god Alexia in an instant. It was definitely not kind. Furthermore, Agnis definitely knew that Zhong had the god devil imprint. He was practically like Tang Sanzang to it. If it could consume Zhong, who knew it might actually evolve into the Type 9 realm. No one could withstand such an allure. Agnis sighed softly as it twisted its huge head and made for the distance. All right, since you don't trust me, I can only move away. Its body was extremely large. With a single movement, the entire seabed seemed to tremble. All of a sudden, the ground beneath Zhong split apart as a single horned serpent burst out, its teeth sharp and its jaws putrid. It tried to bite down on Zhong. The speed of the single-horned giant serpent was extremely fast, with the principles and laws of water behind its movement. There seemed to be no water resistance at all as it reached 20 times the speed of sound. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would find it hard to dodge that bite. At that instant, Zhong's heart was alarmed and he immediately channeled the God-Devil domain, forming a powerful region around himself. He then disappeared with a single thought, reappearing in the God side of the domain. Agnis, whose expression had been friendly earlier, was now savage as he laughed out maliciously, God Devil Domain as expected, you're an oracle. You're too wary, kid. Be good and let me eat you, alright? Like this, we can both be in one body as I break past the Type 9 realm and become a Type 10 legend. Chapter 11:21. Entering the Great God World. Cohen, the Alliance. I think it would be better for you to die and become the stepping stone for my evolution. Yu Zhong's gaze turned cold as the heaven-piercing bow appeared in his hands. With a thought, the holy manifestations of the God domain quickly surged into his bow, and a powerful arrow congealed before he released it at the head of Agnis. The moment it was fired out, it absorbed an intense amount of atmospheric energy around, forming a huge pillar as it slammed into Agnis's head. A bright light radiated out of its head, as a huge energy shield formed and blocked in front of it. The arrow from the heaven-piercing bow slammed into the energy shield and tore into it easily, and proceeded to slam into Agnis's head. It actually pierced through its head, causing a huge, bloody and gaping wound as fresh blood splattered everywhere. After that hit, the God domain crumbled, while Yu Zhong revealed an exhausted look in his eyes. The usage of the heaven-piercer bow was taxing on him. If he did not channel all his strength into the arrow, it would not be able to pierce through Agnis's head. Not right, it's still not dead. After the arrow penetrated Agnis's head, Yu Zhong did not sense the influx of the life force, and his face fell before he retreated in an explosive manner. From the seabed, 8 heads that looked like poisonous serpents shot out, their jaws opened wide, attacking Yu Zhong. Inside the waters, even with Yu Zhong manipulating the atmospheric energy to split the water, his speed could not compare to those serpents. In an instant, one of them appeared in front of Yu Zhong, biting at his chest viciously. With a thought, Yu Zhong conjured an energy shield to appear in front of him. The snake bit down viciously, crushing the shield, and was barely stopped for a second before it continued towards Yu Zhong. The energy shield was effective against lower-leveled enemies, but against opponents of the same realm, it was too weak. The huge snake swallowed Yu Zhong as well as the other 3 women with him. No. I didn't get him, how did he escape? As the snake bit down, the rest of the snakes twisted another way, their eyes scanning the area warily. At that moment, in front of the world gate, there was a tear in space, and Yu Zhong shot out from within, turning into a beam of light as he flew right through it. Even at his half-step Type 9 realm, Agnis was caught off guard, and could only stare wide-eyed as Yu Zhong charged right through the gate. Something strange then happened. The head of Agnis that had been injured quickly regenerated. The power of space. He actually can control space to some degree. Unbelievable. Agnis was a half-step Type 9 powerhouse and could sense the vibrations of spatial laws. Agnis stared at the gate, its eyes flashing with a strange glint. That was definitely not his own strength. That means to say he has a spatial treasure. That's great. In order to exit from the Great God World, he has to pass through this door. I just have to wait here and eat him when he gets back. Like that, the spatial treasure on him would become mine. With that, plus the consumption of this oracle, I will definitely be able to break through to the Type 9 realm. As it thought to this point, Agnis sat in front of the gate, and hundreds of serpents burst out from the ground, eyeing the gate with vigilance. It was true that anyone could pass through this world gate. Even a Type 10 powerhouse could make use of this gate to leave the Great God World. However, compared to the gates of hell, this gate only allowed life forms not more than 15 m tall. Agnis was over hundreds of meters tall. It was impossible for it to pass. It was due to this limitation that many giant Type 9 mutant beasts could not make use of the gate to invade other worlds, stuck in their worlds. Damn it, that half-step Type 9 mutant beast was truly vicious. I was almost killed there. In a breath, Yu Zhong had charged out of the gate. Just as he exited, black chi poured out from his wounds as he swayed and fell to the ground. On his waist there were a few bloody holes as black chi came gushing out, while tainted blood flowed out as well. Although he had used the spatial powers of the Radiant Battleship to escape death, he had truly been bitten by Agnis, and the blackened blood was flowing without stop. The teeth of the mutant beast were sharp, were incredibly poisonous, that could kill even a Type 8 powerhouse. If it was not for Yu Zhong's physique having been transformed by the God Devil body, and his blood changed into the golden blood which was full of vitality, he could have already been poisoned to death. Even so, the incredible poison was enough to make him dizzy. After passing through the gate, he came to a huge mountain gorge. He sat down weakly, gasping for breath as the golden blood continued to flow out. After a while, all the black poison within his body was completely forced out. At the same time, he waved his hands and sent out numerous nano-flies to scout the surroundings. They were Bai Yi's eyes and ears and could feed back all intelligence and information back to Zhong through her. The third-order God-Devil body was truly impervious to many poisons, to the extent that it was able to force out the poison of a half-step Type 9 powerhouse. Had it been any other Type 8 experts, they would be invaded by the poison and turned to a blackened corpse by now. Once the poison was out, Zhong pulled out a vial of Type 9 mutant beast blood to drink, feeling his insides boil. After a while, his energy began to recover swiftly. The blood essence of a Type 9 mutant beast was filled with incomparable power and was a powerful tonic and source of nourishment. A single drop of it would allow an ordinary human to go through a metamorphosis and improvement in physique. That was how precious it was. After fully recovering, Zhong quickly got to his feet, observing his surroundings before heading out. The path was long and narrow, going for about 80 kilometers. They continued walking until they finally exited the path. The exit was on top of a mountain range that was over 8,000 m in height, and it seemed as though they were touching the clouds. Zhong stood there and swept a glance below, using his eyes with the God-Devil body to observe, and he could see that about 10 kilometers below, there was a human city, with human-like figures entering and exiting the city. He flickered and flew down towards the city. He had just flown forwards about a dozen meters, when suddenly, out of a cave along the mountain wall, there was a huge horde of black mutant bugs the size of palms, with sharp stings and powerful jaw pincers, that rushed out at Zhong. Zhong glanced at the horde of bugs and frowned. With a thought, a huge force pressured down on the bugs. The moment they were enveloped by the pressure, they were squashed together. However, there were some of them who were struggling wildly without any signs of being injured. Zhong looked at them in shock. What? Their resistance and defense are really high. After all, Zhong might have just thrown out a casual grab, but his grab could easily flatten a Type 7 mutant beast. Such a strike was actually unable to wipe out the mutant bugs. Their defense was truly terrifying. Following that, even more mutant bugs were flying out from the cave towards him. Since I can't crush you, I'll suck your blood, it should do the trick. He swept them a glance, and the blood radiance shot out, enveloping them. The blood radiance was evidently the bane of these mutant bugs, as the moment they came in contact, their blood was absorbed dry, and they started to fall out of the sky like raindrops. In just a few breaths, the blood radiances had absorbed the bugs cleanly, turning them into dry husks. After wiping out all the mutant bugs, there was suddenly a roar of rage as a shadow flashed out and slammed towards Zhong. At that moment, there was a flash of a blade as a cold light sliced towards his head. Chapter 1122, Type 8 Mutant Bug. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong used all of his strength and arched his body back as the terrifying blade sliced past his chest, causing a deep gash where one could see the bone and blood was flowing. With a thought, he activated his God-Devil domain once more, and a huge region of about 60 kilometers was enshrouded by his domain. At the next moment, he willed it and retreated about 5 kilometers, standing within the God domain. His gaze swept out at the entity that had launched a sneak attack on him. That life form that almost sliced Zhong in half was a huge Type 8 mutant bug that had a pair of wings, forelimbs like praying mantis, pincers like ants, with thick and power locust-like legs. As it stood straight, it towered at 2 meters. The moment the bug was shrouded by the devil domain, it was immediately assaulted by the devilish energy, and its speed was instantly reduced. The countless demonic manifestations and devils were rushing at the Type 8 mutant bug, lunging for it, and biting whatever area they could. The mutant bug struggled frantically, killing any devils that it could, and the entities continued to disintegrate as it rampaged. Unfortunately, the manifestations were limitless as they continued to form and attacked the mutant bug. As the devil domain continued to assail the mutant bug, within moments, it was already riddled with injuries. It used all its strength to struggle, but no matter how, it was still being attacked viciously. As it struggled and fought back, slamming everywhere with all its might, it slaughtered many of the manifestations in a bid to escape the domain. It was to no avail, as the numbers continued to grow, while the edge of the domain was not so easily broken. After a dozen breaths, the mutant bug was already overwhelmed by the demons and devils, falling helplessly. Since Zhong had reached the Type 8 realm, his domain had become as powerful as well. It was able to kill Type 8 powerhouses now. The Type 8 mutant bug was only at the initial Type 8 realm, with speed being its strongest point. The moment it entered the devil domain, it was suppressed. Had it been a strength-type beast, it would have fared better. However, an agility type would suffer under such circumstances. At that instant, Zhong appeared on top of its body, and slammed down on its head with his fist, instantly turning it into minced meat. When the mutant bug's head was destroyed, a huge source of life force surged into Zhong, nourishing his body. Kacha kacha kacha. The moment the bug was killed, the entire mountain that had housed the horde of bugs began to crumble, as more Type 8 mutant bugs began to fly out of the mountain, surging towards Zhong. In an instant he was suddenly met with over a dozen Type 8 mutant bugs. If each of these bugs was placed on Earth, they would be able to decimate an entire country, turning into an overlord-class character. However, in this great god world, just a mountain itself already contained 13 such beasts. Due to the huge area that the god-devil domain covered, which was over 60 kilometers within the domain, the mutant beasts were charging at him in a frenzy. At the same time, other mutant beasts which had not attacked him were enshrouded within as well, and the beasts within the mountain range began to view him as an enemy. Countless powerful beasts were charging towards Zhong's location in a frenzy. Die. Zhong looked at them, a cruel expression flashing in his eyes. His body charged forwards as he appeared in on top of those Type 8 mutant bugs like a specter, his right hand punching out at the heads, exploding them one by one. In the god-devil domain, Zhong was basically invincible. In a few moments he had already taken them out. The life force continued to fill him up, and it reached the maximum point of the initial realm, causing him to break through and reach the mid-Type 8 realm. Once he reached it, he quickly congealed his yin-yang palm and sent it viciously out at the enraged horde of mutant beasts. The entire mountain range trembled as the huge palm imprint pressed down from the skies, slamming into the horde of mutant beasts without mercy. Under the impact, many of them instantly disintegrated, as numerous sources of life force continued to surge into him. The others roared in rage, channeling their innate abilities to fight back against the palm, intending to break it. However, no matter how they struggled, there was no way they could break it, and the entire palm came crashing fully into the ground, turning every single beast underneath it into meat paste. When the beasts were all killed by Zhong, he absorbed another huge bout of life force. By the time that the thousands of mutant beasts were dealt with, there was only 6 Type 8 mutant beasts still struggling within the devil domain. They fought back madly, utilizing 6 different forms of innate abilities, trying to slam their way out of the domain. Ice shards, flames, wind blades, lightning, water jets, even stone edges, were all cast and thrown at the domain, in a bid to break it apart so that they could escape. However, while the abilities were able to vanquish some of the devils and demonic entities, they could not break through or tear the domain apart, and could only continue to struggle madly and in futile. Chapter 1123, Rescue. Coen, the Alliance. Zhong's body flashed and appeared on top of one particular scarlet-red, 8 m tall huge ape. He sent a fist down on it and caused its head to explode. After killing the Type 8 huge ape, Zhong continued to flicker through the remaining 5 mutant beasts like a specter, sending a fist to each one, directly exploding their heads and absorbing their life force. Those Type 8 mutant beasts were instantly taken out by Zhong, and with a flash of his storage ring, the corpses were all absorbed into the ring. They were ordinary Type 8 mutant beasts, and outside of the god-devil domain, they could definitely rely on their own strength to take on Zhong. However, since they were caught in the domain, he was able to kill them easily due to their suppressed state. Only a creature like Agnis would be able to break through the domain with its pure strength. Inside this mountain range, there were many other mutant beasts, and Zhong wiping them out in a short while caused them to be deeply shocked. Within the domain he continued to take in the Type 8 life force, some of them weak, some of them strong. The stronger ones among them were near the peak of Type 8, while the weakest was just at the initial Type 8 realm. The auras of the other mutant beasts in the mountain range began to surge, but no one took the initiative to attack Zhong any longer as they stared at Zhong, while killing any devils and demons that got near them. Within the horde of mutant beasts, there was a rumbling voice that sounded, "Human, keep your domain. Do you want to make use of it to kill all of us? If that's the case, all the experts of our Raven Valley will treat you as an enemy from now on, and we will go all out to hunt you down." Hearing that voice, the rest of the mutant beasts still shrouded by the God-Devil domain also released their auras, intending to intimidate him. Since Zhong reached the mid-Type 8 realm, his combat strength had a huge increase, and it was easy for him to use the God-Devil domain to suppress over 20 initial Type 8 mutant beasts. He would be able to take on even a peak Type 8 mutant beast now. However, the current number of mutant beasts in his domain was over 50, and if they were to go all out, there was a chance for them to break out of the domain. If both sides clashed, he might perish. Zhong's mind raced and quickly retracted the God-Devil domain to about a 3 km radius as he announced loudly, "No, I did not intend to make an enemy out of you guys. I acted because they took the initiative to attack me first." The voice then rumbled out, "In that case, human, please leave. You're not welcome here." The Raven Valley was the playground of these strong mutant beasts. None of those with intelligence would like to share their territory with a human. Zhong chuckled and turned around, flying far quickly. He could sense the might of a Type 9 existence within the mountain range, and it was currently slumbering. If he were to go too far and antagonize that existence, who could be either cultivating or sleeping, then he might be slapped to death. In a barren plain, there was a Type 3 mutant lone wolf with a horn on its head, as well as scales covering its 2 m-long body, and it was currently devouring the carcass of a mutant deer. About 20 m away from the lone wolf, there was a group of 7 young men and women, prowling on the ground. Their rifles were trained on the Type 3 mutant lone wolf. The leader, a young woman who was wearing a green robe, stared fixedly at the mutant beast and waved her hand coldly. Immediately, the killing intent of the 6 others soared as they fired their guns. Unfortunately, at the moment they fired, the Type 3 mutant lone wolf leaped to the side. Peng. Following the gun sounds, although the Type 3 mutant lone wolf had leaped to the side, it was still struck in the abdomen by 2 bullets, causing 2 bleeding wounds. It was a serious injury, but the Type 3 lone wolf had a vicious glint in its eyes, and it disappeared the moment it landed on the ground. The face of the lead woman changed as she roared and got on her feet, pulling out a long blade. "Not good. Prepare for battle." The expressions of the others also turned ugly, as they quickly leaped up and whipped out their long blades. At the moment they jumped up, one of the young men let out a piercing scream, as the Type 3 mutant lone wolf had already appeared in front of him, biting down viciously on his throat. One woman with short, blonde hair suppressed her fear, slashing out with her combat blade at the beast. "Go to hell, beast." The eyes of the Type 3 lone wolf flashed, and it disappeared once more, reappearing in front of the woman, and its sharp claws slashed out, directly decapitating her. As a Type 3 beast, the lone wolf had a strong close combat potential. The 7 hunters were all also at the Type 3 realm, but against the beast there was only death. When the burly man beside the blonde-haired girl saw her die, he let out an agonized scream as he charged towards her corpse. "Annie!" In just a second, the Type 3 mutant lone wolf appeared in front of the burly man as well, its claws stretched out towards his throat. There was a look of fear and despair in his eyes, and he could feel the call of the Death Reaper beside him. Puh. At that time, there was the sound of a clear gunshot, as a wound appeared in the head of the Type 3 lone wolf, its body crumpling while in midair. The moment the wolf was killed, the remaining 5 people swiveled, staring at the direction of the gunshot in alarm and caution, noticing Zhong wielding a huge rifle as he walked over. The leader stared at Zhong and barked out loud, while raising her weapon at him, "Stop." The rest also brought their weapons up. In the wilderness, in order to hunt, there had been many cases of slaughter even among teammates, where human nature was unpredictable and dangerous. Zhong kept his weapon while speaking loudly. "Is this how you treat a benefactor? If it was not for me, you guys would have all died." Although the rifles of the 5 people could hurt a Type 3 mutant beast, it was impossible to leave an injury on Zhong. When the woman saw Zhong holster his weapon, she heaved a sigh of relief and waved her hands, signaling for the rest to lower their weapons as well. She then stepped forward to introduce herself. I'm Aisha, a hunter from Adenia town. Thank you for your assistance earlier in saving our lives. As per the rules of the wild, this Type 3 lone wolf is yours. One youth behind her spoke out aggrievedly. Sis Aisha, Annie and Jess had died for this Type 3 lone wolf. Aisha frowned and rebuked. Shut it, Shaq. If it were not for this mister, we would not have been able to best this Type 3 mutant lone wolf. In fact, we would have been its meal. Hearing that, the rest lowered their heads helplessly. The most important thing about the hunt was always the first strike. If they were unable to take down a Type 3 mutant beast in a single strike, then things would usually go downhill. They knew this well. However, it was not comfortable to give away their hunt, even after the cost of 2 of their teammates. Zhong grinned. Hello Aisha, I'm Zhong. I'm a world traveler. I'm actually in need of a guide as I have just arrived here. You guys keep the wolf, let it be the price of guiding me. He had been through so many treasuries of different worlds and obtained plenty of Type 3 nuclei. One single one was nothing to him. Aisha was elated and replied, That's great. I'll keep it then. From now on, I will be your guide in Adenia town. Hearing those words, the rest of the soldiers also looked at Zhong more favorably. To these hunters, a Type 3 mutant beast was a decent haul. Even if they had to split 7 ways, it was a huge sum of money. It was because of that they dared risk their lives. With Aisha's invitation, Zhong followed this troop back towards Adenia town. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.